wir auch auf YouTube live. Okay, jetzt habe ich das gekillt wieder. Oder? Perfekt, das heißt, wir sind live und dann können wir loslegen. Got it. Start Webinar. This was 2021. A year in review is the title of today's episode, and it will be probably the longest recording since I started the podcast 2 years ago. And I'm very happy to have today as co-host Astrid Woollard from close by Vienna. Hello, Astrid.
Hello.
And Matthias. Matthias, I just realized that I never asked you how your family name is pronounced correctly. Matthias, welcome to the show.
Thanks. Welcome. Tarasiewicz is the Austrian way of pronouncing this. The
and
Polish equivalent would be Tarasiewicz, but I'm okay with the Austrian pronunciation. Thanks for asking.
Super. Great to have you on the show, Astrid and Matthias. Today we have an amazing lineup of guests from deep tech, from life science, from the pharma industry, from private organizations, and also Astrid is bringing some speakers from the digital space, as well as Matthias is doing. And let's kick it off with the first speaker. Astrid, I would like to know from you how your 2021 was.
Oh, it was pretty exciting, I need to say. So it started off early this year, actually, already, that we co-founded as a team of 6 SMAPE Capital. So it was originally an investment collective from the 6 of us to invest in pre-seed and seed stage, early stage opportunities in Web3s in the blockchain space, and particularly in tokenized economies. And we've gathered a lot of interest over the last few months, so that we decided actually to now sort of transform this into a fully fledged German-based fund. And so we're pretty busy on that front. We had to sort of get the lineup going for the deal flow, so really activate all our social network. We also have an in-house crawler solution that helps us also to sort of source very early stage deals by sort of getting different sources from the internet. So we've been pretty busy at looking at least at like 80 to 100 projects a month. We've put a lot of pressure on research and
80,
also
just for my understanding, 80 to 100 per month.
Per month, yeah.
These are 1,200 per year. How do you manage that? How do you manage that?
Well, gladly, I'm not on my own. I've got a really great senior analyst with me working in the research team. So also I'm heading up research for SMAPE Capital. And basically what we need to do is when we have our list, I mean, we go through it daily. We have quite a structure on how we record it also on like Excel spreadsheet, and also have a Trello board where you can easily say like, okay, this is not green, this is red, this is, well, let's wait and see, get in touch with them and sort of record our interactions with them. We briefly look at sort of the social media channels. Is there already a white paper out there? Is there at least a website that we can have a look at? And if these few pieces of information already look interesting, then we normally reach out to the companies, unless they have been introduced for social capital, then that's something else. But if it's through the crawl, then we will reach out proactively, set up a call, and then take it from there.
What assets are you looking at in detail? I'm curious.
Well, it's exclusively digital assets, so tokens. So people always say like, oh, those Bitcoins, but there is much more than just Bitcoin. I mean, if you just look at websites that record there is like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, you will discover that there are already more than 10,000 of these assets just listed on these platforms. But this means it's not everything that there is. It's just the ones that they have actually sort of curated into their list, but there are many, many more. And we're quite, so where we are very special is that we are very strict on the token's utility in these kind of networks. So we said like, well, in order to be really able to derive some value from such a token, from such a digital asset, it really needs to have a core functionality, really sort of a deep utility in those networks. Otherwise, it's just a purely speculative asset. And it's basically prone to just being to swings from up and down through what influencers are telling you, or maybe other snippets of information that you have in there. So we're quite strict on looking into that. But there are several sectors that we look at. I mean, DeFi is sort of a little bit on the side that we're looking at, because we think, okay, that hype has already been there. Now we have a lot of players already on the field. So it's really difficult to distinguish the few that could really sort of make the race or really challenge the platforms that are out there already. The next thing was NFTs, and we have invested in one game that's really, really exciting. And there are certainly other applications apart from gaming and sort of this arts and collectors universe that we see with NFTs. I'm sure we will be speaking more about this today as well.
Absolutely.
But what we're already seeing is that it's already a strong signal on the decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAO side, that there's also a lot of DAOs being built now, investment DAOs, and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Astrid, one question, DAO, I hear that quite frequently. What is that? What is DAO? I mean, is it a DAO I know from China, so it's
that's a little bit a different one with a T, I think. But no, it's a decentralized autonomous organizations. That's basically also an infrastructure that's being built that should be self-governed or self-governed by the community. So there are different voting mechanisms also on how you can, for example, investment DAO make collectively investment decisions. So if decided, okay, we want to invest in, asset X now, or want to go out of it again. So it's a quite interesting use case for maybe the evolution also of funds, essentially.
Wasn't that the story with with the US Constitution? Wasn't there something recently? Yes. And this was a DAO structure.
Yes, I mean, there's also linked to an NFT, and there are many legal issues that we can see around the space as well, right? But there also, again, there's so many DAOs coming up now. We see also like maybe, a third of our deal flow is now suddenly going into that space. But the problem is when you ask them a little bit, okay, how should the governance function of this DAO, which is an essential part of a DAO, if it's completely self-governed by the community, then sometimes you get quite wacky answers. And this is where we know, okay, this is probably not one that we would invest in. We have invested this year into Prime DAO, which is a really interesting DAO that also wants to bring sort of DeFi protocol rating to a next level. So it's also sort of crowdsourcing the ratings from the community, but in a way that is also being checked by stewards in this space. And a really high quality ratings there, and really intrigued to see what is coming out of that. And they will also have a mechanism of how DAOs can actually interact with other DAOs, because it's nice, if you have these kind of, autonomous organizations working in their own space, but it really becomes valuable once they can actually really interact with each other. And they have already sort of put together a framework now and sort of exchanging also assets with other DAOs to sort of make this a really strong structure.
I just wonder, DAO, I mean, when I think about fundraising for startups, for early stage startups, it's always very complicated to align the interests on one hand, but on the other hand, to find a cost-efficient structure to bring small investors, business angels, for example. I mean, the typical business angel, I think in Austria, is still investing something between 10,000 to 250,000 euros per person. Would DAO be a solution for that, to make it more easy, more accessible for more people?
Potentially, yes. But I mean, I think there are also good structures out there now, if you look at it. I mean, there's also on the cryptocurrency side, a lot of exchanges out there that would allow you already to go directly into an investment on your own. If you have your own the capabilities to research these things and assess these assets. But I think there's also something nice about it being collectively, pooling your capital into maybe a more diverse range of assets, like a fund structure, essentially, but maybe on a smaller scale, and that allows you to have exposure to a number of more assets that maybe just 2 or 3. Yeah.
That's great news. What is your outlook for 2022, Astrid? What will happen in the digital space? What does your crystal ball say?
My crystal ball will say that due to everything that we've seen last year, this year, also again, COVID pandemic. I don't like to take this word too much, but it's still sort of ruling us a little bit. Is that we will see still an increased push to digitalization, as we have seen now. I think that all these kind of developments that we have seen around NFTs and non-fungible tokens and the metaverse will pick up, that we will see also more interactions in the digital space, also around, digital health, telehealth. There will be more on those. We also see that actually in our own deal flow now with healthcare, there are more and more opportunities actually going that way. So yeah, for a digital space, I think it remains very positive.
Let me ask you one question in the opening. I mean, I remember all the price predictions that I got since last year. I wrote a timestamp on Twitter where I took it from an influencer. It's Bitcoin will be at $300,000 per coin at the end of 2021. Yeah. I think Michael Saylor came up with 1 million. Bitcoin price somewhere in the near future, potentially 2022 or 2023. And Raoul Paul excused himself for being wrong with his prediction that Ether will go to 20 to 30,000 euros or dollars per Ether. What is your price prediction for 2022?
Well, it could go up, it could go down, the crystal ball saying. I need to say, I honestly, I watch Bitcoin and Ether because it's obviously, in this space, but as an investable asset, I think it's less attractive because even if you look at other assets that are already, I don't know, in the top 1,000 or so, they're very promising projects that could give you much better returns on your investment. So I personally am not I also don't hold any Bitcoin, I need to say, say that very openly. And I'm more interested really in infrastructures that have a sort of good utility.
Just a disclaimer, we don't give any financial advice here, so always do your own research. But it's great to hear your opinion as an expert in the field. Astrid, I see that our first speaker, Mrs. D, I just still struggling with her name, sorry for saying so, is already here. Would you like to take over? And I will promote Mrs. D to a panelist and should give her access to microphone and video, and here she is.
Perfect. Hello, Dusica. Well, you're welcome here.
Hi, Astrid. Hi, Christian. I can see also Matthias is here. So nice, guys, to see you. I almost was tempting to stay in the audience. It was extremely interesting, Astrid. I was listening very carefully.
Good. How are you? How has your year been? So for the ones who don't know you, you're also called a transaction diva on your social media, and our expert in M&A transactions. We had a really great podcast with you earlier this year. I hope people should listen to that one, giving very valuable tips also what to consider in anticipating such transactions. But tell us more about your highlights.
Well, I have to tell you that this year was really good for me. Comparing to the 2020, with basically one of the businesses I was running went down. So this is really uncomparably better. But joke aside, with all the pandemics and everything, it required a lot of creativity in reinventing the way how we work. I think that this was a challenge for everyone. This year was very interesting in a sense that the first half was literally marked with the flood of SPACs, and we have been involved in 3 of them, mostly deep tech and media. It was media tech as well. So that is still going. because the spec negotiations are not that fast. So this is something which, we have seen slow down in demand and scouting for the new acquisitions in the second half of the year, because it was a challenge also with financials. It was a challenge with the pipe money that usually goes in with the spec, but nevertheless, a huge amount of money went into basically spilled over into the sectors, including the crypto sector. So later on, we've done a couple of transactions, some of them even with VCs and private equities, and this is a regular business. But we've seen recently the growth of interest in cryptos. And I would say that the crypto market was incredibly strong in M&A sector, in M&A segment. There were around almost 600 deals. But can you imagine? It's really happening. Consolidation market is happening. Still, most of them are happening in the US, not so many in Europe. Not so many in the other parts of the world. There are, but not so many. Some of these deals were might be even distorted in the numbers, because some people could consider Robinhood attractive because of their crypto investment. So that is not what I'm basically looking at. We're still seeing very sluggish M&A activities in smaller tickets, in equity swaps and merging of the smaller startups, let's say scale-ups. So basically, companies are obviously still targeted by bigger players who want to get into the space. And what is the attraction? Because more mature companies and businesses, they simply want to get into that space and not only get the market, but also get the expertise the company has. So there is a lots of attraction in the space. I personally remain very bullish on usage of blockchain in the different industries, and Astrid knows that I'm really keen on that. So yeah, I would say that is something happening. Data is always hot and always attractive. So we will be seeing some additional movements in the space. Let's say data-driven asset management, that is happening more and more. And I just had some secret talks this morning with someone, so maybe some new deals are coming first quarter next year, exactly in that space. So there is a lot of happening. And I would say that despite of all the pandemics, reinventing the way how we work, and unfortunately, some of the businesses going down, some of the other businesses are thriving. And many of them are not driven by immediate events, but obviously the way how we live now set a trend, and the whole investment direction and M&A activity is looking into certain direction. So on my side, as I said, we have been very active to help tech companies. We love also female founders. We love to support them wherever we can, and we did this year. We had, as I say, a couple of future work with AI predictability. That sector is still hot despite of lots of money coming there, and we are seeing interest of newly highly funded companies, which are now more than unicorns, maybe even decatrons, buying lots of smaller players and consolidating them. So future work will continue to be. We have now in pipeline 2 deals, and we believe that this is going to stay on the horizon for consolidation the whole 2022. So I think, Christian, that I already somehow went into your question, the predictions, and this is not investment advice.
Awesome. No, but I think what you also mentioned around, the M&A and crypto sector, I wonder when it will happen, that you have networks actually merging and how that will actually pan out, and also for the M&A sectors.
That would be amazing. Well, I have been looking at, and I wanted to, share a couple of things, but for me, it's quite interesting to see that the companies like CoinShare are also acquiring other companies. So it's not only like we have the situation like when Liberty X was acquired by Fortune 500 company, which would be like standard deal we are seeing. But we have also things like the deal like when CoinShare basically acquired blockchain equity index from Alan Howard's Elwood, which for me is showing that there is a maturity in the market. And I think that also people should consider that can be extremely attractive way to grow. It is still a challenge technology-wise. I would assume that also not everyone is a fit. But I work with a couple of companies now, and I'm always advising them, go out there, start partnership, see how technology fit, particularly if there is a blockchain angle or AI angle. You really have to see how you can integrate it. And if there is a good fit, I mean, guys, you're growing together. I mean, I'm mentioning all the time BlockBit and CryptoTax. I mean, that for me is such a sweet deal. I mean, great teams, both companies, wonderful technology, works together, and suddenly we have a huge company. And it is showing. I mean, they are ending this year on a really, let's say, with the flying colors.
Oh, I need to say I'm really a huge fan of Florian, so one of the founders of BlockBit.
Me too, me too.
Amazing story that they have been putting together over the years, and great progress, one has to say. But did you have any favorite deals or anything that really excited you a lot this year? Was it like, oh, that was really a dream transaction?
Coinbase. That was dream transaction. I mean, seriously, come on, it was huge. They did it with a SPAC because they just said like it was difficult to pinpoint the mathematical side of the markets. So I was so impressed with the valuation. I was like seriously impressed at that growth stage and everything to reach those heights. And that means the team has some serious negotiation power. Yeah, that was really one of the deals. And I like this CoinShare deal that I mentioned because someone buying the index is like super cool, and having a blockchain index interesting to be bought. That is something that wouldn't happen, let's say, in 2020, not easily. So for me, that is showing, I like these transactions that are showing that more is coming. And this is what excites me with these two transactions, for example, that I have mentioned. And as you know, Astrid, I always keep very keen eye on consolidation of blockchain market. And I think it's always a challenge to value IP and to value the outstanding token, depending on particularly utility tokens, etc. And you know that we discussed a lot about how to use velocity in calculating that and all these things, because it is not like, oh, by the way, I have like 2 billion assets listed, so this is how much I'm valued. Well, not really. So this is kind of interesting area, which I believe is going to be very hot in coming years, because there is a lot of potential in it, not anymore only within the underlying technology, but now with actual blockchain economy, which is amazing.
Perfect. So what is your outlook for next year?
Hot. Next year is going to be super hot. I think that we will be looking more deals. I mean, look at the numbers, and I really wanted to share with you guys this. When I look at the numbers, so in 2020, we had approximately 200 deals, for example, in the blockchain space, in so-called crypto-driven M&As, and we had almost 600 in 2021. And we had just a couple of specs in that space. So we can't say this is where the money is coming from. So I personally think that I stay very bullish on a blockchain-driven economies, M&As, because I think that there will be all the big guys, like recently Deutsche Börse went out shopping. We will be seeing many others. We know Euronext in 2020 went shopping. So I think that there will be a lot of activity because also thanks to the growth of the VC space, there was a lot of inflow into startups and scale-ups who are really working day and night on bringing new technologies and new ideas and conquering the market. That will translate into very hot M&A activity. So I personally predict that 2022 is going to be very hot.
And do you think there will be a particular sector or particular, applications that will really make the race next year?
I still think that financial services are going to lead. Simply, it's such a deep market, and there is a need for transformation. It's a genuine need. I would assume also that we will start seeing very shy, but it will be happening a health tech, because there was also a significant amount of investments in health sector in 2020. So 2022 would be a ripe year for the companies to grow, digest investment, and start considering about consolidating. So this is something which I think it will be happening as well. This is all very early pre-IPO activities. I'm not talking about that. Is a different game. I also perceive that apart from the fintechs and still health tech, I think that the future of work will continue hard for consolidation, which already started, because there are simply too many players. It's a fragmented market, so it needs to be consolidated, and we do continue working differently. So there is a need for that type of solutions. So that's what would be my top 3 sectors for consolidation. And as I say, this is somewhere like a mid-market, not really pre-IPO or IPO.
No, sounds really exciting. I mean, the thing with the healthcare sector is also something that we've seen, and I've also had the feeling recently that even sort of more conservative players in this field are also warming up more to blockchain technology and also to tokens, actually, as also sort of an incentive structure for patients and all other stakeholders in this ecosystem. So I'm also really curious what 2022 will bring and beyond. But thank you very much, Dusica. This was very, very, insightful.
Thank you very much for having me also this year and end of the year. I really appreciate it, and I feel really privileged to be here with you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you for being part. Have a great 2022, and I hope we will see each other someday in Vienna for a coffee.
Yes, the Christmas is coming. Of course we will.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Perfect. So our next speaker is actually one of our co-hosts today, Matthias, from Riyadh. So tell us a little bit more about your year. How has it been?
Yeah, thank you, Astrid. It has been a quite turbulent year. I have actually in the preparation for this a little bit thought about the details, because all this remote work and this crisis topping each other make also time seem a little bit different than it was back in the past year. So a little bit about me, for those who don't know me. My name is Matthias Tarasiewicz, or Tarasiewicz, however you want to pronounce it. I'm a tech entrepreneur, I'm a research-driven venture builder, and I'm also the director of the Riot Institute. So by trade, I'm a developer and consultant, and I'm working since quite some years to make crypto and blockchain also a little bit more graspable, tangible, and understandable. In this regard, we started the Riot Institute, which is an NGO or foundation, mainly based in Austria, Vienna, but also now, and specifically this year, also expanding globally massively. So we started initially in 2012, and this whole thing came into being in 2015 as a spin-off of the University of Applied Arts. So we have been in the industrial design domain, but also in the artistic research domain. And we're growing into something more also research and developer focused. We are still active in a lot of different programs we are organizing by ourselves, mainly built around training and education for technologists and researchers, but also in the context of industrial research and also post-industrial research and development. So in this context, I've also founded already 2 companies in this regard. On the one hand, the Dropout Tables company, together with my colleague Ralf Pichler in Vienna, which is focused around blockchain development, and in particular trying to also grasp the deep challenges we see in the blockchain space. So there's a lot of nice ideas and nice projects, but usually a lot of these projects are not so well grounded technologically. So there's even some developers are going so far that there's a lot of I would say bad sentiment, or still very negative sentiment towards the blockchain space in general. This is very obvious and very strange to us sometimes even, but it's getting better as also the code maturity matures, and also as the concepts seem to mature overall. This is something that I have perceived positively this year. So we have another hype cycle of blockchain that came along. Of course, always driven by price, but also, as we have seen last year, strongly driven also by external factors, and especially also by COVID, because we saw a big price drop of Bitcoin once the crisis was happening. So back in 2020 and in 2021, we've seen a few bull cycles already. Now it's a little bit of a weaker market in general. But what I wanted to point at more specifically is the project and the project quality, which only partially and partly has been rising. There's a few new concepts on the horizon which I find particularly interesting. So there's a lot of like different concepts that emerged in the Web3 domain. For example, at most notably around data, like concepts and markets around data, maybe driven by GDPR and by a lot of consumer demand for more data privacy. Also, one thing that was very notable in the year was the digitization was again progressing faster than expected. This is actually, in my opinion, due to the fact that a lot of people are sitting at home and have to remote work, and a lot of like decentralized teams are forming. So people are getting used to this work and to actually also talk with their colleagues and interact with their colleagues the whole day via the computer. So I see a lot of things and opportunities there as well emerging. And sadly, we see also that there's a downside to that. So we have seen one of the largest breaches in security and in general in malware in this year. So this was very evident also, especially for security researchers. Just recently, in the past weeks, there has been the Log4j security hole, which even affects any device running a Java logger, a critical infrastructure, so to say, a library. So there has been a lot of debate, especially in the researcher community, about how to mitigate these risks, because most of these attacks have been attacks that have been that would be executable, because it is a classic economic attack. Because if you look closer, who are the people who are maintaining and working on this open source software stacks? Usually they are still considered to be in the Web 2 domain. So people are doing this voluntarily, which means they're not getting paid for it. And there I see a lot of interesting aspects, or in a way a hook where the whole Web3 world can position itself, because there is the proper incentive mechanisms, at least the theory, in place, so that these kind of basic attacks wouldn't happen anymore. Of course, this has been also in the spotlight for a lot of security researchers, in order to understand like how to secure any software that is building on a lot of other packages and libraries from the open source space. So I still believe that we will see an increase in malware and an increase in all these different zero-day attacks that are happening across the sector, because essentially there is something at stake now. So also due to the fact that a lot of people are hosting their crypto, like keeping their crypto on their machines, and like the digital assets are on the rise, on the example of NFTs and so on. And there's a lot to get actually once you get access to the proper channels. So I think once there's an incentive in place, there will be also attackers that look into that. So we have seen also a lot of interest, not only from companies, but also from investment that goes into the security and anti-malware domain. So this I thought is also important for us to maybe a little bit debate today, because especially since a lot of data that we're putting and storing online, most notably our identity and personal data, has been a strong target as well this year. So this is also provable the case by looking at identity thefts that just happened in 2021. So this spiked by the factor of at least 20. And I guess since I'm tackling a lot of questions and a lot of aspects here, I also thought about, and I started already taking notes to make this available at a later stage, that we can actually offer this to our public here and to the people listening in, because I think it's important to understand that technology and the digitization is on the rise, but also the threats are increasing.
But how can we protect ourselves? Well, how can we increase awareness? Because like you and I, we're in the tech scene all the time, so we're quite aware about things like also social engineering and all these kind of things. But where do you see, how could we improve that in general public also?
Yeah, I guess formats just like this, like the year in review is only the start of where to thematize these things. I think we should speak about them much more openly. I think still we're trying to be a very digitized society, but at the same time, there's not only the financial literacy, which is important, but also still the digital divide in place. So a lot of people are using technologies they're not really fully understanding at the moment. So my approach and the researchers' approach that I'm working with mostly is by trying to find and change their way of interacting with technology by looking at utilizing a lot of tools and technologies which are open source, so which you can actually verify that they are not doing anything wrong. At the same time, this introduces, of course, risks, but you can at least, if you're well knowledgeable enough in the individual topics, you can take a look yourself, or you can ask other people. And usually, this is a bit of a rabbit hole, but people are already using Linux on the desktop and using open source technologies on the desktop. Although I see specifically with Apple's approach to counter a lot of like open aspects, a bit of a backward step in this regards. I think one approach would be to a little bit research before utilizing specific technologies or specific tools. So there's a lot, of course, money being made with data and analytics and like structured data. So also looking at the platforms we are transmitting here towards. So Zoom is also like, of course, yeah, you have to a little bit look at the different practices of the companies and ask yourself like where and how are they making money. So I guess like the whole data market and selling and buying of personal data has been regulated very closely in the European Union now, but globally it's still a huge business. It still will be a super huge business. And so I guess like one has to ask himself that. So anything that is free or any service that you use that is free, you have to ask yourself why is this possible, or how can it be possible that these services are free? So you're usually paying with your data, and I guess like this is like something that will also enter the mass perception soon. I mean, it largely did as well. And what is more important, in my opinion, or more of a bigger threat, are services which are not so obvious that they are utilizing poor security standards. So one example has been, for example, Telegram, which of course a lot of crypto people and crypto natives are using traditionally. So this has been criticized in the past, not only because a lot of like extreme groups and extreme opinion leaders have been utilizing it, so anti-vaxxers, but also like a far right-wing people as well as crypto people love that platform. At the same time, if you look close at the technical capabilities of it, most of the content is stored unencrypted at centralized servers.
Matthias, can we hold that for a little bit?
Yes.
It changes my picture because I remember that Telegram was announced to be more reliable, more secure than WhatsApp to many people, and it's different. From what I understood from you, it's not that secure.
Yeah, so I mean, the problem is I see the public perception debate about these messengers and communication systems a bit, yeah, it's a bit on the surface, because there has been recently also a few leaks that show us. There was an FBI leak. For those who have researched this, I can maybe link this also somewhere that people can find it. It was in the media everywhere, where there has been extensive research on what kind of data is extractable from third parties. So either from the state or from like an external third party listening into this kind of device. What can you get? And Signal, for example, Signal Messenger was by far the hardest to crack, because there's like different aspects to look into when you look into the security of such systems. On the one hand, all of them and most of them have complete metadata leakage, so you can see who you contacted with at what time, but it's not very tangible and visible what kind of like the content itself is not visible. But at the same time, this might be sometimes for journalists or other people like too much already to reveal that they have been talking to a source, for example. So at the same time, I don't see WhatsApp as being, I don't understand why this is even discussed, because WhatsApp and most of these communication systems are not easy to look at. So you understand actually the protocol, how it works, and this might be secure. So this is only really securing you against transport security. But as soon as this is on your device, there's like additional things that have been also by law enforceable. Like for example, there was this huge debate also looking back at the year from NSO Group and the availability of like surveillance mechanisms such as the Staatstrojaner, the state Trojan, which is now installed also a lot and has been even affected a few people from the US Congress. So
I think these days the debate about which messaging services should be used is mostly driven by billionaire entrepreneurs. I remember a tweet from Elon Musk where he recommended to use either Telegram or Signal because it's more reliable and more secure than WhatsApp, and this has a cascading effect afterwards.
The interesting thing though to look at, and here again, like as Astrid was mentioning as well, so I think like our research diligence as well as like any tech diligence is something that about the systems and software you use should be like going beyond the nature of the system and beyond the technical capabilities of this, but also to look at the governance. I guess Astrid, you have been pointing to DAOs as a new method to also govern commons or govern like technological systems, networks, and so on. This is of course the case also with messaging systems. So if you look, for example, at Signal, it has a different structure. It's a foundation running it. It has been founded by Moxie Marlinspike, cypherpunk, a very well-known cryptographer. They don't make any money by selling data because it's like an NGO to foster the software development. So I think like also looking at who is running this, what is their interest in this particular software piece or network or whatnot. It's very important to understand like to measure the threat level or to understand if you want to be part of this, or if you want to use it. Of course, from a marketing perspective, it's a problem because usually the masses are using like all sorts of different systems and all sorts of like unsecure communication channels. So I guess a lot of people, researchers, people that really work in fields which are crucial or where it's crucial to be like secured or at least not observed, are utilizing segmentation of the devices. So you use like one device which is secure. So there has been also a few interesting startups that I've seen that started developing products in the hardware domain this year, which have been centered around privacy. So this is still in the public perception, also a strong topic, although there's always this saying that convenience always beats security, and I guess this is still very much the case. So we are using very unsecured services. We are making ourselves vulnerable, and I guess one aspect could be that Web3 systems and properly governed systems can actually be a solution for that. Although I've not seen a lot of things happen in this regard. There was a lot of things announced, but I'm looking at the code majority, like maturity actually of the different systems and networks around. There's still a long way to go. So the Web3, I hope will be there in like 10 years from now. So definitely not 2021.
I hope so too. I want to go into cyberspace pretty soon, so they should speed up. Matthias, let's dig deeper into cybersecurity a little bit later, and let's call in our next speaker from Shanghai, China, an old friend of mine, Irénée Robin. Welcome to the show. So we should reconnect now as a panelist, and here he comes. Irénée was part of a podcast episode in the last year in which we were talking about the situation in China and how China is managing the coronavirus situation. Irénée, welcome.
Coming through. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you very well. It's good to have you back. How is it going in Shanghai?
Let me go through. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irénée Robin. I'm based in Shanghai, China, as Christian said, where I've been living for more than 21 years. I am what the British call a pharmaceutical physician. That is to say, neither a pharmacist nor a physician, but a specialist of drug development. My background is in medical R&D, particularly virology. I worked for many years in a large Chinese CRO, and now my activity is, simply put, to assist Western innovators in human health to develop their footprint on the Chinese market. So first of all, I would like to thank my good friend Christian for inviting me to contribute to his famous Year in Review podcast series. Christian, I really hope that I will be able to invite you to China again, sooner rather than later, depending on travel restrictions.
I hope so too. It would be great to go to China again. What is your expectation towards travel restrictions?
Oh, well, expectations for travel restrictions is somewhere between summer and end of the year. But that
but you're not talking about 2021. You're talking about 2022.
So yeah, nothing in a scoop for you. It will not be released before the end of 2021.
Okay. That's a long way to go. We had a nice conversation last year about how the drug development and the vaccine development will evolve. And we made some predictions. And the first question I have to you, and I'm interested in, is how did the reality turn out to be, in your opinion?
That's exactly right. So I will speak to you again about COVID-19. So I'm sorry about that, but don't worry. I will take you on a lesser traveled road, and you may not already know what I'm going to tell you, the story of COVID-19 therapies. And to be more specific, actually, the story of the COVID oral pills. It's an interesting story, although at some point it's a bit of an upsetting one, especially in light of the current status of the pandemic. I'm certain that every one of us, we all sense somehow that has been missing in the global fight against this virus. So here's what I mean by that. Pandemic response to me is like a chair, and a chair must have at least 3 legs for you to safely sit down on it. The 3 legs of a pandemic response can be described by 3 verbs: to treat, to heal, to prevent. To treat, to heal, to prevent. So today we will leave the prevention leg aside. I mean, multiple vaccines exist, and there is absolutely no doubt that they are playing their role in the fight against COVID-19. And we will only focus on the treat and heal legs. Well, since day one of this pandemic, which, as you can imagine, I have experienced firsthand in China from 20th of January 2020, treating their COVID patients as effectively as possible is the #1 concern of physicians worldwide. It's also their responsibility. Always provide each patient with the best treatment available to them. Treating is the job of clinicians, and it's akin to an obligation of means rather than results. That is why, during the first month of this viral outbreak, doctors worldwide have been scrambling inside their existing toolbox. And by that, I mean existing drugs, symptom relief procedures, and the like. From day one, infectious disease clinicians have tried various molecules, various protocols based on pre-COVID literature at first, and starting with compounds that had demonstrated activity against SARS-CoV-1, the SARS agent from the 2003 emergence. This is how, for instance, hydroxychloroquine, HCQ, emerged, for instance. In France, which is my home country, HCQ was championed by a physician and virologist from Marseille, one with an impeccable research pedigree, Professor Didier Raoult. He, however, made what I personally think is a serious communication mistake by saying on French TV as early as February 2020, the game is over. Quite the mishap, you will agree, yeah? But I'm utterly convinced he was right to try and treat patients the way he did, in the absence of any other option. And this event, believe it or not, had huge consequences. In France, but also elsewhere in Europe, throughout the year 2020, leaders were quite prompt to disqualify the opinion of first-line practitioners as to how to treat COVID patients in the absence of vaccines or specific therapies. Therefore, particularly in countries where GPs, that's general practitioners, are the first point of contact between patients and the healthcare system, GPs were practically denied their usual role. GPs could not treat. And from what I've heard during multiple discussions with some of them, generated a fair amount of frustration. Where in parallel, the research community would not let go without a fight. Simply put, virologists quickly started what shall be done in any and all infectious pathogen outbreak situations. Screening molecule libraries, thousands of compounds to select possible candidates or hits for repurposing against SARS-CoV-2 after demonstrated antiviral activity. One, to me, shall not look down on drug repurposing. After all, the drug that saves the most lives today in the world does so thanks to a very successful repurposing in the 1970s, from high-dose painkiller to low-dose anticoagulant. You probably know which drug I'm referring to, it's a German one. Several hits emerged after this in vitro screening phase. Ivermectin, fluvoxamine, budesonide, Arbidol, in France, Clofoctol, and others, all drugs, cheap drugs, known drugs, especially in terms of side effects and contraindications. Those drugs bore the promise of providing GPs with tools to treat COVID-19 patients. Imperfect tools, but tools nonetheless. After all, sometimes you can use a small standard screwdriver on a cruciform screw, even if it's not ideal. None of them, as you noticed, made it through to mainstream acceptance. Although interestingly enough, HCQ hydroxychloroquine and Arbidol are still recommended in the official Chinese treatment guidelines on the COVID-19. However, given that there are over 16 million compounds available for screening worldwide, according to the industry, my opinion is that too little effort was made worldwide in this respect, both in 2020 and in 2021. I shall explain this in detail in a dedicated podcast, but to you I can give already my conclusion. If the right efforts had been made, then by now GPs would have in their toolbox a safe and effective combination of ultra cheap, well-known drugs, easy to administer from the very first symptom, and treating COVID-19. That is contributing to a certain extent to the reduction of deaths, hospitalizations, and long-term sequelae. This leg of our chair, the treating leg, was never properly affixed. That to me is the upsetting part of today's story. But now to good news. What do we have today, 17th of December, 2021? What we have now, or almost have, are the first two molecules intended to heal COVID-19 patients from first symptom onset via home treatment. That is, drugs that were designed to fight SARS-CoV-2, not drugs that happened by chance to be active against SARS-CoV-2. Healing, well, it carries more of an obligation of results, especially in the acute infectious diseases field. And healing is, at least to me, first and foremost, pharma and biotech companies' jobs, providing the right tool to clinicians. Well, those two molecules, you may have heard of them, One is molnupiravir, marketed by Merck under the brand Lagevrio. The other one will soon be marketed by Pfizer under the brand Paxlovid. Well, first of all, let me say that being able to go from SARS-CoV-2 outbreak to market authorization of SARS-CoV-2 specific oral antiviral drugs in merely 2 years, it's an incredible feat. I studied extensively the discovery and development of influenza-specific drugs such as Tamiflu in the 90s, and it took 6 to 8 years back then. Well, while discovery of Lagevrio took place indeed in a small biotech company, Ridgeback, its ultra-fast development into a marketed product was only made possible thanks to Big Pharma, Merck in that case. And the clinical program of that drug in particular was conducted at a pace that had not been seen before. It is equally remarkable for Paxlovid, which is 100% Pfizer throughout discovery and development. Well, it is my opinion and that of many renowned scientists around the world that those two drugs are essential game changers in our fight against COVID-19. So let's get a bit into details. Those two drugs, in fact, have different features, different benefits, different risks, mostly because they target different phases of the viral infection cycle. Lagevrio, the Merck one, which is officially authorized in the UK and Vietnam already, and has received a favorable expert panel vote in the US, I like to compare it to a Land Rover. Not the fastest, not for everyone, but very robust on all terrains. In medical terms, what does that mean? Based on clinical trials, and provided, of course, that you take this medicine timely, well, first, you very likely will not die. I listened to Merck's FDA presentation live on November 30th. Nobody died from COVID in the treatment group of the phase 3 of that drug. Second, you have around 30% less chances to go to the hospital. I have read many articles that say that a 30% reduction in hospitalization risk is disappointing. With that, I disagree. 30% less inpatient flow is a very welcome help to ensure a smooth functioning of ICU wards in Western countries. As long as what we call the R value, that is to say the speed of transmission of the virus, remains under control, barrier gestures and so on. Third, you can take that drug no matter what other medicines you take. It has no known drug-drug interactions. Fourth, due to its mechanism of action, it is very, very unlikely to generate what we call antiviral resistance, that is, new virus variants that would escape the drug and render it useless. Something like this happened to Tamiflu to a certain extent in the 2000s. Risk-wise, it is contraindicated for pregnant women due to risks for the fetus development. Well, given the mean age of COVID-19 patients, it's not a strong barrier. Paxlovid, the Pfizer drug, still comparing with a car, is more like a Ferrari, super fast, super handling, but a little bit high maintenance. Performance is much higher than Lagevrio, 80% drop in hospitalization. So, well, you don't die either anyway. But pending real life data, this is very, very impressive. And due to its formulation, however, it interferes with many other medicines, which may be an issue for certain COVID patients suffering from pre-existing conditions. Besides, there might be future variants that manage to evade its mechanism of action. That is why, notwithstanding future efforts in Japan and in China even, I believe that the future of COVID response lies in the combined use of those two drugs worldwide at home, that is before the hospital, and beside, not instead of vaccines, beside vaccines, not instead of vaccines. Always have anti-vaxxers, but anti-druggers less than that. And combining those two drugs will allow for reduction of each component's dose, less side effects, is likely to warrant higher overall efficiency. It will reduce antiviral resistance risk to virtually zero. It has the potential to turn COVID into not much more than a common cold or a flu. It's a big deal. I said worldwide use. Well, richer countries, they can pay for the drug, no doubt, especially when those drugs reduce hospital costs in such proportions. But for the poorer countries, through partnership with a very interesting organization named MPP, you can look it up if you want, both Merck and Pfizer have already ensured Lagevrio and Paxlovid's affordability via specific licensing agreements that will remain completely royalty-free as long as the pandemic lasts. And the logistics to deliver capsules like this to every corner of the world is so much easier than for biological products such as vaccines or therapeutic antibodies. It makes a lot of sense to quickly move forward on this front. So to conclude, it's a far too short presentation, but there will be a longer one soon. Stay tuned. As of today, except in the UK and Vietnam, our chair has indeed only one leg, the prevent leg. Needless to say, it cannot stand straight. The treat leg in 2020-2021 pains me to say it, but we missed it. It's difficult to assess how many patients we could have saved by giving this treat leg the importance it deserves. But my personal impression is that many deaths could have been avoided via the identification and generalization of the synergistic combination of existing cheap medicines that happen to be active on SARS-CoV-2. All in all, my take is on the treat leg, we didn't do our best, but the heal leg, well, 2021 has clearly been the year during which this leg grew. And given the way it grew, this is great news for the richer and poorer countries alike. So what do we need now? We need flawless logistics, well-informed GPs, and the certainty for people that those two drugs are available at the pharmacy or the dispensary nearby. Sounds simple enough, but it actually is not. So let us make a wish today, and we'll finish on this, that leaders of all nations, with the continuous support of the pharmaceutical industry and the research community, will quickly build in 2022 a chair that they can stably sit on, so that we can sit back, relax to, including in places like a stadium, a restaurant, a club, a bar, a long-haul plane, smiling at one another and seeing other people smile back to us. So thank you very much for your attention. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Irénée, thank you very much for participating, and I'm always impressed by how well prepared you are and how well you're doing your research and deliver accurate content. It's really rare these days when you look on the internet. There is so much chatter, and I completely agree to what you said. We should have another podcast episode in which we go into more detail for people who are interested. Let's pull Astrid and Matthias in the discussion for the next 10 to 12 minutes. You mentioned, Irénée, supply chain issues and logistics. And I saw that pretty much the whole world was focused on doing logistics for SARS-CoV-2 treatments. But what's with the other areas, Astrid and Matthias? What do you think? How is the supply chain going currently?
You want to start, Astrid, or can I? Because I prepared a lot of
you go ahead,
things in this regard. So I see, of course, from my context, a lot of still supply chain issues that are just emerging in times of crisis and in times of the longer crisis, with the multiple crises we are experiencing. So on the one hand, I see the emergence of the secondary markets, especially in research, in IoT and in hardware, where people are in a way hamstering a lot of like equipment and partial materials that are needed for the production of hardware. We see a lot of moves also in terms of how the global chip production has been affected by this. So there has been a lot of debate also in creating like smaller, not so high density wafer systems. Even in Europe, there's been a lot of debate for Intel also where the next fab will be located. And so I guess like supply chain is heavily affected by the crisis, mainly because of an initial disruption, but also because of other elements, and because of people buying, and a lot of like larger corporates also buying a lot of material off the market, especially in the technology sectors, in order to be prepared and not to have any disruption in the future. But where I see like even stronger demand at the moment, if we call it more of a resource crisis overall, maybe it's getting like more comprehensible then, because we see, interestingly, also the job and the talent market being disrupted massively. So from my perspective, we had to also massively react to that, because there's a very strong talent shortage or like increase in demand of developers, which is evident in the past month. And a lot of companies and research projects, but also like larger groups of people have been aligning themselves by starting to train people themselves, because it's like it's very scarce, and prices for senior developers have been reaching astronomical heights. It's like really insane. If you look at some of the job offerings in the IT domain, they have doubled or tripled. It's really very insane, in my opinion. And at the same time, we are experiencing in this whole sector this kind of anti-junior sentiment. So the training and the scouting and the individual monitoring of the sector has been also changing massively. So a lot of people have been like especially juniors were unable to find a job, while seniors have been being offered 2 times or 3 times the pay in the IT sector. So this might also be in the industrial research sector, almost the same. I don't know so much about that, but I guess like in the IT, it's visible that this is a strong divide between the upcoming talent and the existing talent, and I think this could have a longer effect on the economy as well. At least in the emerging tech sector, this is a topic that has been discussed. So there was also a recent survey from Gartner in September that has revealed that talent shortage is the biggest barrier to emerging technologies adoption. I guess this is I don't know if this is maybe also comparing to the medical research sector, maybe because a lot of like research is maybe focused around COVID, or it's like, of course, because it's a pressing issue, but maybe there's also money to be made. I would love to hear your input also on this. Maybe if you can, if you see this is this the case, or is this like something you can comment on, Irénée?
Well, right now, you know, I mean, the pandemic fight is it's a mix between public health, global politics, local politics, and so on. It's rather complicated to sort out. But when it comes to the logistics strictly, I mean, what we have right now in our toolbox is either vaccines or drugs that are injectable, which means they need special handling. We're talking about, you know, a cold chain. We're talking about dilution. We're talking about the intervention at all stages of dedicated personnel. Something quite different from, you know, oral drugs, such like pills that could be shipped, you know, in big containers or big boxes and so on and so forth. And my overall impression is that one of the reasons why logistics in terms of the pandemic was not handled entirely properly is that because we took some, let's say, public health routes that were difficult to follow. I mean, if basing everything on a biological drug response be they, or biological product response, be they vaccines or drugs, brings complication. I mean, there's nothing easier to ship than capsules, tablets, or the likes. So hopefully at some point there will be progress done on the supply on that end, and then there will be, in terms of logistics, a lot of things that can be done more easily, especially if we want to tackle it worldwide. I mean, the West is the West, but especially if we want to tackle it worldwide.
Yeah, I also heard actually from colleagues who are sort of in the healthcare supply chain business that they also say that we had huge shortages on PCR machines, for example, at the beginning of the year. So it was really a struggle to fulfill all the orders. I think also recently sort of a huge issue was also pipette tips, and that they were sort of already offering alternatives of the alternatives as like, oh, now we don't have any plastics anymore. So where do we go with that really? So, absolutely. I mean, there's also really a huge issue, both for research, but also for sort of like all the testing that we have going on these days, right?
Absolutely. So that's why I tend to, as you probably heard from the subtext from my speech, is that I tend to, you know, try and sit back and go back to the simplest possible things, you know. I mean, we know how to make small molecules. That's overall, that's the easiest thing to do. And if somebody is tested positive and has symptoms, well, give them the drug, hopefully. And, you know, let's not overthink this. I mean, when Tamiflu came out, governments stockpiled it to a point that it was crazy, and they were right to do it, although there was no pandemic at the end for avian flu, for instance, 2008, 2009. I mean, France stockpiled 94 million pills. I mean, 67 million people, you know, in France. 94 million pills. They stockpiled that much because they were afraid of avian flu. And that was, to me, that was preparedness. And that was not money wasted. Yeah, let's try and revert to the simplest ways. Vaccines, in terms of logistics, have their issues, and we've been standing on a prevention leg, and the therapeutic leg, the treatment leg, has been a little bit neglected.
Yeah, this was
so sorry to interrupt. Like another aspect of like countering these issues you have been mentioning is also has also been deployed by researchers in order to make medical devices publicly available or open sourcing them. So there has been a trend going on in 2021 that I've been observing. I've been also posting this here in the chat. I'm not sure if every one of the listeners will be able to see that, but there's like, for example, open PCR and several approaches. They've been also raising a lot of concerns, because the question is if these medical devices should be like available to be reproduced by everyone because of the standards they are like missing and so on. But I guess it would be like at least a step in the right direction by making it also clearer how are these technologies made possible.
Well, that is true. Based on the two drugs I mentioned, just in 10 seconds, the two drugs I mentioned, based on the agreements with the MPP that I mentioned, they can be manufactured for free by everybody in the third world. That's what the agreement states. And as long as it's a pandemic, no royalty to Pfizer and Merck. So everybody can go there. Notable exceptions: Russia and China. Russia and China are not part of those agreements, but that's another story.
I was one final question to you, Irénée. What's your opinion that the therapeutics came last? Why was there such a lag compared to vaccines and other inventions?
I have an opinion, but this is really my 2 cents. It is an opinion. It's not necessarily backed by hard facts. So do you want to hear it?
Sure. Let's go.
Good. It's been there's one hard fact, is that vaccine-wise on human coronaviruses, vaccine-wise, China was ahead. Mm-hmm. It was ahead because it suffered from SARS in 2003. That's the only country which suffered from SARS. I know all the scientists who worked on this disease, and the SARS-CoV-1, so the SARS vaccine, was virtually ready. So when SARS-CoV-2 came out, they did not start from scratch. They started from a basis. And it was known in the scientific community that, I mean, it was a surprise for no one that the Chinese vaccines would come out in 6 or 9 months. My personal opinion, based on that fact, is that the US, under the leadership at that time, decided to go on a head-to-head with China.
Okay. This makes sense. Irénée, thank you very much for your insights. I'm looking forward to our next podcast episode in Digging Deeper. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and we stay in touch. Let's switch to the next speaker. Just give me a second to arrange everything. And it's Bettina Resl from Sanofi Europe, and she's responsible for public affairs, head Europe Consumer Healthcare. Bettina, it's good to see you back on the show.
Hi, Christian.
Hi, good to see you. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. In Christmas mood already.
That's great.
Only a few days are being until Christmas. That's really great.
How many days do we have? I think it's 8, or do I count it right?
It's just a week. So today in a week.
It's still enough time for all men to do their Christmas shopping last minute. We've still a week ahead.
But modern men and women, they buy an internet, isn't it?
That's true. That's true. Bettina, how was your 2021?
It was a very mixed year, so to say. So from a personal point of view, I changed the teams. So in the middle of the year, I left Sanofi in Austria and take over my current role as a responsible person for public affairs for consumer healthcare in Europe. And the consumer healthcare business is a very, how can I say it, is a very responsible sector, responsible for helping our healthcare system being more resilient in the upcoming years. So it's very, very important to have self-care as and it is a crucial part in the health business as well as the healthcare systems. And so I'm very happy to take over this role and to work together with all European countries and as well as with the governments and tell them how they can save money with improving the self-care business in their countries, because people are very familiar with their health, as we saw during the pandemic. In the first couple of weeks and months, the healthcare system has to concentrate on diseases, not only on COVID, but also on diseases like oncology and chronic diseases as well. And so cough and cold, for example, in the beginning of the pandemic in 2022, no, not 22, we have 22 in the next year, so in 2020. The people have to handle all those things for their own. So allergy, digestive wellness, cough and cold, as I said before, pain and pain care. So the healthcare system said, okay, if you're not totally ill, please handle your healthy status for your own. This was the first time in every healthcare systems all over Europe that people has to care for themselves, and they showed that they can be responsible for their own health and well-being. And so it's very important that we have this status, but we have also in addition accompany this new role of the people to care for themselves with the improvement of health literacy, because people have to know more about their well-being, what is good for them, and what shall they not do. We are facing Christmas, as we joked in the beginning, and to know what is good to eat and drink, and that is good to go outside to take a walk after a heavy Christmas dinner or lunch is the first step of being healthy. And in addition to this, the self-care gives the opportunity to everyone to be more healthy in the end.
I think.
And do you also do? Sorry.
Go ahead, Astrid. Oh, go ahead. Continue.
No.
Continue.
So, I mean, this is really a great topic, but how do you actually reach your patients? Are you using also any kind of digital applications, or is it via traditional kind of routes, or?
No, our products are, we sell our products via the pharmacies. So the self-care products that we have in our portfolio. So for allergy, digestive, mental health, well-being, pain care, all those products are available in the pharmacies, so that you can go as a consumer or as a patient and speak with the pharmacist, and he gives you the advice which product you shall take. So this is the one side where you can get self-care products, and the other, as I also mentioned before, is the internet. So there are several different web platforms where you can also buy self-care products, where self-care products are offered. It's very high regulated. It's a very high regulated segment, because we're buying products which are also under the authority of the regulatory bodies in each and every country, also like the other reimbursed or the medication you need a prescription for. So it's not possible to go into a shop and buy all those products I mentioned before.
I like the term you mentioned, health literacy. And I think this is one of the positive outcomes, if there is any, of the pandemic, that general awareness for how to stay healthy is increasing. My question to you is, what can the different stakeholders do to improve that and to accelerate the process in 2022?
There are a lot of concepts, strategies to improve the health literacy for the people. The easiest is to teach the children. So in kindergarten, to teach them to eat the right food, so to say, and to learn children that they can go outside, have a walk, run outside in the park, and these are the first steps in our health literacy career, to know that fruits, vegetables, and fewer meat is crucial for our health and well-being, and also for the mental wellness. It is necessary to have a walk, to go outside, to move, not only to sit the whole day as we do and did for the last 1 or 2 years in our home office chairs, and even do not go out. So to learn the children that it's fun to go outside and to run, to bicycle, or only be outside and do some sports and movements, and to teach them which vegetables, meat, and other products on our list, on our shopping list, and on our eating list are good for us, and in which concentration, that it's also okay then when they are eating chips, but it's not good to have tons of them on the eating list. So these are the first steps. It's really easy. It's easy to stay healthy when you learn it from the very beginning. And but we also have to take into account that not everyone is going to kindergarten. So people in our ages, they have also to be taught by the right tools and methods. What can they do to get healthier? And even I think it's what we saw in our company as well is that mental health is the most crucial thing which we have to deal with in our times, because the long-lasting time period of distancing, of social distancing, of physical distancing, Not all of us have a family and sit with a family at home, which also brings problems. It's not only fun to sit in a flat or in a house the whole time only with your family. This also brings problems to families, as well as the mental health status. But what we saw in our company is that we have to offer more mental health solutions, so to say. And what you said, or what you asked, Astrid, we are thinking about to have in the next upcoming years more solutions which we connect with our product. So we have products for mental health and well-being, and our vision is to look for applications for health solutions in the digital sector, which we can link with those medication. 2 days ago, I heard from a doctor, from a physicist in Germany, that they developed an application, and with just simple tools, they improved the life of the people who are using this application by 30% in 6 months. So the health status of those people who use this application increased in a very a short period of time. And it was amazing to hear about that. And as I said before, it's not rocket science. It's only improving the knowledge of your own literacy, of your health literacy, to know what is good for me. People know that smoking is not good for them, but and they know also that sitting is not good for them. So to sit the whole day is the new smoking. They know if it's in English the same pronunciation and as in German. But we need some tools which remember us that we have to stand up every one time in an hour. We need tools which tell us, okay, how much how much did you drink this day? Do you walk and exercise for a period of time? So staying healthy is not that on the one hand not that easy, but on the other hand we can give solutions to the hands of the people, which helps them with very easy steps to get healthier in a very short period of time. And this is what we would like to do in 22, to link, as I said before, to link our products with all those easy handling things.
Matthias, a quick final question to Bettina.
Yes, I guess I was wondering, because of course, as the whole pandemic was challenging, not only for people because of home office, but also especially for offices, there has been this change of perception, this change in public sentiment, if the office is needed at all, or if we will have this kind of change situation, or post-pandemic situation, let's call it for now, that will stay like that. So how do you see also this kind of problem emerging, or this kind of home office emerging? There's also a lot of terms that are coming along the way, such as great resignation, or like also great reshuffle. These topics that are debating that there will not be the old normal. The old normal will not be the new normal. There will be a kind of a constant change in people staying at the home office, and in this case, they would be very much in need of understanding this health literacy that you've been talking about. Do you see the same thing existing? Do you design your product around that, or would that also work without home offices and these aspects?
Yeah, I'm not sure what is new, what is old after 2 years sitting in home office. So from my personal point of view, if you raise this question one year before to me, I have given you the answer that I'm absolutely convinced that we will never go back to the office, and that every one of us will stay at home for the end of the business career, and work from the home offices as long as we do have the pandemic, and even longer. Now 2 years in sitting at home, and looking around especially our company, and speaking to my colleagues, makes me see it differently, because we need this social interaction, and I see it, and I saw it, as well as our HR colleagues also have the same impression, that people need to go to the office, and they need to have this social interaction. The business stuff we can handle over Zoom or other web platforms. That's not the point. But you need this short coffee talks. You need to have these short talks with your colleagues, going outside of your office, and just asking, how are you, how the things are going, what is on your agenda, what are you working on, and just these 5 minute talks, they are so necessary for us people. The same as I said before, going outside, have a walk, or eating the right food. So we need this interaction, and this is also one part of our health literacy, to know that we need social interaction. And it is the easiest thing to go to the office to have this social interaction.
Bettina, thank you very much for these nice words and your insights into 2021. I wish you and your team and your family all the best for 2022.
Thank you very much for you too.
Maybe we can catch up in the next year. 15 minutes is definitely very short. Just found
That's
out.
True. Thank you very much. So have a good day and a good weekend. Bye.
Have a great day. Bye. And our next speaker is Sascha Berger from DVM Capital. Sascha, welcome to the show. Welcome back.
Hello, thank you.
Sascha, how is life? How was life in 2021 in Munich and for DVM Capital?
Well, probably similar to most of the other venture capitalists. So DVM, for those who are not familiar, is one of the oldest European VC firms with a transatlantic presence. So besides Munich and Central Europe, we are also present in North America. And well, 2021 was a busy year. We still had some deals to close, which were put on watch, so to say, in the first COVID year. Now we are in the second COVID year. I was hoping, like anybody else, like you, Christian, that this was over with the last winter, but well, it wasn't. So we had to adapt to it. We had to close those deals, make investments, even in a world where traveling is very challenging. So we closed a number of deals where we didn't even meet those people in person at all. So it was completely done virtually. Well, we of course had to get in contact with new companies. Have seen many opportunities, and that was maybe the most striking feature of the last year. Just if I look back, that we have seen tremendous investments. The amounts per investment were quite significant. Just a couple of days ago, another 87 million euro Series A round was closed by some of our colleagues. for a German biotech company, and these mega million rounds have increased also in Europe. And so, despite the pandemic, or maybe even because of, but that's a discussion we can have, because of COVID and all the general interest in the field. Let's put that very neutral. A lot of money is available now for biotech, and we see the effect of that in the market.
Sascha, many thanks for these insights that there is an uptake in investments. I was hoping for years that we see something like that. The question to you I have is, do you think it will be a lasting effect that more capital is flowing towards early stage development, mid stage development, and also later stage development, or will it just be one moment in time and it's gone in a couple of months?
Well, I mean, I'm as wise or not so smart as anybody else here. Of course, I hope it's lasting, but my experience rather tells me we should use the window of opportunity now. Companies should use this window of opportunity, which is amazingly big, but will most likely be smaller at some point. There have always been waves in the past, and just the amount of money flowing into the sector is something which I don't think is in that on that level sustainable, because people are of course very, very optimistic now. They're investing hundreds of millions in biotech companies, but I mean the inherent risk of drug development and the life science sector doesn't change. I mean, just out of pure statistics, most of those projects will fail, and people who are not familiar with this sector may burn their fingers. And if they just do one or two investments and those don't turn out to be the big winners, people may be frustrated in 1 to 3 years. So that's, I mean, we all know that because that's just the business. Yeah, I hope that overall, even though I don't think that these high levels will continue for the next 2-3 years, overall, there are more people interested in the field, and we can indeed, with this new wave of money, now achieve significant advancements, and that is overall positive. So I only see this positive.
Irénée Robin mentioned that he was impressed by the speed of vaccine development and the development of therapeutics overall, and that the pharma industry and also the researchers, the scientists did a great job. And I always wonder, will this also be a lasting effect, so that the entire industry is focusing on streamlining the entire research process to also see an uptake in the development speed in other disease areas? What's your opinion on that? What do you see as an investor in the pipeline?
Well, I think that there are two elements. First, I mean, it wasn't really that big of a surprise, given that I mean, Moderna and BioNTech were both working on this for years, and BioNTech for a decade. The surprise was that it now actually worked, right? I mean, it didn't work before. So luckily for all of us, the vaccine did work. In the oncology space where they started, they had lots of failures, which eventually didn't and discouraged them from continuing, but improving the product, the process, the production, and well, the first real hit was the vaccine. So it wasn't coming out of the blue when we talk about the technology, but you're right, of course. I mean, the regulatory framework was exceptionally supportive in this regard, and things have been able, which haven't been able before, simply because it was generally accepted also by the regulatory authorities that a stepwise approach is okay, and you don't have to generate the full data package put everything in a nice presentation, then schedule a meeting, then go to the meeting, and then you have half a year of review period. But it was really this iterative process. We generate a new batch of data. It's just sent via email to the regulatory authorities. They review while you're continuing the study. And this hand-in-hand approach made it happen in the end. Unfortunately, I don't think that this is the norm and will be the norm, because this of course is super time consuming. A lot of attention was put on the vaccine, but taken away from other projects which were put on hold a bit, because the regulatory authorities just didn't recruit double number of people. It's just that they focused their attention on certain projects. So I hope the learning will be that it's better to be a bit more flexible in the way the communication should be handled, and that an iterative process is smarter. But I don't think that overall the processes completely change, and they shouldn't change. I mean, in the end, it is important that people feel that this is done properly, right, and it's not rushed. This is the criticism you hear now, that these vaccines are rushed into the market and you don't know all about the side effects, which is not true. I mean, this was done very, very well, but the overall impression should be this is properly done, and people's safety is the utmost priority of any drug development.
I think I completely agree. Safety is the most important thing. When I look at 2021 and 2020, to switch to the digital development, it always feels to me like 2 decades were put into 2 years. And I always wonder from your deal flow as a VC, do you see also effects in the kind of deals that are coming to you, that also this digital transformation is happening in drug development at a similar speed?
Yes, I do. I mean, as always, crises not only block things, but they also accelerate certain processes. And this is clearly what we see here. So the way we work together, which was also discussed with Bettina just before me, obviously changed for everybody. And also the developments which we saw before, meaning more digitization, smarter processes, new technologies like mRNAs, whatever. I mean, this got a rocket fuel with the pandemic, and I don't think that this will change, right? This, as I said, these are things which have been before on the market, but now got the real kick and speed. And I mean, digital processes using artificial intelligence, remote patient monitoring, all these topics, which are now easier in this new home office environment. They won't go away, right? I think this is here to stay.
Sascha, one final question to you. What is your outlook for 2022?
Well, my wish for 2022 is that this whole COVID mess is getting under control. I optimistically made travel plans for the year. And I really hope that I can go back to a hybrid model where I can continue working from the office for things where a digital interaction is simply most efficient. But I really hope that I can also meet with people again. Building trust is something which you can do via Zoom and Teams, but it's way more efficient and more fun to do that in person. So that is my hope. My expectation is that the fast lane we got now for certain technologies will be available, and we have to make the best out of the attention, the money which is available in the sector, spend it wisely, make good bets, and then hopefully by doing that, we'll have a long-term impact, a positive one for the industry and in the end for patients.
Yeah, this would be great, being able to travel again. What are your plans when it comes to conferences? Where can people meet you next year, hopefully in person?
Yeah, indeed. So certainly all the bio conferences, Bio Europe, Bio Europe Spring, Bio International, which will be in San Diego next year. So those are the bigger ones. And we'll continue to be present in all the major partnering online conferences. But I really hope to see people again. I think first time in Basel in March at Bio Europe Spring. So that would be great if Omicron is not completely destroying our plans here.
No, this would be very great to catch up in Basel next year in spring, in March. Sascha, thank you very much for joining. I wish you, your team, and your family all the best for 2022 and a Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Christian. Merry Christmas to all.
See you. So we move to our next speaker. When I get the controls under control. And it's from Vienna, Austria, Thomas Moser from Alien Biotechnology. And with Thomas, I had an amazing episode recording in June, July, recording and publishing, where we were switching the content from, or the discussion from SARS-CoV-2 to another amazing technology, to gene editing and CRISPR technology. And welcome to the show. I see that Tilmann is here, Tilmann Buerckstuermmer from Alien Biotech.
Hi, Christian. Good to see you. I'm waiting for Thomas to join as well. He was going to be there, but now he's not.
I think probably, let me just check. You are here, and I have to promote Thomas to panelist. So he should be joining, I think, in a second. Tilmann, it's good to see you. How are things going?
Yeah, things are going very well. I would say we've had a really fun year, and you know, the companies are growing, and we're seeing sort of a lot of excitement in the industry, I would say, in general. So I think we've had a tremendous year 2021. Hi, Thomas.
Thomas, good to see you. You're on mute. Your microphone is on mute, Thomas. And it's amazing. I see that you have 2 webcams.
Yeah. Yeah, he comes in stereo.
You should do the podcast with me.
Okay. So.
Yeah, no, we've really had an interesting year because we've told you a little bit about Alien and about our sort of CRISPR screening venture, but we've also built a new venture, which is BitBio Discovery, and that in this company we're really taking stem cells and we're trying to create new cell types, and that is something that, you know, to me, sort of when we started, really sounded like science fiction, right? Because there is this sort of this paradigm since the sort of mid 20th century that cells can really only develop in sort of one direction, and once they've become a certain cell, it's not easy to change cell identity, and sort of in addition, it was always thought that you need to follow the sort of, if you like, the natural trace, right? Cells need to essentially follow embryogenesis until they sort of become a mature or adult sort of cell type. And together with our partners in Cambridge at BitBio, we're really achieving these amazing cell conversions, right? We're starting with a stem cell, and within a few days it becomes sort of a neuron, and it sort of stretches out and it fires in a cell culture, right? These cells, you can see the neurons because they look like neurons and they behave like neurons, and that's sort of really an amazing piece of science, we feel. And now the next bit is that we're really taking our technology and we're trying to find new cell types. And that, again, I find that a bit like the sort of search for the holy grail in biology, right? You take one cell and you're trying to find a way to make another cell. You're trying to find a way to create T cells from stem cells, or NK cells from stem cells, or various other cell types. And that is sort of what has kept us busy at Bit Biodiscovery, I would say, over the course of this year. And we're seeing sort of early results and early outcomes that get us very excited.
Thomas, how was your 2021?
Yeah, for Alien, this was another tremendous year. I think, yeah, we even kind of profited from this whole Corona situation, in the sense that we strongly see that the kind of trend for outsourcing from pharma and biotech companies is still a valid one, and this helped us a lot in getting in additional cooperation and projects. So in essence, yeah, we kind of are positive about this whole Corona situation, but obviously, yeah, it hopefully will go away at some point in time. And the other big trend that we definitely see, because you discussed it before, is really this trend to digitalization and tremendous data volumes in biology. I mean, we really see it now. For the kind of sake of comparison, we just looked up our numbers, what amount of data we get in every hour, 24/7, and that's, for people who are in biology, that's a so-called 2 MySeq run. So that would mean close to 50 million reads come in every hour, irrespective of holidays and weekends. So the bioinformatics is definitely gaining increasing importance, especially in our business where we deal with the analysis of transcriptomes of single cells. You can easily imagine that this is a real data battle that we have to fight here.
You mentioned the data battle. When you were speaking, I had this picture in my mind, or the question from the investment world. So when you get data, is it a signal or is it just noise? The data you get for your company and for your area, how do you see it? Do you get a lot of noise now, or more noise, or is it really helpful data so that you can speed up your work processes or improve the quality of your approaches? How do you see that?
Shall I cover that, Thomas? My feeling is that, what really sets us apart from what everybody else does is that we're not just collecting sequencing data, in a sense that, what people have done for a long period of time is they've taken different tissues, they've taken patient samples, they sequence, and then they essentially correlate phenotypes with the data, right? They say, oh, this group of patients had lupus, and let's see if we can find something in the next-gen sequencing data that would tell us, something about the mechanism of the disease or something about a new cure. What we're doing is quite different, because we're really running experiments where we perturb the system. So we're going in, we're using CRISPR, we're changing the expression or the activity of certain genes, and we're looking at sort of causal consequences. So it's really, I would say, the data, while they're still big and they're noisy and somebody needs to make sense of them, like with all big data sets, they have these causal relationships in them that really sets them apart from many other data sets, particularly next generation sequencing data sets that people collect in the field. So it's I really think that is where we see a lot of interest, because we can actually establish these causal relationships.
We had in June a nice podcast episode about CRISPR therapeutics. And I asked you, because I saw a lot of attention from investors coming to this field after Intelia completed or had a good readout from their studies. And to me, it feels currently at the end of the year that the hype is a little bit of fading out. Is this just my impression from the stock market, because the prices just went down, I think, in all areas of tech? What's happening in CRISPR currently? Where is the journey going?
I mean, we actually did a kind of market research and looked very carefully in all the clinical trials that are going on, also publications. So to be honest, we don't see this trend that there may be any diminishing interest in the CRISPR technology. I would see it the other way around, that if you kind of look at all the interests and in terms of publication patterns, clinical trials, they significantly go up. I mean, it may be due to certain, these Gartner hype cycles that after some exaggerations, interest may go down, but the big trend is there, and there's no really good alternative to the CRISPR Cas systems in terms of really targeted gene editing. I mean, of course, there are a lot of practical problems. You have to find the right delivery system to get it into the cells, and this may have cooled down some interest, but I'm strongly convinced that this trend is still very strong and will continue, no discussion.
Well, and it's also that we've seen a lot of NASDAQ listings this year. I mean, I don't know, I follow this sort of only peripherally, I would say, on over LinkedIn, but seeing sort of who went public on NASDAQ, how many companies, my impression is, I haven't done proper statistics on this, but my impression is this must be an all-time historic record for biotech in terms of going public. So the excitement, at my point of view, is still very high.
No, I completely agree with that. I also see it as from the investment point of view, also as a buying opportunity currently, because the stock price is a little bit lower. For me personally, it's not an advice. And I still see also the potential for future. As you mentioned, Tilmann, the sheer number of companies going public, not only in the CRISPR area, but also in other areas, is astonishing. And some investors are speaking about the probability that we see another golden age of biotech because of the pandemic, where the general public meanwhile understands how important our sector is. Tilmann, what you mentioned at the beginning is, I find very interesting. If I understood you right, you said that in your current research, you take stem cells and you can train them or program them in any kind of directions, to just put it bluntly. Where is this technology? Where is this approach? You said it's the Holy Grail. What's the end point of the Holy Grail in terms of therapies?
Yeah, that's good. Essentially, the end point is that you're sort of replacing sick cells. So essentially, the end point, I can give you an example. One of the first clinical trials that our partners will pursue is in an indication where there is actually liver failure. So patients with liver failure, they have sort of very poor survival rates, and you can then create from a stem cell, you can sort of create a surrogate liver cell. It's not the full liver cell. It's sort of it's still a compromise, I would say, but this is a fatal condition, right? That you don't survive very long, and you're able to replace these missing cells in the body of a human patient. And I think along those same lines, that is sort of where the first generation, I think, of cell therapies that BitBio aims for will sort of go for. Essentially, conditions where you would like to replace a defective cell with a healthy counterpart. And of course, there is a lot of complexity associated with that, because the moment you're transplanting cells, you have an immune reaction that you need to deal with. So I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but sort of definitely one key piece of the puzzle will be that you're able to create that cell that you want to replace, and that cell is, to the best of your ability, a functional surrogate, right? That can take over function. And we're seeing first successes there, and I think it will be a way. It will take 3 years, maybe 5 years, but we will see more therapies where you can actually sort of take a patient cell, change sort of cell identity so that it becomes a different cell and replace a missing function. So that is sort of one area of cell therapy that we're very excited about.
That's good to hear that there are more approaches. In the preparation of to this podcast, we asked ourselves the question. It's Astrid, Matthias, and me. Do we see a golden age of biotech, or is it just the biotech and healthcare bubble? What's your opinion, Tilmann and Thomas, on that topic?
No, I'm convinced that the megatrends absolutely speak for a continuation of this kind of golden age for biotechnology. All mega drivers are there. There is really enormous money flowing into that, and obviously health is a central issue for every person, and we see really that with science we can solve many of the kind of health issues that we have, and even the aging process maybe could be modified at a certain point in time in the future. So I'm really convinced there's a lot of things to do for us, and this trend is definitely here to stay.
Astrid, how do you see that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people will always be ill, right? So I mean, there's always, potential for healthcare, but absolutely. I mean, I think that there will be also more and more digital solutions, but also I think also what we've heard from Bettina before, how important it is to increase sort of this health literacy, but not just on a health level, so also financial literacy. And maybe this should also be taken as an opportunity, to revise how we think as education as a whole. But I think the healthcare sector surely has a very bright future. Yeah.
I agree with that. Matthias just posted a link to an article, The Biggest Healthcare Data Breaches of 2021. How important is data security in your business, Thomas and Tilmann?
Data security, you mean in terms of storage of our data?
Storage of your data, and is there any risk of data breaches in your area?
I think the risk is always there, and IT security obviously is a very, very important point for us. I mean, yeah, we have outsourced all this data storage to this big providers in the cloud, so we feel this is more secure than if we would have built our own server structure. But I just had a discussion this week again with our IT advisor, and I see this as an ongoing process, and the risk is definitely there that data are stolen. Although, this hasn't happened yet, and we feel this has to be protected as well. Yeah, sure.
That's an amazing shift in paradigm. When I think back to 2006, when I started in the life science industry, the paradigm was built in-house. So all the server infrastructure in-house because it's more safe. And you mentioned that 15 to 16 years later, the paradigm shifted, and the perception is that data stored in the cloud is more secure than with an own in-house server structure. Is this just my impression of this paradigm shift, or do you see it as well?
No,
Matthias.
Sorry, yeah.
No, go ahead, Thomas. Go ahead.
No, I absolutely see this. Yeah, because I mean, back in the days we also had our own server infrastructure, but at least my feeling is that, and what I hear from our IT advisors, that Microsoft and Google may be better in protecting their server farms than we are, even if we have very good advisors here in Vienna.
It's your topic, I guess.
I just wanted to add to this topic that year 2021 was again also showing us that these big infrastructures are also prone to fail. So we had just the other day, yesterday, and the week before, a huge outage in Amazon data centers, which took down a lot of services with it, a lot of critical infrastructure for a lot of projects and startups and so on. So we saw also GitHub had multiple downtimes this year. So it's interesting to see that, of course, while a lot of the services and a lot of big as well as smaller projects are relying on the cloud availability, the Web2 infrastructure, which is the cloud, has substantially also failed us already twice this year. So I think we will see interesting developments around that. Some aspects of Web3 are trying to fix that by, for example, looking at different distributed systems or like decentralized systems such as Git, like CIT, the service usually used by developers, which is in its nature also decentralized in a form that you can keep at least your local copy there. What all these systems didn't really solve yet is encryption. So partly, and a huge part of these cloud systems are not, in a way, it's not possible to completely hide them from snooping from external parties, be they like governments or any third parties that want to attack those. So I guess this is also something what the recent data leaks in this year have shown us. This is still ongoing. So I guess it will be a strong topic, not only in the healthcare or in the research sector in general. So a lot of these breaches are of course driven by economic incentives. People want to know what other projects are doing. There's been a lot of like different bans on. Yeah, still in the midst of a hidden war between the large players of the state. There has been a lot of recent incidents that have happened, which have been attributed to state near hacker groups and so on. So I see still this is an ongoing threat, as you have said. At the same time, I think we will see how this will affect us really in the next future. I see though the data not being maybe the main target here, or the larger research data not being the main target here, but credentials or access control token or like any access and accounts, which are still in a way very easy to obtain and could potentially create a lot of damage.
I mean, there was just a case just recently in the news, wasn't it, where also a partner sort of like put his girlfriend to sleep and sort of got her eyelid to uncover her phone and sort of get funds out of her. So this is exactly what you're saying. And I need to say it's interesting. I mean, I subscribe that the trend has been sort of a year or so to go to these bigger server farms or so. But I need to say from what we've seen also, especially in the deal fund, when we question these kind of data security models as well with companies, is that the trend seems to go that most actually go now to the smaller and independent providers because they're not as a large target as if you just go full on Amazon or, you know, the other server farms. That is also quite an interesting movement, and people really try to figure out different ways, because it's similar to the kind of story like with also, you know, viruses and all that on computers, because Microsoft was first target because it had the biggest market share, and so everyone was developing, you know, tools to get into these computers, and Apple wasn't on so much on the horizon, so people were a little bit more secure before it's now really taken up as well, that there are a lot of Apple users now, and Office is becoming also an attractive target now. So people also working on solutions to get into these things. But it's like, I think that there will always be sort of these kind of trends, but we will see, you know, how security develops and what new approaches will be.
Thomas and Tilmann, what is your outlook for your industry, for the part of the industry you operate in for 2022?
Yeah.
So, should I say? Do you want to start, Thomas?
Yeah, let's start. So I'm convinced, and I already see it in our kind of projects that we have in for 2022, that we assume and strongly believe that year 2022 will be another great year for biotech and pharma. So we see lots of interest, especially in this kind of more data-driven science of the applications of biology. So the climate or the kind of trend definitely will stay there. And I mean, for us as a company or for our company group, we have many interesting projects for next year. So we will move into a new site that we just started to refurbish and furnish. And we will start some interesting R&D projects. So I'm very positive about the next year and really looking forward.
Tilmann, how is it for you? The upcoming
year? I definitely I can add to that. To me, what is really exciting again is sort of this this idea that we can drive this stem cell differentiation forward, and we'll hopefully see first examples where we're really we've now made the first steps and we kind of see it working a little bit, but we haven't quite developed a new cell type. And so if I were to formulate a goal for the next year, it would really be that we're taking stem cells and we're creating something that so far nobody else has been able to make, and we're really showcasing for the first time for real that this can be done. And so that would be my goal and outlook, I think, for the BitBio team in Vienna.
Tilmann, Thomas, I wish you and your teams and your families all the best for 2022 and a Merry Christmas. Good to see you back on the show, and maybe we can catch up next year in another episode.
Would be great. Thanks a lot, Christian.
Happy to do so.
Have a great
to you all as well.
Yeah, Merry Christmas and happy holidays.
Have a great day. Have a great day.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Astrid, Matthias, what's on our list topic-wise?
We have a lot of topics. I don't know where to start because there's so many topics. So while we have all these talks, I started to sort the breaches we had in 2021. We've been talking about cybersecurity maybe a little bit too much already, but of course there has been even recent things that have been happening in the past days, in the past months. So I think this is a record year by far. So I have been researching also that the number of data breaches in 2021 surpassed all of them in 2020. So this is huge, and this is a lot of things that are still in the playing out. So I think we are not even at the maximum of these things. But on the other hand, we see that there's a lot of criticism around NSO Group. So there has been a lot of debate recently and also in the past days. So Israel's NSO Group is one of the main providers of spyware for governments. And it has been also, so the company has been also utilizing and supplying various different clients around the world. And US lawmakers are posing extreme sanctions on the group. So they are retreating from the market, and they're planning to not develop this program Pegasus, which was also in the news this year, any further. So this is an interesting thing and also an interesting topic to research further if anyone listening is interested in that. A lot of other things, of course, also happened this year, and also don't want to steal the whole show. Astrid, please chip in at any time if I'm talking too much. So I have been also trying to a little bit look at if we can quantify the talent shortage, because this has been a topic that we've been also repetitively talking about. So there seems to be also a shift, especially in the average salaries, which is interesting. I don't know what to make of it, but you see on the one hand, I feel like very high paid jobs, obviously in the embedded and blockchain sector. And also though average jobs and pricing of developers are also increasing. This has of course also the reason, in my opinion, because there's a lot of different projects that start in the AI domain. So data science has also increased, of course, their demand in developers. So there needs to be a lot of machine readable data produced and made accessible and made standardized in a way that it can be utilized from different AI and machine learning algorithms all over the world. So this becomes, in a way, the new form of like factory work to produce like data in a machine readable form. So lots of developers and most of the developer industry are also not happy about this work that is considered to be repetitive. But we see a lot of like interest in that, and the demand is very, very high. So the annotation of data and as well as the preparation of data for machine readability is definitely a huge trend that is ongoing. We see also a lot of changes in open source technologies. We have been talking about this initially, but to quantify this a little bit, so there has been also a lot of critique, especially in the funding models of open source software, which are still located in the Web 2 domain. So there is a lot of course, exploits possible because very few people are sometimes developing critical infrastructure, critical libraries that are in deployment all over the world. So recent exploits such as Log4j or other different ones that happened already this year can affect a lot of like infrastructure, can mostly also affect critical infrastructure. So I think we see also there are a lot of projects that you maybe also come across, Astrid, from the Web3 that are trying to really jump into these kind of problems that the Web2 poses.
Maybe we should just add on this part, because I'm not quite sure if everyone is familiar with Web 2 and Web 3 at this point, because obviously Matthias and I are working in the space, but very broadly speaking, Web 2 is what you see today when you open up your laptop and all the applications that you have on your phone. And Web 3 is basically the new vision of a decentralized future where most things are sort of built on blockchain architectures, and where also sort of the user can have power and a share in these kind of networks by different incentive mechanisms like tokens, for example. But I'm actually curious to see what use cases will come out of blockchain beyond tokens, because that's also, I mean, it's a nice sort of feature at the moment, but we'll see. It would be nice to see more innovation coming out of that.
Maybe we use this opportunity to pull our next speaker into the conversation. It's Kimberly Cornfield from the UCL. We did a few interesting and amazing episodes, especially with one of her researchers who is developing tools that make the internet touchable. Maybe it's Web 3 or even Web 4.0. Kimberly, welcome to the show.
Hi, it's great to see you and Astrid again this year, and nice to meet you, Matthias.
Astrid, question, Kimberly, question, which Astrid brought up, the transition from Web 2.0 and to Web 3.0. What do you see at the UCL in this area? Is there anything going on?
I imagine so. I mean, we've got our centers for computer science, artificial intelligence. We've got so much activity. So specifically, off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm sure it's there. We're covering everything in all our disciplines. We're now up to 40,000 students and over 10,000 staff. So we've got so many different research areas covered.
I absolutely see that. What are you doing at the UCL? What's your area?
So I'm head of European Research and Innovation. So my team and I were 15. We're responsible for UCL's European portfolio. So everything Horizon. So in Horizon 2020 was our focus. Now we're focused on Horizon Europe. So it's been an exciting year because we concluded Horizon 2020. I mean, there's projects that are ongoing that have been funded, but the launch of the new Horizon Europe program has made it an exciting year. That's almost 100 billion now available for research and companies.
Tell me more about how exciting your 2021 was in this area.
It was a challenge. I mean, Horizon Europe, it did have a bit of a delay in launch. So we finished out Horizon 2020 early in the year with the EU's Green Deals. That was $1 billion available for climate research and innovation, which was really exciting. But it was incredibly competitive. So there was over 1,500 submissions and 73 were funded. And then we moved into the first calls in Horizon Europe before the program actually launched, which was funding emergency COVID-19 research. So looking at the variants of concern, which is obviously very relevant, particularly we're all going through it these last few weeks, and some on infrastructure as well. But the majority of our collaborative calls and funding opportunities all fell this autumn. So it was almost sort of a year's worth of work in about 3 months. So we had over 300 submissions to the program. So it was a really active year, and a lot in sort of climate and digital space, as well as life and medical sciences.
That's really interesting. And I also heard that the Brexit finally happened. Did you see any changes due to the Brexit in 2021? I
mean, it's been a challenging year, COVID and otherwise, and managing that transition. So the UK is to still associate to the program. So that hasn't happened just yet. So that's trying to manage submissions and questions and encourage applications, and it's gone quite well. But what we've done is really taken a collaboration and partnership approach to build those relationships with European SMEs and research institutes. In particular, we had two initiatives. One of UCL's European engagement strategies is a cities partnership program. So our office worked with the cities partnership program for Stockholm. So that was with the Stockholm Trio, which is Karolinska Institute, KTH, and Stockholm University and UCL. Collectively, our organizations won nearly 900 million in Horizon 2020. So we came together to support and enable some more collaborations, not just within our organizations, but looking at the cities, the regions, and beyond. So where else can we make connections, with these ecosystems across Europe? And we did something similar with KU Leuven, Utrecht Medical Center, and Utrecht University. Collectively, we've won over $1 billion in funding in Horizon 2020. So focusing in on some areas where we've got a lot of strong existing collaboration and funding, and sort of prep ourselves and our researchers for 2022. So now we're eagerly awaiting the results. The majority of the results will come in 2022.
Did you see any changes in the way you do your business due to the pandemic? I mean, you collaborate with a lot of organizations all over the world, not only in Europe. How is it with traveling and home office? How did your life change?
We returned back to going into the office at the end of September. We are now back to home working. So it was short, but I think it was quite valuable for colleagues, both research and professional services, to reconnect and in person. And I had the opportunity to go to my first in-person work event in Malmö last month.
I envy you.
It was Tech Connect, which is, I understand, is an American organization, and they did their first event in the Skåne region in Sweden, and it was great. I mean, it was so nice to be able to meet people, have a conversation, and have those sort of serendipitous moments where you can connect on a topic. But I think that was probably the last one for a while. We'll see what comes next year.
That's true. That's true. What's your outlook for 2022? What do you think we will see in this year?
I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm pardon me, sorry, I'm also sick. It's going around here in the UK, almost everybody, so apologies for any coughing. I am optimistic. I'm looking forward to the results, to see what's been funded. There was some really exciting calls for ambitious research and collaboration. This year, the European Innovation Council was launched, which I think will be of interest really to this network, because it's closer to market funding. It can fund some of the stages in that valley of death and progress research. And so it's interesting for our researchers too that get funded under the European Research Council, that can be follow-on sort of funding for really ambitious bottom-up, like you mentioned in the haptics technology with my colleague Shri Subramanian. It's that area of really ambitious deep tech work can get funded. It can fund SMEs. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the results were from 2021, because some of these programs were completely new or piloted before and launched sort of more formally, to see what was funded, who was able to get money from the program to advance the technologies, and then what these next calls in 2022 are going to look like. And I think there's going to be a lot of funding continuing for climate change, whether that's sort of in the engineering space and capture technologies and things like this, or also looking at cities and design and policy.
When you look at your submission flow, let's call it that way, you mentioned already climate change and this area of technology in cities. What other trends do you see in your submissions? Where are we heading to?
There's a lot, obviously, in healthcare. So, of course, in infectious disease and looking at the COVID-19 pandemic, and I see a lot of. Basically, I see sort of two key transitions. One is digital and one is green. So you'll see it linked throughout healthcare and even to social sciences and humanities. So there's a call coming up next year that's combining artificial intelligence and democracy. So merging social sciences, arts and humanities with STEM as well.
Can you dig a little bit deeper in that? It sounds interesting. Artificial intelligence and democracy. What's in this call?
I haven't gone through it in too much detail, to be honest. There is also one, I think it's on AI and education. I think really what you're looking at is artificial intelligence and, how the impact, I would say, probably is where it's focused on democracy, on governments, on education, biases that can come out from artificial intelligence. What is that impact? So I think that's sort of the area. The call in itself will be very broad, and we'll be looking for collaboration.
I would like to take the question and turn it to Astrid and Matthias. What's your opinion? What is the potential of artificial intelligence in the areas Kimberly pointed out?
Huge. The problem is, we live in an age of deep fakes, right? So we need to be aware of that. And it's really, really, the battle between generating deep fakes and detecting deep fakes is a very close one. And it's always very difficult to sort of keep up that. And that's something that I think will impact all of us, because unfortunately, this term fake news has been coined now, and it spreads across all kinds of sectors, also healthcare. We've seen discussions going on in healthcare around COVID also were really, really sad, and trying to also discredit some of the technologies that are out there, and suddenly having a lot of experts around, who believe they know the world. It's become more difficult to distinguish for people what is actually a real piece of information, what is well researched. There's just an information overload, and I think that can impact just everything, like also democracy. We've also seen, political campaigns being built on, fake data, and it's not just the US. We've also had a case in Austria, right? So there's I think so. Impact can be huge, yeah. But Matthias, you're raising your hand as well.
Yes, I want to just add to the very valid point you have been making. So on the one hand, we see machine learning offering a big opportunity also for the healthcare industry. So there's again also the link back to data science. So we see also a lot of startups, but also researchers like entering this field. So this is also a very, very huge business. So I guess this is why this is also very much in the spotlight at the moment. At the same time, we see also through the pandemic, but also through other approaches already to telemedicine, a lot of need to have structured data and have ways of how to monitor and really understand how linguistic approaches can tell us a lot about treatment, or how this can actually be used in a serious way. So machine learning there in this context in AI is still very relevant, especially in the context of the chatbots and so on. So at the same time, I see a lot of misunderstanding often when the term AI gets used into the mix. So if you look at it closer, and if you look at what AI can do at the current moment and what it is heading, we're very, very far away from thinking machines, so to say. So these are all pattern recognition machines at its best, and so they can only act as good as the data is. So I see a lot of need of structuring the data in a way better. There's still a lot of debate on if the machine bias that you create also with data bias is problematic or not. We have seen this in a lot of different papers and articles being produced because also of course the algorithms have been improved, for example, for face recognition in times of crisis now, because people have been wearing the masks, so you have to adapt these algorithms as well. So there's a lot of money in the field, and AI and machine learning are super strong, and I think this will be still going on in the next years and next decades for sure.
Kimberly, what are your plans for 2022?
Horizon Europe, so to keep supporting our collaboration, so really to very much be engaged across Europe. I think collaboration and our networks are really where my focus will be, especially because, as you've mentioned, with Brexit and it's sort of navigating this new relationship between the UK and Europe from a research and innovation perspective. And I just think that there's huge value in continuing these collaborations and building on our science, regardless of any of the other politics. And I think sort of COVID-19 climate change is really highlighting the fact that we just need to keep working together to solve these challenges. So that'll be my focus, keeping us actively engaged in the research and innovation and our European and global partnerships. And in particular, very much looking at a focus on that industry engagement. So with companies, how can we also promote and highlight our research? I look at the 415 million that we've received in Horizon 2020, and I see it as a huge opportunity of how do we support our researchers, connect with networks like this, and progress that to the next stage, and for those products and solutions of how can we help them get to the next type of funding to get to market and to patients ultimately.
I couldn't agree more to what you say. Solving the world's biggest problems needs multinational, international collaboration, not only in Europe, but globally. And I hope that the politicians open up the borders again so that scientists, entrepreneurs, and investors can continue at scale and also meet in person again. I think it's also a very important factor to solve the problems or the challenges we have in climate change, in the digital world, and also in healthcare. Kimberly, thank you very much for joining. I wish you and your family and your team all the best for 2022. A Merry Christmas, and I hope we can catch up in the new year.
Yes, likewise. Thank you so much. It's always it's a highlight to come back this year and listen to everyone else today. And so I wish you a Happy New Year and Merry Christmas as well. And thanks so much.
Have a great time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Christian, we haven't spoken about your personal highlights this year yet, because, you know, we've had me, we've had spoken to Matthias, but what have been your personal highlights actually?
This was not agreed before. So my personal highlights, I had the second year of the opportunity to look inward. So being in Vienna with no travel, which was very amazing. And I used the time to move the podcast project forward. Started last year as a, let's say, as a project that I wanted to start to overcome the first lockdown, which I assumed that it will be over after 2 months. And reality is different now. So we are still partially here in Austria on lockdown. And an amazing thing happened. So the podcast project evolved really well and just kept pushing it forward with a lot of help from amazing speakers, especially you, Astrid, were a great help bringing amazing speakers to the podcast, amazing content, and also Matthias. We had the first year in review last year, which went very well. And I was really, how should I say, pleasantly surprised by the willingness of people to show up online and to share their expertise and their opinion for free with the world, which is great help to encourage collaboration, I think, globally. And after moving forward in summer, I reconsidered the position of the podcast and thought, okay, how can we improve that project? And got in touch with an expert in content marketing. She will come online in a couple of minutes, just have, I think, half an hour or so. And we found the Gary Vaynerchuk content strategy and said, okay, I mean, can we make use of that? And can we use it for the podcast? Because we produce a lot of amazing content, a lot of interesting content. We have great speakers. And how can we utilize the process better and help our speakers to reach a larger audience and a more targeted audience? So the holy grail of content marketing, I guess. Bigger numbers, but more directed. And we started looking into that space on the operations side from, let's say, mid-October, end of October, early November onwards. And I didn't expect immediate results. So I thought, okay, maybe in 6-12 months or whenever. And already in December, I think the first rankings came in from Apple Podcast, and now the podcast is sometimes in the top 10 or top 20 in countries like Austria, Switzerland, amazingly interestingly Colombia. Also, we were on, I think, in the top 200 in the United Kingdom. And this showed me how important it is today that not only the B2C companies are on social media and are producing content that describes what they are doing. It doesn't necessarily mean needs to be high quality content. It needs just, as you said, Astrid, it shouldn't be deep fake. It should be showing the reality. And my learning this year was that when we do that, when we show what we are doing, when we talk about what we are doing, we are definitely reaching people also in the B2B space on social media. And this was the big learning I had in 2021.
Cool. No, it's certainly a great effort. So great what you've built there, and congratulations to the great ranking. So that's really amazing. So keep that up. No, it's really interesting. So yes, sir.
No, I will definitely do it. I think it's worth moving the project forward. And I see a lot of potential that we can use this, let's call it podcast platform that we've built in the last 2 years for different types of users. I mean, on one hand, there is the startup scene. We have an audience that is about 40% located in North America. So we have a good outreach, and I think connecting also with another communication channel, Europe and the United States, could be a great thing. We can also use it for scientists, technicians, to also support them, bringing their science to a wider audience. I also believe that meanwhile, we have not only scientists, investors, and entrepreneurs in the audience, which was the original starting point. I also think that or see it especially on platforms like TikTok or Instagram, that also more and more people get interested in how are drugs developed, what's happening in the digital space, really, and want to hear the experts. And I think it's a great tool for communicating.
Absolutely. It's also nice that there are so many different topics that you can tackle, not just like healthcare research or drug development, but also from investments. I mean, we will have some more investors on today as well who will give us their insight. But I thought it also very interesting that, and to hear actually earlier from Sascha about that also in the healthcare space, you can see that a lot of capital is moving into sort of also early stage opportunities, and that these levels of investment are actually not sustainable. I mean, it's something that we actually see in the blockchain space as well. That's like crazy rounds, crazy valuations at the moment. You really wonder, you know, where that journey goes. How do you feel about those?
The valuations are poor. When I look at the stock market, at the public market, last year in March, or in February, March, there was the expected crash. So due to the lockdown. And my first thought or my first emotion was, that's it. So we are going downwards, because the years before 2020, there was always this reset of valuation ghosts looming around somewhere around the corner. And I think every couple of months, somebody said, we will see a big crash soon, but it didn't come. All crashes that I experienced since 2008 were more or less over after a couple of weeks. So 2018, for example, I mean, betting on chips was logically in 2015, but there's always this chip cycle. And 2018, there were a couple of months crash, and then it was a reversal upwards. I really didn't expect in 2020 that the valuations go up in this direction. Cathie Wood's ARK fund, for example, had, I think, the best performance of listed ETFs. She had around 150% uptake in 1 year, which means that also the valuations of the companies went up. When I look at the Nasdaq or the S&P 500 today, all the big corporations like Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, I mean, on one hand, they make up the majority of the S&P 500 meanwhile, and they have valuations north of 1 trillion, 2 trillion. And I think Apple recently briefly tackled the 3 trillion mark. Is that sustainable? I have no clear answer to that. On one hand, there should be a crash coming. I mean, when I look at the cycles in the stock market, on the other hand, we have a very unique situation that governments all over the world just are printing money on. They use all possibilities to throw money amongst people. And the logical thing is to take the money, invest it on the stock market, public market, or in digital assets. When will that change? I really don't see any, let's say, any other option to real estate, to equity investments, or investments in digital assets. Bonds are dead as long as the interest rates are not going up. And with the combination of inflation, I mean, like the Fed announced a couple of days ago that they will have 3 steps of increasing the interest rates next year. I mean, when we have 6 to 10% inflation per year and we see 0.5% of uptake, I don't think it will change much. How do you see it, Astrid?
Yeah, difficult question. I mean, we also, I mean, as a fund, you always hope for, you know, a bear market because you have more time to actually research projects and valuations go down and all that. So we would actually hope for, so not as necessarily a crash, but that, you know, we stay, you know, sort of going sideways for a while. That would already be quite helpful in that respect. But yeah, as you outlined, I mean, it's really difficult to see, you know, where the crash would come, and maybe but that's also maybe the reason why it will crash at some point, because a lot of people out there, you know, are throwing money at assets that they don't understand, in the hope also of achieving higher returns. I mean, stock market is the same, like with digital assets. You really need to do your research well and understand what you're actually investing in, take all primary and secondary information that you can get really to make up your mind. And in digital assets, I think it's even more difficult. And we sometimes, when we actually look at the top 20 at the moment, I mean, we literally could cry all day long because it's just made up of coins that have been pushed sort of through social media, but most of them don't carry any value, which also shows you how difficult it is to predict market dynamics at the moment. Yeah.
I see a few changes or trends, bigger trends that create a different reality, I think, that we have now compared to the crash in 1987, for example, or even the crash in 2000. On one hand, it's the retail investors. So when I look at apps like Robinhood, for example, or here in Europe, Flatex, there are more people investing in equity and also digital assets than we saw 20, 30 years ago. I think this is one big trend that brings money to the market and also drives the market. And the second one, as I said before, still is that I don't see any option for big investors, for funds to go somewhere else than equity investments when they're on the public market already. And of course, there will be at some point in time a little bit of a shake through of not working business models. But when I look at last year, I think maybe we see in the next decade more micro crashes, but more often, so that we see a downward spiral of 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% within a couple of hours, and then a reversal within a couple of days. And which is very positive, I think, for investors. So as long as you have cash on the side, you can always throw in money. But the result for me is when I look at young people, I think it really makes sense to look on the equity investment side, to learn that very early, to become not only health literate, but also financial literate. So I think these are the two main success factors in life.
Yeah. By the way, big shout out to Matthias, who is feeding our live audience also with great links here. So.
I'm not sure if this is also visible at YouTube, but I think like there's a lot of topics we're touching here. I'm not so sure if the crash is coming though. I've been actually, while you were discussing, a little bit researching a different sentiment, and according to a few experts, this crash should have already happened. So we are overdue for a crash, although it's like not clear on if this is really happening. Because as I said the other day, it's not so clear how these events should be linked. I guess we've seen some linkings from COVID, for example, into Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is very much linked to this kind of big world news more than the stock market is, in my opinion, or at least how it feels. I'm not a stock market expert, not investor advice, obviously. But interestingly, we see that there is an understanding that the current way forward is not that easy, because we see also these terms, we've been talking about them already, I believe, twice today, such as the Great Resignation or this kind of massive shift we see in the job market. Also, a lot of people are reinventing themselves. This is dubbed the Great Reshuffle. So people are reinventing and finding their own entrepreneurship in this times of crisis, which is also obviously fueled by the possibilities of all sorts of like mainly Web 2 platforms. We see a big increase in platforms and participation platforms such as Etsy, which is more this kind of platform where you can create crafted things and then sell them. So a lot of people in the US at least and mainly are finding that there are talents and having direct access to a market where they can sell self-produced DIY items. At the same time, also the second-hand market is exploding and booming. We see this in Austria on the example of Willhaben, which is a second-hand marketplace. They also, in my opinion, did a very important move to grow correctly in the and grow precisely in an interesting domain, which is fulfillment and delivery. So the actual supply chain was tackled by them rather early. So they also made sure that there is a payment. It's called pay delivery, I guess. So we see all this. All these positive sides, but there's also negative sides, of course, according to this. So I've recently read a lot of information on how much pressure is actually put on the people delivering these goods that people are ordering and receiving online. So there is, of course, the massive ongoing debate on if Amazon is producing proper systems here that are in place, or if this is an exploitation of users. So in the case, there has been a lot of debate also from a perspective from a legal perspective, because on the one hand, there's a lot of people working for Amazon exclusively, and then they are still so from a contractual position, this looks also a little bit dodgy. This has been thematized mainly in Germany, where there has been a lot of reports like ongoing. So there's all this kind of upsides and downsides to this digitization and to this crisis, but also at the same time, it's an opportunity for a lot of people. And if there's the possibility to change, a lot of people are changing according to these things. So
that's Matthias. That's good to hear. Maybe we pull in. We maybe continue the conversation about this part later on, and let's pull in our next speakers and focus on what's going on in life science in Vienna. I'm very happy that we have the managing directors of Lise Vienna here now in the next 50 minutes and learn more about what's going on in Austria. Welcome to the show, Johannes, Sarx, and Philipp Hainzl.
Hello, Christian. Thank you for having us. Hello, Astrid and Matthias.
Hello,
this is
everyone.
Johannes.
It's good to hear you both. Johannes, Philipp, what's going on in Austria? I heard on LinkedIn that the sector had a tremendous growth in the last 3 years. Could you give us a little bit more insight in that, please?
Yeah, so let's first perhaps talk about the macro level and how the sector developed in the last 3 years. And afterwards, maybe we can talk about more recent events and what happened in 2021. So we have around 1,000 companies now in Austria active in biotech, pharma, and medical devices. So the life science sector is really one of the key industries in Austria. An economy that is in many cases wrongly known just for tourism and the ski industry, but it's really an industrial economy, and life sciences play a growing role. So these companies generated a turnover of $25 billion, which means a substantial increase of 12% compared to 3 years ago. And the industry now employs 60,000 people, and which is also 9% more than in 2017. And overall, we recorded 7% more businesses than in 2017. So we can see that the life sciences industry has grown tremendously. And Philipp, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Johannes just gave you the picture of Austria, how the industry developed in Austria. And if you break it down to Vienna, we see that Vienna is hosting actually half of Austria's biotech, pharma, medical device, and digital health companies, and as well as the related fields of research, research institutes and academic institutes. So it's really the country center for, and it's also the country center for advanced medicine. So Vienna is home to around 600 life science organizations, including startups, small and medium-sized enterprises, subsidiaries of internationally active large companies, and the before mentioned world-class research facilities with a total of around 41,000 employees. So the importance of this sector can be seen through the revenue. So in Austria, the revenue overall is around 25 billion euros, and in Vienna only it is around 13.3 billion euros. We have over 42,000 students here, and per year around 8,000 internationally recognized and specialized publications just in the life sciences only. So the revenues and the number of employees in Vienna have grown over the last years by around 9%. And we see up to 20 newly founded companies annually, and a lot of large-scale site expansions in Vienna as well.
So when we look specifically at the biotechnology and pharma sector, and Philipp will then go into more detail in other sectors, we have now 260 companies in Vienna, which are really dedicated to biotech and biotech active pharma companies. So, you know, we are for a long time now in the sector, and I don't think we could have imagined 20 years ago that we will have almost 300 companies just in Vienna.
I think we had 3 or 4 or something like that. It's exaggerated, so we have 200x. 100x.
So that's some kind of exponential growth there. So what are the main indications they're active in? That's cancer, respiratory diseases, and of course, infectious diseases. Vienna has always been known for that, and COVID has even made this more important. So most of the companies are really in the development of new drugs or drug components, or also solutions to advance or improve drug development, or of course diagnostics. So COVID was of course of great importance in the past 2 years, and many companies could build on their pipeline they already had in development in the past years. So these companies include, of course, Pyron, Peptico, Biomay, or Lexogen, Marinomed, let's think Temirna, for example, or Valneva, the former Intercell, which is also in vaccine development. So there's a lot of companies developing drugs, vaccines, or other components for medications against COVID. But that's not all. We have also companies developing research reagents, which is also a large part of that industry or industry segment. And sustainable and circular economy are also gaining importance. And perhaps, Philipp, you can report about that a little bit.
Sure. So in addition to biotechnology and pharma, Vienna is also home to a strong medical device sector. That is, it's around 250 companies, comprising mostly of sales and distribution companies. However, we see more and more entrepreneurial spirits. We see more and more startups that address business opportunities, like at the interface of IT, material sciences, or the biotechnology. Software as a medical device, digital health, and everything that involves big data sets and artificial intelligence clearly stands out. So the number of companies in Vienna in the field of digital health has tripled within the last 6 years. So just to give you a few examples of startups and success stories for Vienna. So we have Context Flow, we have the Image Biopsy Lab, MySugar, that was acquired by Roche a few years ago. There's Scarlet Red and Xund. So, and besides this digital health, medtech companies are mostly develop and produce single-use devices, active implantable devices, and in vitro diagnostics like technoclone or like in genetics, for example.
That's amazing to hear, especially the high number of successes and also the statistics behind it. As you said, Johannes, I mean, 20 years ago, it was pretty much empty. Also, when I look, for example, at the Biocenter, I remember it from a days at Nabriva in 2006, 7, and 8. I remember it as a huge field where nothing was going on except Intercell. And when I look now at this area, there are many buildings, there are many facilities, many companies, great research, great development going on. And as you mentioned also, and also other speakers, I think we got a great push for scientists and entrepreneurs and investors in the life science area with the pandemic. The question I have to you, what are your expectations for 2022? Will that be a lasting effect, or do you see a reversal?
We think it's a lasting effect that will even accelerate, because and maybe looking back at 2021, what we have seen makes us really optimistic about the future. So let's start with the opening of Boehringer Ingelheim's large-scale cell culture plant, an investment of an astonishing 700 million euro that generated 500 new jobs. So they opened only in October. You can only imagine how many talents are attracted by that investment to Vienna, and also the additional effects this investment brings. There was also the groundbreaking of a new manufacturing facility for HOOKIPA Pharma, which will bring another 100 top jobs to Vienna in the future, in the upcoming years. And they will manufacture clinical material and commercial products for their immunotherapies there. So that's a big point for the future. And next door to HOOKIPA, also in Aspern, for those who are not familiar with Vienna, Aspern is a new urban development around 10 kilometers outside of the city center, which was developed completely on scratch and will host many 10,000s of new inhabitants, and it's already developed to a large extent. And so this concept also includes industrial development, and new biotech companies are attracted by that. So apart from HOOKIPA, Biome also is constructing its new GMP production there. They are renowned for their recombinant proteins, mRNA for vaccines and gene therapies. And I'm not yet finished with the new investments coming up in the future. So Takeda announced in November that they will invest 120 million euro in a new R&D center focusing on biologics and gene therapy in Vienna. So two large companies, worldwide known companies, have stepped up their investment in Vienna, and other companies are also heavily investing into new manufacturing and research capacity. Also, AOP Orphan, for example, opened their new headquarters and packaging unit in the city. And also Litos, which is a world leader in ceramic additive manufacturing, is attracted to the city. And also Virosure, which is also known by many in the industry, has expanded their premises. So you can see that there will be thousands of new jobs created in the city in the upcoming years. And we always, you and I, we know what other effects those investments have, because there will be new entrepreneurs with new ideas. And so we are very optimistic about the future of the life science industry in Vienna. Perhaps, Philipp, you want to add to that?
Yeah, so let me just move a bit to the expectations and the plans for 2022. So there are, of course, some more projects on the rise. So Vienna will become the home of the newly founded Austrian ERT co-location center, ERT Health co-location center, and Lisa Vienna is fully supporting this development. And we expect this step to advance the existing supporting ecosystem. In addition, there are big plans for next year regarding lab space to accommodate scale-ups and the innovators of tomorrow in Vienna. So the business agency and the city of Vienna is a key player in this regard, and we are scanning the area constantly. We are trying to observe what developments are happening on a private sector, but we're also working with the city of Vienna and trying to push some interesting projects in different districts and areas of Vienna. Besides that, we expect the approval of a new notified body for medical devices and in vitro diagnostics in Vienna by 2022. So, as you know, this is a very urgent bottleneck in the European Union. Despite the prolonged timelines towards the medical device and in vitro diagnostics regulation. And hopefully there are also some events and festivals planned for next year. So
that's a good point, Philipp. Yeah, we should not miss out on that.
I hope so. Yeah. Hopefully in person, in real life.
Yes, absolutely. So there is a big innovation festival planned in Vienna. So please mark your calendars for the Vienna Up 2022 and join our business meeting on the 31st of May. So we will hopefully gather at Stadtpark at Kursal and Hübner, and we will provide some updates on funding and financing opportunities and free consulting services, and there will be plenty of room for gathering, networking, and partnering.
And perhaps last but not least, we will have our 20th birthday as Lisa Vienna next year. So we're planning for a big party on 27th of September. So everybody saves the date, and we keep fingers crossed that we will have, basically a lockdown-free birthday party on that day and celebrate the successes of the life sciences industry in Vienna in the past 20 years.
Thank you very much for this great update. It's good to hear that Vienna and Austria in life science is developing well, not only on the company side, as I hear, and I couldn't agree more, Johannes and Philipp, that from every company that started in Vienna, I think at least 2 other companies evolved, if not 5 to 10.
Right,
absolutely.
So it's cascading effect, and it's really beautiful to see. But not only in Austria, also, for example, CRISPR Therapeutics, the directors and founders were from Austria or worked in Austria. So also internationally, there is a lot of success that started a little bit in Vienna. And it's also good to hear that on the infrastructure side, amazing investments happen. I think this is also a very important part for the industry, that we build more and more infrastructure, that the scientists who want to become entrepreneurs also have places to work that are easy accessible. And I think also there we can't have enough. Philipp and Johannes, I wish you and your teams and your families all the best for 2022 and a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thank you also from the whole team of Lisa Vienna to all of you. Merry Christmas and a great and successful year to 2022.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, and I hope we can meet in person again next year.
So do we.
Have a great day. Bye. So it was really great to hear how well Vienna evolved. And now we switch the topic a little bit from life science development more to the content marketing side. And I welcome on the show Stefanie Roesel from Germany, Berlin. Stefanie, good to see you.
Hi, Christian. Good to see you.
Stefanie, how was your 2021?
Well, in 2021, I actually realized, so I'm positioned in content marketing and life science content marketing, and I realized that content marketing is more important than ever before in 2021, and also social media is more important than ever before. And yes, so the best example, I think, is one of my life science B2B clients, where we had a quite successful lead generation campaign. It was a webinar series which we have promoted on LinkedIn and really pushed through LinkedIn and to newsletter campaigns. And yes, we had 70% attendees and also follow-ups. And this was very, very amazing to see. And yeah, made me think about the impact of content marketing and also on social media marketing. And so what's behind that? And I mean, imagine you become aware of a company or a person you do not know before. Yeah, for example, you receive an email or you get contacted as part of a matchmaking event. And so what do? And maybe Christian, if you don't mind, you can answer the question. So what would you do in this case?
I think in the old world, it was basically nothing. So before 2020, it was just at the conference, for example, it was just looking at the conference system where a little bit of information was. What I heard also from the listeners to the podcast when I raised that question was that when they get a cold email, for example, in the inbox, immediately they jump on Google and enter the name of the company or enter the name of the person and then they actively search for content. So this is the message I got. How do you see it, Stefanie?
Yes, so I absolutely agree. And the thing is, people start consuming digital content, whether it is on LinkedIn, whether it is on YouTube, or they Google, yeah? They consume digital content to get a picture of a person or to get a picture of a company or to get a picture of a product. And in the same way, they consume digital content to get an answer to a question or to solve a pain point, yeah? And if we all get back into our own minds and observe how we do that, yeah, I think we can all agree we go directly into the World Wide Web for finding solutions. And actually, what does this tell us? Yeah, what are the messages behind? And the first message is that, yeah, for sure, communication behavior has changed, and especially with the pandemic. And also in B2B world and also life science, yeah? The consumer market made the first step in this direction, and B2B and life science moves on, yeah? And this is the first learning. And the second learning is that, so buying decisions or the decision to cooperate with a company or to find a partner for collaborations will in future really very strongly depend on the digital identity of a company and the digital presence of a company. Yeah, and this means coming back to content marketing, that content becomes a differentiating asset. And everyone who wants to make business must take this step, to stay in the market in the future. And so what I observe when I talk to my clients, so my clients comprise startups, small to medium-sized companies, and also some global players as well in life science. Everyone is struggling a bit, yeah, you know, because it's really crazy times at the moment, and the evolution is so fast. Market and digitalization and communication underlies a very strong evolution pressure, and everyone is struggling with that. So and then they ask, okay, so what shall I do? Is that right? What is the best approach? And it is not so clear to the majority of companies, and that's quite clear because the evolution is so fast.
I couldn't agree more when I think to my experience with games, being online for players was quite a logical step back in 2008 when when PlayStation, for example, and also the Xboxes and everything around that went online, and players happily created their digital identity. So it was quite easy to reach out to understand who is this person in game, who is this person in real life. But when you look at the B2B world, basically nobody was on social media, nobody was online. And I believe that changed. What you also said, I believe that changed due to the pandemic. And when I look now on LinkedIn, the platform you mentioned, or on Twitter, or even on Facebook, many of the people I know that I remember as being social media agnostic now out of necessity use these tools. So the question that you raised and your clients, I think really is what's the best approach for B2B businesses to deal with the situation? What's your opinion as an expert?
So I think so the best approach for each company or for each product or for each project, it really depends a bit. Yeah, you have to figure out each time anew, depending on products, on what you aim to. Yeah, but there are several basics to consider which move you on the right way. And the first thing is content. Actually, yeah. So you need more content, and with content I mean audio content, video content, and of course also written content. Yeah, not everyone enjoys audio and video. People also want to read. And the question is, when is content relevant? And this is what also my clients ask me all the time. What is relevant content, and how can we make it to produce relevant content? And relevant content is solving a problem, yeah, and solves a problem and brings a benefit. Because people do not buy at the very end a product, they buy a solution, yeah, and this solution brings relief because the solution increases something, decreases something, you can save, you can be a better person, you can make the world to a better place, yeah. And this is what people buy. And at the end, they do not buy a product. So if you want to create relevant content, you really need to have a problem solver mindset or a relief bringer mindset. Yeah, relief is maybe sounds a little bit better than problem solving. And for that, very, very, very important point is to decipher your target group. Whatever your target group is, whether it is a potential client, whether it is, I don't know, a startup you want to invest in or something like that. Yeah, so decipher your target group and unravel the pain points and needs within the target group. And this brings a lot of benefit. Yeah, and then you bring this together with your value proposition, with your product, with your solution, and then you have the sweet spot so that your target group cannot resist and thinks, oh my God, that's so great. I'd like to collaborate with this company because they bring a real benefit into my business. Yeah.
I have a little question because, this it sounds exciting. I think totally right to point out to the audience to say also, you have to always keep your focus on the product. But if there was a company, and they're sort of tight of budget or time, and you say like, what are sort of like the top 2 or 3 platforms that they have to be on? Otherwise, they're basically not existing in the digital world.
Mm-hmm. So I think especially for life science, it's very important to be on LinkedIn. This is important, and maybe also on Facebook, especially for the US market. And I think it's always a mix, yeah, between LinkedIn, some other social media platforms, but also on YouTube. Yeah, because people consume via different channels. And I think before setting up a campaign, it's quite worth to take a deep dive into the target group and to ask the question, what is the informational behavior of this target group in order to reach the people on the ways they go, yeah? And then I'd adapt the strategy to these channels. But what is actually for sure is it's definitely LinkedIn and it's definitely YouTube and also some other platforms which are worth to play.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, we see the traction quite quickly on our podcast since you help. So it's really worth looking at that direction, as you say. And there's a quick turnover in downloads. So here at the podcast, I have another question to you, a final question. When you look at 2021, what was your personal biggest lesson?
Well, so my personal biggest lesson was to try to cultivate a very, very open mindset in order to deal with this very, very fast development in the market. And ideally also a very balanced mindset, because it's not easy to go through these challenging times. And I decided never to stop learning for myself and also together with my clients, and just take a step forward, check out new things, be very open-minded, always question the approach, try to figure out what is the best way to achieve your goal. And I think in the current times, it's very important to be very, very tolerant. To be very tolerant with each other, very honest, and to discuss, of course, things and different opinions, but at the same time, accept also that maybe other people have other opinions than I have. And I think with that mindset, I will also go into 2022 and looking forward.
That are sound words, especially being open-minded and also tolerate other people's opinion and have an open conversation about it. You were talking about 2022. What's your outlook in content marketing for 2022?
So for 2022, I will definitely move forward in this social media direction. As I'm also involved in the podcast, as I'm covering the content marketing part, I will definitely try to benefit my customers with these new approaches and to make them even more successful. And I'm really looking forward to do more on social media next year, because I think this is really the future of marketing.
I also believe that, and also Matthias and Astrid already pointed out the transition from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. What's your opinion in content marketing? What effects will we see, Astrid and Matthias?
Excuse me, what effects we see?
We see with the transition from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0 on the content marketing side.
Well, one huge aspect was, of course, deplatforming. We have seen this also in this year. Some mostly people which are not following the canon are like deplatformed. So a big challenge that a big problem that Web3 projects solve are to make sure that people cannot be censored on these platforms. There's a few other aspects in terms of social media which are, of course, challenging and threatening, in my opinion. So we see a lot of dominance of conglomerates, like really large providers that are harvesting data. So profiling is becoming much easier. Credit scoring is becoming much easier. So personally, I'm not using social media so much anymore. I know a few people who even like trash their phones and so on. So I guess like especially from a perspective of security research and all that, it becomes a massive target. So social engineering becomes much easier through social media. Data is never actually deleted. We see also a lot of the leaks that happened in this year have been due to bad security measurements at large companies. So there's also, of course, Facebook and the likes that use like not particularly well-developed software parts. I mean, one aspect can be, and Facebook in this regard is actually, on the other hand, also doing a lot of open source. So the funny thing is like that you cannot think of the whole open source industry without these big tech giants. So it's in a way an absurd situation we're finding ourselves into. Then on the other hand, all these other approaches to conquer this market dominance have not really played out well. So there's a lot of debate. Especially in content marketing, where there's individual smaller attempts, so like smaller products, niche products, almost booming. Like for example, Substack, where also this whole podcast here is also very active. I think Christian, you have been super active there, which I find interesting. So there's a lot of move away from these platforms, which have like dubious kind of content policies, especially in terms of like rights of content produced there. A lot of people don't know that they are in a way giving away a lot of this, lot of their rights, or like giving away usage rights to the individual platforms. So I find it's also from a traditional perspective to ownership a bit complicated. This has been massively debated and discussed from a lot of Web3 projects, although it is definitely the center of attention right now. So specific topics can be started and debated publicly. So it's the new public, so to say. So it's definitely relevant. I just need to emphasize here that I think we need a strong digital literacy in using these platforms also carefully.
Stefanie, thank you very much for giving us more insights into the importance of content marketing also for the P2P companies. I think it's still good to raise awareness for the importance of that area, as I do see many companies that not only are struggling, but also still have blind spots there. Stefanie, I wish you and your team all the best for 2022, and let's continue our collaboration in the next year.
You're welcome. Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So now let's switch around the participants. And our next speaker is from Vienna, Austria, from the stock market in Vienna, which has an amazing celebration this year with, I think it's the 250th anniversary. Welcome to the show, Julia Resch.
Hi, thank you for having me. It has been indeed quite a year to celebrate, wasn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, let's talk a little bit about the stock market and the celebrations for the Vienna Stock Exchange. Can you give us more details what you did this year?
Yeah, so we had also big plans event-wise, but it soon turned out that the pandemic would probably last a bit, and so we switched our formats to smaller discussions, and we split it up in several discussion panels. So throughout the year, we hosted a future forum where we debated topics like growth, how to finance industry via the stock market. We also invited historians to take a look back and also take a look forward. So yeah, we did several city tours in Vienna during the summer. And yeah, we celebrated, of course, the 250th anniversary on the 2nd of September with a small live event also at the Vienna Stock Exchange. So it was a mix of digital events, live events, panel discussions, hybrid events. Yeah, we try to use the possibilities that we have nowadays to leverage this anniversary.
I'm curious, last year when we had this, my opinion, huge crash where I thought the world is ending and the capital market is dead in March 2020, it was a very quick reversal. How was the year for the Vienna Stock Exchange in numbers? Did you see also an acceleration in activity, or did you see in Vienna, let's say, a little bit of pandemic silence?
Stock market wise, the Austrian stock market.
Yeah.
So this year was, the Austrian stock market more than picked up, more than compensated for the losses of last year. So it is among the high flyers, the global high flyers this year, with a performance of roughly 40% in the Austrian national index, ATX. So that's quite a bit. That's quite a performance.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. So it compensated for the losses of last year, and of course the composition of the Austrian national index is quite cyclical. So whenever the economic growth is picking up, also the Austrian stocks rally. Because of the composition, banks and industrial stocks, they perform always well in these kind of economic cycles.
When I look at the US market, I think I read about IPOs several times a day. So it felt like that in this year. Do you see, or did you see a similar tendency here in Europe and in Austria?
So in Austria, we had the most active year in our junior market, which focuses on SMEs. So we saw 8 listings on the Vienna MTF, and we also had quite a surge, a record year for bond listings, and we're confident to also see bigger listings maybe next year. So let's see. The pipeline is filling up.
Yeah, I hope so. It would be good to hear what's going on on the stock market in the life science industry. Which companies are there?
So one of the most prominent new additions was Marinomed Biotech. We also talked about it last year. They went public in 2019, and also this year they were awarded with the FESE and the European Issuers Small and Mid-Cap Award. They were runner-up in the category Star of Innovation, which is quite some recognition. And I think it's still a blueprint for other biotech and life science companies in that sense that they went through interesting stages to finance their company from public subsidies, investments of AWS Mittelstandsfonds towards convertible bond, and then finally a listing, and then partial exits. So I think this is what other companies could also try to achieve, Austrian companies.
I'm pretty much focused on pharma and life science, and so my world exists of this one industry basically. Which other industries are on the Austrian stock market? Can you give us more insights? What's going on here?
So the main composition of the Austrian leading index is basically financials, basic industries, industrial goods and services, utilities, a bit of telecom and technology, and only a small portion of consumer products. So that's basically the sector classification in the Austrian leading index. But of course, the door is always open for other industries to join, and there's a lot of activity in the life science field. We would love to see more life science stocks on the Vienna Stock Exchange too, and I think investors would also appreciate that. Yeah.
Which I'm curious. I mean, you are in touch with many investors from all over the world and many companies. What trends do you see in your daily work that are ongoing currently?
What trends do we see? So we're a neutral platform, so we cannot give any tips, but definitely a topic that is brought up by both investors and companies is ESG. So many players are dealing more intensively with environmental, social, and governance issues. So that's definitely a trend, and also maybe from the investor side, the trend towards passive investments is also increasing. So that means ETFs are gaining importance. That is a trend that we have seen. It's also relevant in Austria, I think, yeah.
One question out of interest is when I look at, if I remember it right, maybe Matthias can help me a little bit, but I read that some banks are starting or thinking about giving access to digital assets for their clients via their traditional bank accounts. When I look at the stock markets, what trends or what developments could you envision that are happening or already are ongoing that we are not aware of, that makes sense to discuss probably for the market in digital assets, regulation-wise?
So I think this topic has 2 dimensions: the crypto speculation trend, and then the technology that is this trend is based on. And I think as a stock exchange, we think so stock exchanges have always been in the avant-garde of any technology that has been used on the market, and we are also using a very, very modern, very fast trading system that is currently the best we can imagine for our investors and our companies. And if there is ever any other technology that is coming up, that then we would of course use it. I think that technology is not so much the issue as is regulation. So that's the bigger question mark, is regulation in this area. And the value that stock exchange is bringing to the market, both companies and investors, is transparency.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I couldn't agree more. Astrid, Matthias, how do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think regulation is a good thing, you know. I mean, it's also a topic that moves us a lot in the cryptocurrency market or digital asset market. And my standing has always been, you know, we see regulation also as a positive thing, and it's good to set certain standards to protect consumers. But especially when it goes to sort of new digital innovations, it's also quite important to always be sort of in touch with technology leaders in this space to really fully understand the potential of the technology, how it could be used, what kind of business models could come out of it, and not to over-regulate it, so that we end up with a whole over-regulation of technology as such. And that does not only go for cryptocurrencies, but basically everything out there, like AI and everything, yeah.
A few things to add there. This year was also important in terms of regulation when it comes to cryptocurrency in Austria. So there has been a change also in reporting requirements in terms of like gains of trading and other assets in crypto. So there's a lot of clarity now, but there has been also a lot of debate about if that is in the right time and if this has been properly undertaken. So there's this some clarity getting there. I still see the stock market as such as a little bit underrepresented if you look at it how it is in the US, where you would go public much more likely than startups and bigger companies do in Austria. At the same time, on the crypto side, we see a lot of market homogenization also in terms of regulation happening. So there has been the market in crypto assets European Union report and aspects being started, so that we see in the next years for sure some homogenization also in terms of taxonomy of cryptocurrency. So it's not always very clear how these new asset types and asset forms are or can be even compared to traditional financial instruments. So I'm personally very happy to see some movement there, because there's a lot of struggles also startups and upcoming companies have to struggle with. So I see that a lot of new inventions and innovation is not easy to get started in Austria. So this is one point that is definitely, or in Europe for that matter. So we see a lot of projects moving to outside Europe. So I would love to see like more returning or like staying, having the opportunity and possibility also to remain in the European Union.
We have seen unicorns in this field in Austria, haven't we?
Yeah, also, yeah, true.
Which ones? Which ones?
Bitpanda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it would be good to stay. Julia, do you have a final remark from the Austrian stock market in regards to the upcoming year?
So we have seen a great year. Of course, not every year for the investors is like 2021. It was the best birthday present that investors could have given the stock exchange operator a year like that. In the Austrian traded index, including dividends, we had an all-time high. So to have that in an anniversary year, that's great. But of course, for investors, it's important to look long term, to see the chances on the stock markets and the average returns of 6 to 8% that generally markets can achieve. So this is something to take with you if you're listening today. Take a look at the stock market in general and have a lifetime savings plan, something like that. That would be great.
That's great advice. I couldn't agree more. Julia, I wish you, your family, and the great team at the Austrian Stock Exchange all the best for 2022 and a Merry Christmas.
Same to you. Same to all of you. Thanks for having me.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Season's greetings. Bye.
Astrid, Matthias, which topic is next on our list?
That's a very good question, because we have so many topics. I started to structure them.
Big one.
Yeah, so we have, I mean, I guess we have been speaking about a lot of things, also tried to contextualize it a little bit with the speakers. So we have been talking until now about, and this is this is a little bit not in the right order, but we've been talking about ransomware, cybersecurity incidents. We've been talking about Web 2 and how the Web 3 emerges. We've been talking about the future of research in 2021 and beyond. So we have been briefly hinting at the biotech and healthcare bubble, and we have heard that it might not be a bubble, but a sustaining. It's more of a less of a bubble than a sustaining trend. We've talked about Horizon Europe and which is the success of the program of Horizon 2020 in Europe. We have also talked a little bit about artificial intelligence and machine learning in healthcare and the benefits. We have briefly touched on data science. We've also talked about resource scarcity in the times of crisis and how it affects the individual people that have been giving their input here in this podcast. We've been talking about supply chain shortage, talent shortage, the great resignation briefly. We've been talking about financial literacy only briefly. I guess this would be a topic we could now speak a little bit more about. We have been touching also health literacy. One topic that I wanted to thematize, which is maybe not so much in the context of financial literacy, but is definitely also affecting the market, is the right to repair. So we saw a few elements and that are still from the year before, still very active, at least in European Union. There's a few new trends and things that play that affect end consumers of technological devices. So personally, I've realized that I also fell into one of these traps, which is, for example, there's a new sign that is been put on end consumer devices such as fridges and home appliances, which are, for example, trying to make it like easier to understand like what is the yearly what is the yearly power usage of that devices. It's very confusing. So personally, I had to buy some appliances, and I was like shocked on how intransparent this is, and then in the end also how this doesn't really boil down to a actual unit price. So the problem is that the question is, unless the prices for electricity are not rising substantially, it's in my opinion better to look at long-lasting devices than to look at these specific ratings, like the energy certificates, which are like very, very differently utilized. It's very confusing for end consumers. But one important aspect that I wanted to point out is the right to repair. So we saw a lot of different startups and approaches in making technology repairable to end consumers. The only really big tech giant that was against this was Apple. So they had like a big stance on why this shouldn't be possible and why there would need to be a registered service expert to be able to offer the services. Recently, they have also changed in this regard and offered a self-service repair program, which is set to be rolled out in 2022. So I see this also as a big potential market also for Europe, especially because we see projects such as Fairphone and other projects in this regard where they are really tackling this repair market as an actual funnel, or they see the opportunity in end users repairing their devices. I think it's also a thing that comes with the pandemic, because people are sitting at home and they can watch all sorts of like repair things on YouTube, and they can learn on how to so this is also in this literacy trend that we are here bringing up. So there's all sorts of literacies or literacy that people should have these days. So there's like financial literacy, health literacy, digital work literacy, all sorts of literacy.
But it's great that, you know, you have the opportunity these days to really go online and search for these things, because I remember also a few years ago, okay, 8 years ago, I had an issue with my Mac laptop, and at that time it was still possible to actually open up the thing and then really, you know, exchange parts and play around with it. And so, and these days it's just not possible anymore. So really are sort of forced to go into a shop, because otherwise you will also lose all warranty and whatever on it, and it's a huge problem. Yeah,
this is not only a huge problem. I think also at the same time, people want to be able to understand the technology around them anymore. As we get more and more technological as a society, these things are scary, even to me. And I would consider myself being an enthusiast and expert. I'm working a lot with hardware as well. I'm working with a lot of projects that are utilizing technology more differently, like for research purposes or for purposes of producing projects that are targeted towards citizen science. So you start to think about standards, you start to think about what type of things do work, also if you roll it out in a product. Biggest issue that I experienced this year was the NFC standard. So we had a few projects that have been working with the future of the supply chain and blockchain. And there's this term of digital twins, or like how can you actually make sure that a specific product is unique, and the like, the huge topic that is, in my opinion, also important outside of the blockchain sphere. It could actually help making supply chain more efficient, but also like more less error prone, so to say. And in a way, I see here a lot of like problems, especially because Apple didn't implement, for example, and these are like things from a product perspective which you observe. For example, it's not easy to utilize NFC on iPhones because they're implementing the standard differently and exposing all the necessary standards that you would use or want to use. So it's like there's also a pending lawsuit, I guess, like for developers in Germany. They can utilize already the full scope. I will actually substantiate the things that I'm telling here later in a blog post or so you can directly click through. Essentially, there's a lot of confusion also in different standards, and I guess in understanding the technology around us. Because looking at what happens here is that we see also the tech giants understanding that hardware can, for example, also be fostering a lot of customer loyalty for larger products. A good example is, for example, the Google Pixel rollout this year. This was maybe also one of these larger product releases that a lot of people were eyeing at, because we had this kind of very few tech giants dominating the mobile sector, and Google itself was essentially developing Android, but didn't really have the proper hardware that would be considered like enthusiast or like high-tech stage. So they released phones which they put a lot of research and development funds into, I guess. And the whole industry was a little bit eyeing on this, and especially developers were super excited about what that would mean in terms of like improving end consumer quality in terms of like taking pictures, but also in the what you can develop for those devices. We've seen also that the supply chain shortage, of course, was still in play here, because there's a lot of like pre-orders still for the largest editions of these phones. And we see also how Google cannot solve all industry problems, because there has been a lot of debate about the biometric features of the phone, and there has been a lot of other things mentioned. It's very interesting to see, though, that I guess it becomes very important that these devices play all the tunes, so to say. So we see also the rise of a culture of influencers. So influencers become more and more important. Also, again, putting this back in context with a topic we have discussed before. So there has been the Twitch leak, which is also an interesting leak in terms of data. So you see how much influencers are making, how much money is actually in the content marketing sector, but also in the influencer sector. So I guess a lot of topics we could talk about, and we will be talking about still.
No, but I think also, on the content marketing, what I was thinking, because we also said, all the data that we have floating around, and how it's been used, and how we're all sort of directed towards all these kind of infrastructures, is really that there is sort of it's great also for companies that they can sort of build their social graphs with all this data, and see, where whereabouts is, who we're interacting with, what we like, what we don't like, and all of that, and really being profiled. But on the other hand, there's also a huge risk to giving away all the data and making ourselves so transparent. So I also try to need to be honest to minimize social media exposure to the absolute minimum that is necessary from a professional level. But I think on a private level, I've actually just stopped with all of that, because it's just, as you also highlighted, there's so much there's like potential for social engineering, and the more we get digital, and it's very clear, the higher there is the risk, and it's easier to leak this data if there aren't any proper security mechanisms in place. I mean, it seems to be the theme of the podcast today here in review, but I think really, if you think about digitalization, you have to overemphasize this issue of security in a long way. Yeah.
So actually, security or like marketing is also a big thing in malware. I have just posted here also ransomware as a service, which I find one of the most extreme. Yeah, they have like there's like marketing campaigns for ransomware infrastructure. So this has been also like in the news all over the place, and I guess you have also read about this. So there has been a major crackdown and major takedown of a few large of these operators that were operating ransomware infrastructure. So this is and I have to stress this fact a lot, because I was actually shocked while we have been discussing and researching a little bit of the details and facts and figures. It's insane in the numbers. So I guess this will be also following us in 2022, and I guess it will be still a topic. I hope it will not affect us so much as it already did this year. So it will be interesting to see how this evolves. There is already a few reports out there which explain the market size of ransomware, the market where ransomware is a service. I think it's an interesting topic, but we don't have to speak only about security topics, because I guess they've been very dominant already in our discussion.
Yeah, I can bring up new topics with our next speaker. It's Peter Llewellyn-Davies, and he is president of Biotech Austria. And I'm curious to hear how the year was for his organization and himself. Welcome to the show, Peter. It's good to see you again. Peter, I think you're on mute.
Actually, I'm not. My system didn't quite work. It's I'm one of those non-Mac users, so I don't know what these guys are talking about. For me, everything is compatible between all sorts of systems, works fantastically. So this is not the topic, though. Thank you very much, Christian, also for the intro. Yes, it's been a very upheaving year. It's very unusual to be in a position where you've had all the ups and downs that normally you wouldn't expect. But biotech is indeed a thrilling business. And as you probably heard from Johannes and his colleagues and everybody else, it's probably at the moment one of the most exciting topics to be talking about. So thank you very much for the invitation.
It's good to have you here. It was amazing to hear from Johannes and Philipp how great the life science industry evolved in Vienna over the last 2 decades. I mean, when I think back myself, when I started in the industry in 2006, let's put it bluntly and exaggerate a little bit, a handful of companies existed here. And I learned from Johannes that we had an exponential growth since then. How do you see 2021 for life science entrepreneurs?
Well, when I came to Austria in 2017, it was quite interesting, really. I had only really heard of Austrian biotech in respect of Intercell, Valneva now, and a few others. And I didn't really see it as a Viennese type of entity. It was an Austrian-wide, and I've been to a biotech event in Innsbruck. And what amazed me at the time when I came was the strength of the science, i.e. the institutes and the universities, and the students, the amount of students actually coming out of university and looking for challenges. And then I realized that a lot of them went abroad, and I thought to myself, why are they going abroad? I mean, there's so much in this country. It's not just the nicest place to live, but you know, you have a strong infrastructure. You've got the scenery, you've got the schnitzels, and you've got everything wonderful here, and the wine. And then I realized, oh dear, what's not going right here? Because it could be a really strong country for biotech. So things have improved since then. We've had 5 exits this year alone. You know, Oregon, Phargomed, All Sites, just to name, and Temus, just to name 4 of them. But it's been an amazing year, and it's going to continue this way, I believe it.
Yeah, I'm just smiling because the term exit, in my opinion, didn't exist 20 years ago. So there was not much going on. And when I open now in the internet, it feels like on a daily basis, we get some success stories here from Austria. Peter, you started Biotech Austria a year ago. almost a year ago. So it's also an anniversary for Biotech Austria, if I remember it right. How was the first year for your team?
Well, thank you very much, because when Johannes and myself and a few of the biotech entrepreneurs sat down in 2020, we said, is this an idea we should follow? Should we set up an industry association just for biotech? Because these industry associations exist in the US, in the UK, in France, in Germany, and in Switzerland, a very, very successful biotech industry. And we said, let's do it. Yeah, let's get this industry associated started. So 30 of us started last year, and now we're 60 a year later. So if we double every year, well, I think there are only about 200 companies in Austria at the moment. But so the goal is to increase the amount of companies as well. An amazing year, quite simply because our goal is to not just support our members, but also to make people more aware of biotech in general. And I'm not just talking about the red biotech industry, the white one as well, but just in general, to understand that this is probably at the moment the most needed industry, not just because of the climate control, but also because of health. Look at the coronavirus. Biotech was the reason why we are suddenly are able at this moment in time, at least, well, it's changing sadly, but to get it under control at least a little bit.
Now, it's amazing to hear. Also, I learned with Johannes and Philipp that on the infrastructure side, a lot is going on. How do you see the situation for infrastructure here in Austria for life science entrepreneurs?
So that is really one big issue we have here. So one of our first goals is with Lisa Vienna, with ABA, with all sorts of others, the AWS and all sorts of others, working together, and farming to get entrepreneurs out from universities and start businesses. We want to create the spirit that you have in Cambridge in the UK and Oxford and in the US. And, there's a lot of money in Austria. Let's just think of all the rich families, but also there's tons of money available to make biotech success here as well. So we need to get the entrepreneurs away from their labs and into a company. And we start that perhaps with a simplified founding of a company. It's called the Austrian Limited was one idea, but it's just a simplified company. That's one of the big hurdles we're facing at the moment. But secondly, we just haven't got enough lab space. And this is really something we have to work on. So anyone who's building, anybody who's in the field of building properties and investing in that, they should think about lab space, because that is big business of the future. And we haven't got enough, just not enough.
What, in your opinion, is the bottleneck? Why is that way?
Well, people invest in flats and shopping centers. But the longer the pandemic goes, I think they're beginning to realize that shopping centers aren't really the ideal thing to invest in. Sorry, but instead, I think
Jeff Bezos would agree to that.
But it would be a good idea to invest also, and no one has really realized that labs are needed, and perhaps this is the moment now to say, okay, let's not just talk about shopping, because this is going more and more online. Let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the entrepreneurs of the next generation, and this is science. Science is strong in Austria, and we need to promote this and get it invested.
I completely agree to that. I mean, when I think back 20 years ago, we didn't have much companies. I understood the point that there's nothing going on. But as you and Johannes and Philipp from Lisa Vienna mentioned, we have had exponential growth, and probably it's continuing. So there are a lot of entrepreneurs, and probably also the probability of return is much better than investing in shopping centers for real estate investors. And maybe this podcast also helps to raise awareness. I think infrastructure is one important part. And in the podcast episode we did together, you mentioned we need a culture of success here in Austria and in Europe. Can we emphasize that a little bit more? I think we can't talk too little about this important topic.
No, absolutely. My background is British, although I'm at heart an Austrian. Well, I am now. So unless when it comes down to football, perhaps not so much. But anyway, that's beside the point. Anyway, so I personally feel that the spirit of entrepreneurship is there, and we're also in a situation right now that we need a rethink in the way we look at entrepreneurism. And just to give you an example, if you come out of school and you think, okay, what am I going to do now? Well, I'll go to university. What am I going to do now? I'll get a good job. Okay, so we need this. We need to think differently and say, okay, why don't I just found a company? And people are scared about failing. They're scared about failing because failure is, there's a word for it, obviously in German, which means it's negative. Failing is negative. We need to change the mentality and say, no, failing is a part of the learning curve. And if we instill this attitude into the younger generation, those who want to found a company, and say, look, it's no problem, just move on, the next step, let's do it. And that will also create not only a great country, but a great culture for success.
That's true. Astrid, you were smiling. Do you want to add something?
No, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm half British, actually, yeah. I studied in Oxford, and I need to say, it's been very different to be sort of immersed in the sort of entrepreneurial ecosystem over there, where everyone just feels like, oh, what could be the next idea that I'm doing? And sort of like hundreds of student societies, entrepreneurship at every corner, basically. And it's the opposite. If you don't have an you sort of burning idea that you want to develop, you're more likely to be a failure than anything else. So it's very much the opposite from here. And but I feel it's something that we really need to also again, start somewhere in kindergarten, in schools, you know, to really teach, like maybe not really try to nurture this curiosity that with what, you know, children are actually born with, you know, to naturally play around and think like, oh, how could I do this and that? To really keep that going and not stay too much on this sort of like, oh, forget your fantasy, that will not get you anywhere, but really also bring this to schools. Also, I mean, it's also in Austria, if you look at the kind of career events that you have, like the BEST is doing a great job, you know, in helping people to get together with universities and finding, you know, ways in how they could educate. But I have never seen actually a stand that it would speak about entrepreneurship and say like, okay, here's actually a very different career path. You could actually build your own company, develop your own ideas or anything like that. So there's also something that we really need to develop more over here.
Yeah, and one thing to add on to that, I mean, I don't know if any of you read the Depresser this week and saw that English knowledge and proficiency in Europe or in the world. And guess where Austria is? I didn't think about it at the time. I thought, okay, somewhere in the middle, I don't know. It's number 2 behind Holland. I was most surprised about that. Germany's somewhere around 12, France is 27, and you think, you know, Austria, wow. And this is one of the reasons why this country is going to be really, really successful. We just need to believe in ourselves and make sure our kids get the right education to actually use this. And the first step is taken, language proficiency, especially the center of Central Europe, right? And you need to be able to speak English here because of all the cultures coming together here, not just talking about Vienna.
I completely agree. I mean, this was a huge debate around the podcast. People often ask me, why English, why not German? You are in Austria. And my answer is always, I mean, if I want to address the world, I need to learn and practice English constantly. It's 1.5 billion people on the internet in the world speak English, and they're all on the internet these days. When I limit myself to German, I have a market of roughly 120 million in the world. So any company that wants to go out on the global market needs at least English and ideally also other languages. I completely agree with that, Peter. Peter, when we talk about the future, let's switch from 2021 to 2022. What's on the future agenda of Biotech Austria? What are the 3 most important parts that you want to change?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't thought about the answer yet. So you're going to have to test my spontaneity. So, okay, well, number 1 is to make the awareness of biotechnology a big. We're making this a big thing, and I think number 2 is to get together with all the excellent institutes and universities, but also the associations and clusters, and make sure we all work together to create an environment for the next step. And number 3, and perhaps this is also number 1, is to make the Austrian government aware that innovation isn't getting big pharmaceutical companies to buy and make enormous sites for manufacturing drugs, but to think of the next generation and invest in the next generation And as I said a few minutes ago, and this is one of our goals, we're going to try and, lobby and support the industry in that respect and make sure people understand, particularly politicians, that if we don't do that, people can leave Austria, get their education here for free, not like in the UK or the US, for free, and then they'll leave and go somewhere where they can make some money. They'll go to the US or the UK. They won't stay here. If we're lucky, they'll come back, like Christoph Huber, who left Austria to found BioNTech in 2018, and he went to Tübingen because they offered him some money there, and the German system is a lot better than it is here. And he lives in Austria again because he is Austrian. But I think there are other examples as well. We just need to make sure people come back or stay here. They can get their experience elsewhere. So just those 3 points, I think, are the main awareness ones we're talking about this year, for next year.
I agree to that. I mean, when I look back to 2006, there was practically no investment money for biotech and for life science after the initial seed stage, and the usual way was leaving Austria, going to Germany, the United Kingdom, and then tapping into the US market. And I think there is still a lot of room for improvement for policymakers to make Austria more attractive for capital investments, especially in life science and in biotech. I still think we don't have enough capital in that area. How do you see that?
Yeah, absolutely. So now you're talking about points 4, 5, and 6.
So it's a long list.
Yeah, it is a long list, to be honest. But so within that, as you quite rightly say, we need to get people, because they are made aware of biotech, they begin to believe that it's a good idea to invest in biotech. So obviously getting investors from the US and other countries as well to invest in Austria is great. But why don't we get the guys who invest in IT and in shopping centers to invest in biotech? There are billions in Austria. Austrian entrepreneurs, the big families. I don't need to name them here, but the big families here, if we manage to set up a system that these families say, okay, I'm going to invest in Austrian biotech as well. I'm going to put some money in there. And we're not talking about billions. We're just talking about hundreds of millions, which isn't a lot for them, because a dividend, half a dividend of the Austrian Telecom is 100 million. Even that would help our industry. So this is something we're working on as well. Goal number 4, absolutely right. Investors in biotech.
Yeah, and especially in the early stages, you can do really a lot with 100 million or 200 million. And 5 years ago, I heard the example from the Ministry of Finance that foundations have a lot of capital. And if they would be motivated and if they were possible to invest only 1%, you have this 100 to 200 million that becomes available very quickly, very easily. And this can do a lot in the translational research area, for example.
Yeah. And then we'll talk about number 5, is if you look at a development of a drug, I'm just talking about the red biotech field, which is development of drugs. This takes usually 10 to 15 years. Believe me, BioNTech didn't get their vaccine because they were so brilliant. In fact, they just invented it in January 2020. No, they developed this for cancer, right? And it had been in development for 10 years already. So they were ready to go, and they just switched the indication. So the clinical trials themselves, they cost tens of millions of euros. And now let's look at Apiron, or Invirus as we're called in future. If we want to set up a clinical trial, we won't get any money from any Austrian government. We have to go out and get the investors, because the FFG, there's no criticism, they're great. The FFG only has funding for startups and preclinical investments. Once you get into clinical trials, which you need to do to prove that the drug works, you need the money and you don't get it here. So what you do, you go abroad. And is that the right idea?
Yeah, it was a pity that the CLIFA program was stopped a couple of years ago. I mean, this was targeted from the FFG on clinical trials, and for some reason it didn't move forward. Since we were talking about point 5 already, I can't make up the point 6. What is the point 6 on your list?
Have fun.
Have fun. This is always a great thing. Peter, this is also the right spirit to move into the next year. I think have fun, do what you love, be passionate. I remember your words from our podcast episodes, and this is sound advice. Peter, I wish you and your teams all the best for the future, and a Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. And everybody here, thank you very much for these absolutely interesting insights. And Matthias, thank you for sharing these articles. Really appreciate it. Guys, this is a great country. Let's make this successful. Thank you very much.
Let's do so. Have a great time. Astrid, Matthias, what topic do you want to talk about next?
I feel there have been so many topics that we have already spoken to about today, and sort of like fascinating, how we always go between, sectors and investment. But I think the overarching theme today was really sort of education. Again, health literacy, financial literacy, then I don't know, like online ready literacy or something like that, and really wonder, how we can actually sort of take this as a sort of spark to really foster change here.
That's one aspect that I like a lot, Christian, from your description, is this idea of having an open mindset, or like I believe you call it the beginner's mind, which is I think important also to let new things into your system and to be able to learn and to understand that there is enough to learn and there is a lot of things to improve too. So I guess this is what I find very interesting, what you were publishing, Christian, because also I see like from the debate that you have going on with the people invited, this is like interesting because I think a lot of people understand and can learn from that, can learn from experience, can improve. So I guess this was also the brief topic we tackled just now. Also this understanding that there is or like getting rid of this anxiety of failure, which is in a way also stifling the innovation, possibly through a cultural kind of out of a cultural necessity in Austria. So I guess this is looking at different studies in this regard, very different in the American startup culture, where it's clear that you can fail and it's like not such a disaster if you do. So I guess this also shows a bit of business resilience in this regard, which Austrian startups and entrepreneurs would need. And I guess this also boils down then in the end to available capital, to investment opportunities and so on. Because in my opinion, still we see also a lot of hesitance or like not so, like capital is not that readily available in Vienna yet, sadly. Even compared to Berlin or like to other startup cities or to other startup contexts, we see that this risk is really also clear to the investors. And this traditional idea of, okay, I'm investing in a high risk situation. I guess we could need much more of those people that understand that it can be fun to deploy risk capital. So I hope also that this is also driving a bit of investment thoughts in the future, because especially in research, I see a lot of, and in IT, this is at least the field that I'm observing closely, there's a huge gap in what people understand as research. So usually in very business-centric context, research is usually seen as solving some instant need. And I guess this is like not how we should see research. I see research much more as a kind of a way of how to de-risk the future and how to actually prepare also in terms of this kind of different literacy that is needed these days. So if it's like making sure that the team gets stronger, or you're prepared for very uncertain markets such as the cryptocurrency market, or technological risk as if should the Web 2 ever break down, or all these type of things. So I guess a proper research strategy and a proper understanding of how to build up this literacy would help us. And this is of course starting with sentences and approaches like that to have this open mindset and beginner mindset, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think totally. I mean, also the future is sort of interdisciplinary in that respect, because there is not just one sort of field that can live on its own. I think the IST Austrian in Klosterneuburg is doing that actually quite successfully, where it really brings together researchers from several fields, and none of them can really, or like to be pinpointed to one specific area, so to say, because they say like, no, they identify actually with computer sciences and with biology and whatever. And I think that's also the way to go. And this is something that we also need to push in our minds more, to think less about, you know, a particular sector, but really think about more the transferable skills that we can actually use in many different sectors and how this could be also applied. Or for example, how we could also use, I mean, gladly, you know, also in biotech, there is more and more data science approaches that really help to sort of de-risk certain developments. And I'm looking forward to, you know, these data models being also stronger in a way that we also can de-risk clinical studies earlier, so that we don't have this high failure rate, which I think is probably one of the reasons why maybe there is some hesitation to put even more money into this field, but I don't know, up for a suggestion. But yeah.
So as you mentioned, Matthias, beginner's mind, this is, I think is a term from Zen Buddhism that I learned my martial arts career. And it's basically staying open-minded. And this is the spirit I want to see in the podcast, that we talk with a lot of successful entrepreneurs and decipher what makes them successful and make these know-how accessible to anybody, and point at the success factors, like how did some entrepreneurs become successful? What were the steps that they were doing? And one important part is, as you mentioned, Matthias, I mean, today we have a lot of big problems, and these are not small problems anymore. And the right way to work on solution for these problems, like the pandemic SARS-CoV-2, is to train scientists to come up with solutions. And this is also where beginner's mind comes from, and martial arts. In martial arts, we always said, I mean, when you wait until you're attacked physically somewhere in the street, it's too late. If you want to self-protect and you want to learn self-defense, you have to train before something like that happens. And I see it similarly in tackling the big problems. Like also Peter said with BioNTech, I mean, BioNTech basically trained their team for more than 10 years to learn and understand what their technology can do and how they can use it. And after this training period, it's quite easy then to switch to a different indication, or also have a look when more problems evolve in the world. Can we use our technology for that? But I think the crucial part is we need to start training early. And sometimes when I look at the conversations I have here in Austria or in Europe, I still get a little bit the feeling that it's more reactive. So when something happens, then we can do something. But very often it's too late. So we need to start earlier. And hopefully with the podcast, we can contribute a little bit to these, to solving these problems or these challenges, and help people understand how success looks like also in life science, also in the digital space, what the success factors are and how people can model that.
Very nice. So how do we model those?
We will see. We will see. I think we are getting there. I mean, when I compare the spirit in the United States, it seems to me always it's quite normal to start businesses and don't worry too much, move forward, work on a solution 1% at a time. And think in Europe a little bit, it's getting better. It's getting better. It's improving. Astrid, how did you see the spirit in Oxford? I mean, you spent some years there. Well, how is the UK
10.
spirit?
10 years.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's just very different. I don't know, and but I tried to figure out several times why it is, and maybe it is also that you have just this very nice college system where you're actually thrown together with people from very different fields and sectors. So you're not just limited to one study sector. Again, in Austria, it is if you study, I don't know, biology, then you go to your biology student organization. Okay, sometimes there are some events, but there is no really close interaction with sort of people from other sectors as well. And so just by being thrown into this college system with having so many other really clever people around you from different fields, you get challenged also on a very different level, because they ask questions that you might never had thought of your own kind of field, because you're already sort of like quite blindsided about it. And I think that helps also to sort of develop yourself and challenge your own views of the world. Because I need to say, honestly, when I was in Austria still, I was always thinking, okay, I'll do my master's and then I'll, have a job and it's fine. And sort of this experience in Oxford really turned me completely around into a person who found out that I'm actually much more an entrepreneurial person. I'm much happier in this space, but it really took sort of the ecosystem there and being exposed to many different ideas and opportunities to really sort of break up this sort of, I don't know, cage I was in, really, from having grown up in this system, basically.
I think it was funny when I compare the attitudes that I got exposed to in the 90s. It basically was finish school. If you want, you can study something at the university, but you don't need to. It's mostly not necessary. And then after school or after graduating from university, find a job in a big corporation. And then 2 reasons I remember for founding a company. One was before you retire. So eventually, after 40 years of your career, when you retire from your last job, then you can start a little consultancy, make some money for retirement. Or those people who were not able to find a proper job in a corporation. I think this is, in my mind, the attitude of the 90s. And when I look now at the world, I mean, what happened since 2008-9 here in Austria after the big crisis at the startup scene that were mostly built, Speed Invest, for example, great success. Austrian startup, we have later Markus Raunig here. When I look at the funds that evolved, your fund, Astrid, also ISD Austria, that was started, I think, also 2006 ago, then ISD Cube, their fund. Then we have many funds in the digital space, and I always envied a little bit the dynamic that I saw in the digital space and missed it in the life science industry. But I think this is changing now. This is changing now since the start of the pandemic, and also as Johannes Sarx, Philipp Hainzl, Peter Llewellyn-Davies said, they see a very positive dynamic in the future. And I'm curious to hear also on that topic our next speaker, which is a business angel here in Austria. It's Albert Missbichler. I pull it into the panelists. And welcome to the show, Albert. Let's give us your insights into entrepreneurship. And it takes a little bit of time. Here he is. Albert.
Hello.
Good to hear you. How are you doing?
Thanks, fine. Okay. Try to get me. Sure.
It's good to hear and see you.
Yes. Thank you very much for the invitation.
You're very welcome. Albert, we were talking about entrepreneurship in Austria. I think you are a long-term entrepreneur and business angel here. Give us your perspective on entrepreneurship.
Well, it's a really interesting business, and well, I'm in since about 6 years, and I changed a little bit my point of view, because at the beginning I had some good suggestions for investments, with rather big tickets, which obviously turned out to be not the best way to take at the beginning big tickets, because if the development does not succeed like the business plan said, you've got a problem with liquidity. So I changed to small tickets now, and I'm just now busy with 3 or 4 different very young startups involving as well young as also already little bit older people, which have the big advantage that they have already some experience. Then what I saw, that if you have a very young person, spin-off from the university, very engaged, perfect, but they need some sort of backup with all these things you have done during setting up a company, all these do's and don'ts, which you don't find in any book. You don't learn at the university. You come from scientific part, which is perfect. You have a perfect, say, process development. You have the idea of a perfect product, but there is another important point which often is neglected. There's the point of market. So is there my market? How can I get to that market? We had this with the company.
Albert, I pressed the wrong button, I guess. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
This was the problem of the host. I wanted to mute myself, and
you can hear me? Yes.
Yes, now we.
That's okay. You can hear me again?
Albert, continue with entrepreneurship. You're the young entrepreneurs that you're supporting.
The important point is, sorry, that the approach to the market and the feeling of in which time you can access the market often is missing with young people. And this is where I'm now busy in trying to involve myself with my experience and with some advices to get there. On the other hand, the small company has the big advantage that it can be flexible. As an example, I invested in Diagnostics, which was founded 6 years ago and was focused on rather small molecules, development of detection or diagnostic of small molecules in the R&D section. And 2 years ago, everything which was not related somehow to Corona R&D, it simply was turned off. So you have a business model with companies, with laboratories, with partners all over the world, and within 2 weeks they all disappear. Simply they disappear because nobody got money for research. Expect you're busy in something correlated to Corona. And so we had the chance, and we took the chance to switch over, and within half a year we developed a test on our platform, and we are now going to market this test. And again, big surprise, two seniors in this company having about 30 years experience in clinical diagnostic. We know all the people, we know the market, and we said, okay, the test is ready, it is approved, every laboratory things are done. There shouldn't be any problem to get this test into the market. It is a problem. So we just face 3 months of being active, getting results. Yes, very interesting. Oh, yes, could you give me a sample? Would you buy it? Just not now. And this is the thing that we have to just to face and keep in mind. You need a long odom to keep this distance, or to stay within this distance without getting bankrupt in the meantime.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, one thing is producing a working prototype, yes, and the next thing is then to either sell the story to investors for the next step to make the working prototype fitting any kind of market, or if the prototype already addresses a need, then to find the customers. And this is tough work. Needs proper planning. And
yes, I think this is very much underestimated, that this is, maybe it is at least 50% of the whole story has to be get the product on the market. Success.
I mean, I completely agree. My opinion is also backward thinking. So start from the customer need, and then think about what problem you solve. And very often when I talk with companies or with people that are early to entrepreneurship, I get the impression that market comes last in the thinking, and also financing comes last. So when they run out of money, then they start thinking about, okay, is there a customer or is there an investor? And very often it comes too late. So my recommendation always is the minute you start putting together a team, you need this business skill and financing skill on the team as a core process that develops alongside the other operations in the company. How do you see that as a business angel?
yes, this is a very important thing. And also I see this as the main activity of the business angel, besides investing some money, just dragging along the people to the lead. Anyone who will pay is not the investor, is not the bank, is not any fund. It's a customer that will pay the whole company. And if the company should be a success story, you need a lot of customers or a big customer that really pays for the product. And therefore, it's very important to get the need. Which problem can we solve for the customer? Do we have to make the awareness in the customer with his problem, or is the problem already there? Most of the things you have to make the awareness to the customer. You got a problem, you simply don't know, but I have the solution. As soon as one of the customers believes the story, you're on the good side. If you can't get the customer to believe the story that they have a problem that you can solve with your product, whatever it is, they never will buy it. And I think this is, in many cases, this is the problem for many startups, that they have a very good idea, a perfect product, but the market is simply too small, or they can't address it properly. So they, even if they get a lot of money, it takes them not only 2 years, maybe 5 years, but in the end, they have to fail because the market is simply not there. And if you can raise some money from whomever, and you have sometime you have to pay this money back.
That's true.
Therefore, it doesn't make sense to raise 15 million of whatever money for a market which is about 10 millions in total. You won't get into the market to that.
And you can't.
It's very interesting to see business plans prepared for investors, prepared for funding companies or FFG or whatever, where you have this total market and you get less than 10% from Austria, Vienna with 5 people. This simply doesn't work. When I remember when I started my startup nearly 20 years ago, we had a very good business plan, histamine intolerance. This is involved about 5% of the world. And you can calculate every person takes 1 pill per day, which costs €1, makes whoops, turnaround with whoops. This doesn't work. I remember, just an example, you have to check the market, whether you can have the idea, this is from the Austrian market, whether I can transfer this to international market or even to Germany. So what I learned very quickly, if you come from Austria, Germany ends around Frankfurt. Everything north about, they don't need German or Austrian inventions or Austrian people. You need a confident person there who can make the marketing there for you, because you must not go from Vienna to say, Hamburg. They simply don't talk to you.
I think there is one important point that you emphasized, or that we should emphasize more, because I miss it very often in companies. Jeff Bezos, in his book Invent and Wonder, wrote as a headline to one article, what's good for the customer is good for the shareholders. So the only goal a company has is to serve the needs of a specific type of customer. So customers that have a problem which the company addresses with a product or a service that solves the problem. And a company doesn't serve public funds or doesn't serve investors, they serve the customer. And sometimes when I look now on the market, sometimes it looks like to me we are too much on the investment side, so that companies or entrepreneurs think in terms of exits and selling their companies. And Christoph Länger, for example, in one podcast said, a company is not sold by the entrepreneurs or by the founders, it's purchased by a company. So it's a switch in the mindset. How do you see this mindset that you perceive on the European market? What are we dealing with currently?
Yes, it is an interesting problem you're addressing now. The mindset of many founders is really, we sell the company. Or we build something, we have to build something up. We file lots of patents, which are more or less expensive, which are more or less useful, in the idea I can sell this whole package to another company, to an investor, whatever. Not keeping in mind that this investor doesn't buy the company, but a product which should work on the market, or at least a very good idea which the investor or the strategic investor can use in his setting. And also the next part is looking for a strategic investor, not for a VC. In most cases, you have not the experience, you don't have the resources to address the market properly when you start a company with, say, 5 or 6 persons. This simply is impossible. So you need some connection network which goes which goes together with you to address the markets in different fields of the market, in different companies or in different countries. You can't do this by yourself. And this is also very important to bring this into the mind of the startups, that they need partners, and they need reliable partners. And of course, most of these partners want some money for their activity. And it is always important to divert the money into product development, whatever this is in total, and market development. This must go in parallel. If you forget about the market development, you've got a product with no market for that, and then you run really into problems. And also to have the feedback of the market as soon as you have some sort of working type of prototype. You have to check it with the market. Is this really what my customer needs? Or is this what our development process developed because it was the most easiest way to get somewhere in this direction we want to go?
It's good that you take it.
The need of the customers changes. So we had development, for example, antibodies to SARS-CoV-19. Very important. Politicians said 3 months ago, this is no valid system for getting somewhere. So we can forget about that within a few days. So you have to do this market surveillance, this permanent market surveillance, and see where does the market change? Are there different requirements for the market? Are there different requirements from regulatory parts? Another very important thing, regulatory can kill a project rather quickly if you overlook some details.
This is important what you say. I mean, we were talking about content marketing, and today on TikTok, for example, I saw a short clip which was quite interesting, and the question was, how can I make my business successful? Should I draw up a nice balance sheet or write extensive business plans or something like that? And the answer was no. The first thing you need to do is finding your customers that pay you even when you just have a prototype. This is the most important step. Unless you don't have at least one customer that buys into your solution, you always have to question the market. Albert, in that spirit, when we look at 2022, what is your outlook to 2022 in terms of entrepreneurship?
Well, I hope that we will have more possibilities to get into personal contacts again, because just what you just said, you can't sell a product online without having personal contact to your customer. And you don't get the proper or necessary feedback from your customer, from your potential customer, without sitting with him in a room and having him in front of you, talking with him. You can't do this online. You can work out protocols if you know each other. It is, to my experience now, it is nearly impossible to get an honest feeling of that what your customer or your potential customer really needs. He won't tell you this in written words, but you can see in your reaction, okay, yes, this is the feeling, or there might be a problem, you can talk with it. So I think it's very important to find personal contacts again with universities, with young research groups, also to find out if there are any useful ideas that can be transferred into market. So this is what I'm looking for, really, and hopefully we can at least in spring start again, going out, talking to people, collecting ideas, bringing ideas together to make this virtual network also working in a real network of connecting people on a table in a whatever.
I'm curious now to hear Astrid's opinion on that. I mean, my opinion is also that we need this personal contact to understand what customers need. It's for me, it's also different sitting face to face in real life in front of a person and getting the full experience of communication compared to the digital version. I mean, digital has become much better in the last 2 years, but still I believe we need the real world. When I talk to younger people, they often say, no, we don't need it. Astrid, how is it in the digital space? How important is the direct contact to customers in your world?
Not really much. I mean, in general, I agree that we all need, face-to-face contact, and sort of value our relationships there, with friends and occasional business partners. But I think most people have seen that also in the digital space, you can become more efficient and you think more about, do you really need to travel to this meeting? Or can I actually do it online? Is it really necessary for a 1 hour meeting to actually block out 3 hours, just to get an initial assessment? I think we have been actually quite successful in speaking to teams fully online. This has also not been the case in the VC space before. Before you would always also get the whole team on site and sort of meet everyone or also go there to the office and stuff. I think there are now ways that you can also it takes some training. I will say that, yes. It takes some training and also for your gut feeling to develop and how you can actually measure and interpret digital interactions. It's much, much harder if you don't have a video like we have now, for example, on Zoom, that already gives you much more information. But I think you can do most things actually online. I think you can also sell to your customers online. And this is also why we have now also such a push with this whole metaverse system, where we will see that a lot of things will actually move into the digital space that don't necessarily need to be in a person-to-person contact.
And maybe this was a very important thing you said. You need training on the online communication. And I also think it's a question of age. We have been educated as an older person, we have been educated and we have lived our active lives in direct communication. If you grow up as a digital native, I think it's very much easier for them to get into this sort of communication type. Of course, we have
I'm not sure. So I tell you one thing, when I had my first job while I was actually still writing up my PhD thesis, so I already took a full-time job at the Science and Technology Facilities Council in the UK. I had actually my manager, who was already in his 50s, up in the north of England, and I was actually sitting down in south, and I had actually no team around me. And what we were doing was also communicating always just digitally. And it was really weird for me because it was the first time that I actually hadn't met someone in person or didn't have contact with my manager in person. But sort of after a year or so, you get used to this and so like, okay, no, yes, you can actually talk like you would in any kind of way. So I think it really it's less an age issue than really something like training, being open to it quite regularly. I mean, I have now basically Zoom calls every day, starting from 8:30 to, I don't know, some time in the evening. And so for me, it's become quite, not normal, but I got very much used to it. Yeah.
I agree to that, what you both say. I think it depends, in my opinion. Yeah. Sascha Berger pointed it out with the importance of building trust, and where he said, in his opinion, it's important to meet at least once in real life. And I would agree to that. But building on that, what Stefanie said, the content marketing, I believe when a company and especially the founders do their content marketing online really well, putting constantly content out there that describes who they are, what they are doing, and seeing a track record after 5 years of a consistent content marketing strategy can help to build the trust. But companies that don't do that, online, where you basically, I mean, still when startups approach me, when I look the people up, they are not existing on LinkedIn sometimes, they don't have a Twitter profile, a Facebook profile, or maximum a company website that says we are coming soon. So it stays a black box. And when I compare it to, for example, Gary Vaynerchuk, he's one of those who says a company has to put out 64 pieces of content every day, and not only the company, but also the executives, founders, and owners. And his opinion is when you do that really constantly, you don't need the real world anymore because everything is laid out and building trust comes naturally. How do you see that, Albert? Is that something that you could also live with, that you see a track record of content of a company to replace the personal contact?
I think it's very helpful and it's very important. As you pointed out sometimes today, as soon as there's a new name on the screen, you look it up. In Google, you look it up. In LinkedIn, the same thing. That's what I also do. The problem is when you've found a company, you don't have a track record because you're new. So you may have a track record as a person, but if you are a spin-off from a university, so you may have some papers which are limited to those people who can read these papers scientifically. Everything else is simply not there. And therefore, it is, especially at the beginning, I think it's important to have this personal contact. As soon as you're somehow present already, you have to build up this, you have to make these feeds, this is okay. And you can continue your connections with every people, with customers already if you're here. As soon as you're present and as soon as you have settled up your homepage or whatever you put in there, this will work, I'm sure. But at the very beginning, I think it's necessary to meet people in person and to discuss also to make this brainstorming sessions online. They work. I've done some of them, but they work much better if you are meeting in person with 5 or 6 people. This is my experience. I mean, this is very subjective, this meaning. Maybe it can work much better, and I'm simply not used to that. And I'm not really wanting to get used to that, really.
Yeah, I think there's a question also from a comment from Kimberly coming in that she finds a very interesting discussion. And she would be interested in knowing it if you found ways of connecting with new people and ideas online less effectively as we do at coffee breaks, at in-person events. I mean, this is something that I experienced in my behavior with this new normal that we have now. Before 2020, my normal behavior was that when somebody wrote me an email, I wanted to meet for lunch or for coffee or somewhere. But as Astrid said, I mean, it takes 3 hours going for lunch in Vienna. It's 1 or 2 hours lunch, and then you have to commute between that. And since Zoom is working so well now, even when I'm in the same city with the person who invites me, now my first reaction is, okay, let's have a 30-minute Zoom call to see if we really can do something instead of let's meet for lunch. Astrid and Albert, how do you see it in your life? And Matthias?
Well,
I mean,
okay. Just do it.
You're good. No, I mean, for us, it worked quite well actually over LinkedIn, for example. As you said, you can reach out to people via their profiles or even sort of on Twitter, then set up sort of an initial call of 30 minutes, to keep it short, and then see like, okay, is there any, angle that you could work on, and then sort of keep the interaction going from there. So through several either messaging apps or also email. I mean, email seems to also be dying down these days, I have the feeling, but it's still there. Yeah, just it is certainly, I don't say, more intense because you have to sort of check in at least once a month or so, like any updates or, keep up with regular calls, but that has actually worked quite well for us.
Well, I agree, you can continue or you can discuss a lot of things with people you are intending to meet. You make an appointment with one person or with another person, You can go to lunch or you can set up a Zoom meeting. This is fine. But if you take the coffee break after some conference or whatever, you meet people you would not address via a Zoom meeting because they're simply there because they're taking their coffee 1 meter beside you. And you listen what they are talking about, and all this information simply you are missing. Because you don't address these people because you don't even know them, but you get to know them and you, oh, interesting, what are you doing? Maybe we can connect, or maybe you're a sympathetic person, or maybe you have an interesting project, but I won't work with you because I don't like you. All these things are very different to pick up in Zoom meetings.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I think at conferences, this element of chance or luck, or however you call it, pumping into people that otherwise I would have never met, is an important factor in business. So a lot of contacts come out, and they also can't replicate it here. So when they have an audience, I don't even know if Zoom still restricts people from communicating with each other. But when I see 60, 70 people in the audience, I hardly believe that there is any communication dynamic behind the scene like we see on a conference.
Exactly. And to be honest, in conference, one part is the presentation or whatever, but the most important part is the discussion afterwards with the people being around there, to connect with people you simply didn't know before. And this, I think this cannot be replaced by online meetings.
Yeah, but I think it will.
As soon as you have a project, as soon as you have some sort of agenda, it's fine to go online. You do not need to travel through wherever to go. But at the very beginning, to get into contacts, it can't be replaced, from my opinion.
I agree to that. I think we need a balance between online and offline worlds, but I also think that the online world will be part of business as it is right now and will become more important. But we still need at least some big conferences where people can meet and also have this initial accidental contacts to move forward that are very important.
Yeah.
Albert, thank you very much for joining the session. It's always good to see you, and hopefully we can meet up for a real life lunch or dinner pretty soon.
Hope so, yes. I wish everybody good holidays, a very good switch in the next year, and hopefully much health.
Same to you, Albert. Same to you. Have a good 2022. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Let's call in the next speaker. It's from Austria, and I hope I remember it right, Sweden, Walter Stockinger, who founded Halian Ventures. Walter, it's good to see you.
Hello, Christian. Hello, everybody. Astrid, Matthias. Nice to see you again.
Walter, how are you doing?
Excellent. Although I'm not in Sweden, I have to say. Like all of you, I'm in Austria. That's good.
That's good. But I think your fund is located in Sweden and Norway, if I remember it right.
That is correct. So our headquarters is in Norway, but we do have also an office in Sweden. But as a team, we're quite spread around Europe. So we have team members in Germany, in France, and in Austria.
Walter, I'm curious in your successes from 2021. What was going on or is still going on in your fund?
Yeah, still going on is actually the right way to say it. So, I mean, clearly, it was an exciting year. I think for all of us, lots of things happened that we've never experienced before. On the Halian side, clearly raising fund number 2 in a very short period of time. We're actually having a first close because we expect the fund still to grow. It has to be on place 1. So we've closed our second fund, the first close of our second fund. The fund size is already higher than fund number 1 was. So we're quite excited about this. And we already made the first investment, and we're going to make probably 2 more before the end of the year out of fund number 2. So everything is on track, and the team is really the team has grown and has become a really good team now. So it's so much fun working with them. I know you just talked about, being all virtual. I guess that has always been the case in life sciences. So we do invest globally. Often we don't meet the companies we invest into for a long time or very rarely. So nothing new for us with respect to our partners, business partners. That is something that was expected and hasn't changed much. On the teams, but the team, our Haitian team, is really fantastic. And actually, I was listening a little bit into the other conversation. My impression is that actually the junior team members that would need more interaction, personal interaction. I think you earlier said, you're from the people and the older generation who is used to personal interactions. I think actually it's the other way around in teams like ours. The more senior people, they are used to, they know what they're doing, hopefully. The young people, they still need some training. They would benefit more, I think, from personal interactions, from day-to-day coffee machine kind of talk.
I'm curious, Walter, how do you handle the situation with the lockdowns with Hainzl Ventures? Do you have your offices open? Is it possible to meet, or is everybody on home office?
Well, as I said earlier, right, we are spread across the continent anyway, so we are used to not meeting each other that frequently. Having said that, my life has changed dramatically. And I should also say, since, our offices are, the actual physical offices are in Norway and in Oslo and in Stockholm, they have a bit of a different lockdown experience as we in Austria do. Less lockdowns in Oslo and definitely fewer in Stockholm. But yeah, there was lots of home office even there. But for me, I'm working out of my home office anyway. What has changed really was that I'm not traveling anymore. I was on the plane at least twice, probably more often than that per week before the lockdown. And I've been traveling, I think, once during the last 12 months. And that is really, really very efficient now.
Do you miss traveling?
Yeah, I've done it for almost 15 years, weekly. No, not that much.
Then there's a positive side. I miss it a little bit. I mean, I enjoyed the conferences, to meet also people in real life. I think also in the life science industry, working from the lab or from home and working with people that are in different places all over the world is normal. But what I really loved was at least 2 or 3 times a year meeting at conferences and catching up and seeing people in real life. How do you see that, Walter?
Well, I do like to go and meet you at a coffee shop in Vienna.
We could do that. I think next week.
On a business trip or not. Yeah, I mean, it's a necessity, but we never travel for fun. I think it becomes more apparent now that I do it so much less frequently. It becomes much more apparent how inefficient it is, how much time is spent on getting to the airport, being on a plane, yes, you may be able to work a little bit, read a little bit, do some, have even some leisure time. But I mean, all that time, I'm now sitting in front of my computer and getting my emails done.
That's true. But when I think back to Bettina Resl, who said health literacy is also important, and she pointed out that walking, I think commuting or traveling, especially with airplanes, had some exercise built in. Or London, for example, the airport. I did always think 6, 7, 8 kilometers when I was traveling overseas.
It's actually even that works better. If I can, you see this in the background here is a stepper.
Cool.
I get to do sport more often now.
Yeah.
I'm not traveling. Yeah.
That's true.
No, I see it. You asked me for the positive things. I really, I know there's lots of suffering and there's lots of personal tragedy and all that, right? But I mean, I can honestly say I'm experiencing it in a very positive way, and I'm lucky. And also our exit was in the context of COVID. I should say, I'm very lucky.
Let's switch the conversation to your investments, the company you are invested.
Yeah.
What were the biggest successes of your companies in 2021?
20. I was hoping you said 2020, right? Because
we can also go back to 2020. What was your biggest success in 2020?
Well, clearly, I was now should say, so obviously, we were investing in Themis that was sold to Merck in 2020. But we had some very good news in 21 too. Not everything was good, but even a company, the one company where we really did not get the expected result, has a second project, and we are discussing offers now for that company. So even there, I can say that things are going fine. We had an oncology company that has very good safety data. We have a company that has an MS drug that also shows very good safety data. So on the clinical side, things are moving again. I think 2020 was a little different when all the clinical trial centers were halted, clinical trials were halted. Lots of delays back then, and we were lucky again that most of our companies were pre-clinical stage in 2019. So everything is moving. And, the proof is still in the pudding. Let's see, lots of critical data is coming out in 22. Safety is good, but efficacy is better. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have some challenges still ahead. What about your other companies?
Okay, so, so as I said, in September, we had the first close of our second fund. And we have made already one investment, closed one investment, closing one within the next 4 or 5 days, and probably a second one too, which will be the third one then. Those are really, I have to say, look, we're happy with fund number 1, but I think fund number 2 shapes up to be better because the companies we invest into, we're really excited about. The one that I can disclose already is maybe also a sign of the age of the time that we're living in. It was an 87 million euros round. So you can imagine, heavily syndicated, something that didn't happen in Europe until recently. That was an ADC, an antibody drug conjugate deal. I guess, we discussed, we could briefly touch upon the hype around ADCs, which I think is absolutely justified. So that was our first deal. Company's called Emergence. And then making maybe the one that it's an Austrian company, which also makes me always very happy because the board meetings are going to be close by. I'm connecting again with people I met, people I know, have known since my postdoc times in the States. They're sitting on their partner now in another fund who is also investing, and it's in the synthetic biology space, and I'm really excited about this. I think the sky's the limit for this company. I don't want to say the name yet because we haven't signed, and I think the company should first put out the press release about it. But it's, very excited about it. I think they have a fantastic technology. We have mapped the global space. It's in the DNA synthesis field. Nothing can do what they can do, time-wise, cost-wise, quality-wise. So this, and it was really the first time, we try to get, this is a commercial product that you want to sell, right? It's different from a drug development thing that you can basically do from a basement and with service providers. They need to sell product soon. That means they have to go to the United States right away, right? So we reached out to a number of US funds, and there was so much traction. I've never seen this before. So, in fact, most of them said, no, the ticket sizes are too small. Right? So.
Yeah, I think the ticket sizes or the round sizes are still larger in the United States than in Europe. Do you get the same impression?
So the ticket sizes in Europe are getting larger. Is that what you just?
They are getting larger, but I think still in the United States, the round sizes and the ticket sizes are still much larger than in Europe.
So I wouldn't dare to just say, the average is now, but in my personal impression, what I'm seeing through my filter, right, is that more frequently in the States you have you put syndicates, so even single funds with very large fund managers with very large funds investing big tickets into early preclinical stage companies. Obviously, they go entrenched. I have no doubt about that. But you see a 40 million US round for a preclinical asset, something that was unthinkable in Europe until recently. So we were used to, making a round and then hoping that the next round will come together with more investors. There was also a function, I guess, various reasons. One of them is that the funds in Europe are not as big, although I have to say with, LSP's recent fund, they are reaching sizes comparable to what happens in the States. And so we were always also having that financing risk, right, for the next step. So in the States, early stage, but financing it all the way, hopefully, to an exitable stage. Right. While in Europe we had, a seed round, a Series A round, a Series B round, every time new investors, every time the financing risk. And that is to some extent changing now. As I said, we were just in an 87 million round, and the rounds are getting bigger even here. Yeah.
Walter, I would like to use the opportunity. Astrid, you would like to say something, I guess.
I was just wondering, how can you see that there is actually increased competition for good deals? Is there actually more capital in general in the market now with, all the life science hype and COVID pandemic and whatever?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you said this right. I'm talking specifically and exclusive about life sciences. So
yes, of course.
Yeah, no, but you reminded me, Astrid, right? I'm talking about venture, but obviously, I have not much visibility to the rest of to other technologies and other ecosystems. Sorry, now, Astrid, can you repeat your question?
Because we have heard today also already that, there seems to be more capital floating into the life science sector. And I was wondering if you can also see that with when you screen for deals or when you actually talk to prospective, investments, that it gets more competitive, that you also need to sort of display your edge as a fund or how you could really help them?
Yes, absolutely. There's more money around the table. There are, I think what also happens is that pharmaceutical companies are now realizing that, you don't have to develop everything from the earliest stage yourself. So they're becoming more acquisitive at earlier stages. So, and that is absolutely happening. We have seen both. We have starting to see competition for certain deals in hot spaces, ADC specifically, where the competition was so big that that it was difficult to get in. More importantly and more personally, I took the fact that we did a long due diligence on an asset at the beginning of the year, end of last year, beginning of 21. Long-term due diligence. The company was not able to raise money for a long time, and we looked at the asset and we really liked it. And then we had a term sheet signed, and then a second party was going to join the term sheet after a real effort from our side to actually raise money and get more people into the deal. And then suddenly, the pharma company stepped in and bought the asset. That was painful because I still think it's a great asset, and they did the right thing. I would have liked to be part of it. So that's my negative experience. That's the most negative experience of the year 21 for me, losing such a deal to a pharma company.
It's a good problem to have, I guess, because you had other successes also. Walter, do you have a couple of minutes? I would like to use the opportunity to switch the break that we have between the speakers, or to use the break between the speakers to talk about trends in life science. I think you experience, if you agree, Matthias and Astrid, that we handle it that way. Walter, I think you have very excellent insight into the life science industry in Europe and the United States. And you already mentioned one trend, ADCs. Can you talk a little bit more about what you believe the potential is of this technology?
Yeah, so to those who don't know what ADCs are, so the history is that obviously, we have chemotherapeutics to treat cancer, and we know they are limited, and now they are, checkpoint inhibitors, which, facilitate or help your own immune system to attack cancer. Because we knew for a long time that our immune system is relevant for the cancer, and companies have developed antibodies against certain epitopes, targets on cancer cells. There are not that many, frankly, but there are a few. The best known is probably HER2 in certain breast cancers. And Herceptin has been out there for a long time as an antibody that binds to the cell surface of these cancer cells. The problem with antibodies is that they are actually not the primary immune defense against cells in our body. They are actually meant to be, if you excuse my teleological argument, they are meant to be targeting foreign invaders like viruses or bacteria, right? To target cells in our body that go awry, that do something they shouldn't do, we actually usually use the cellular immune response, T cells specifically. Not only, and the world is always way more complex than I'm trying, as far as, don't understand everything myself, but I'm trying to paint a simplified picture here. So cancers have been tried, companies have tried and failed, with a few exceptions like Herceptin, to use our antibody immune response or use directly antibodies to target cancer. Herceptin does work, not very well, it does, enough to get it approved, enough, to help some patients, but the response is not very good. Now, because, once this thing binds to a cell, to a cancer cell, it doesn't trigger cell death necessarily, right? Now, what people have tried now for a long time is actually to make this antibody into an actual killing machine by linking a toxin to that antibody. And that this is a feasible way forward has been clear for a long time. The problem is that these toxins, they have to be bound to a linker, and then the linker was released, although it shouldn't be released, by the antibody still in the circulation, or then it was not released, and I'm sure there are 1,000 other problems. So these antibody drug killing, cancer cell killing drug, this conjugate, right, that it just didn't work so well for a long time until CL Genetics really had a breakthrough. And I don't know about all the details, but the breakthrough must be in picking the right toxin and picking the right linker. The antibody was clear. It's the same as Herceptin, right? Which is already approved. Just stick a working toxin that really gets released only inside of the cancer cell, right? If you achieve that, then you've got a drug, and that drug is Kadcyla. It's a little bit better. You would assume it's much better. It's only a little bit better than Herceptin, right? But it's better, right? And now, and from that moment on, people have started to optimize linker and toxin. And I think last year or this year, a drug was approved that is just a same target, still the same target, still HER2 as an antibody target, right? But linker improved, toxin improved, and suddenly you have a fantastic response. So it really works much better than both Kadcyla, the old antibody drug conjugate, and the antibody alone, Herceptin. So what I want to say here is, like, by improving the linker, the chemistry of the linker, the type of toxin you optimize around this, and suddenly out of a somewhat working drug, you make a real super drug. And that, I think, because HER2 is not the only target, there's 4, 5, 6 other targets that one could think of for many different cancers. And I think there's really excitement. about these new linker technologies and the new toxins. Yeah, I think this is the most exciting development in oncology that I've seen last year.
I agree with that. I'm pretty amazed what chemists can do today to improve the technology and make it more effective and less dangerous at the same time for patients. And since we're talking about holy grails anyways, I think ADCs also have a holy grail potential. So if chemists get enough money to do what you said, take antibodies that already are approved on the market, link them properly with a novel toxin or with an existing toxin, they have a good chance of making treatments much more effective.
Yeah, I agree. I think it moves to being a game of big pharma because now it's an optimization. I mean, I'm sure somebody will find a new target, but it's good enough to use one of the existing targets that works so. And our investment is in one of those cases where existing antibody drug conjugate is okay, but the new linker, the new toxin, and it looks really good at that early stage.
Now it's good to hear that also other areas are moving forward, but let's take a step sideways back to our current problem. I think everybody heard a lot about mRNA vaccines and their potential for treating the actual viral change. What I always was wondering for investors in, for example, BioNTech, Moderna, Pfizer, was that it for mRNA vaccines, or are there also other is there also other potential in other indications? What do you think, Walter?
Yeah. So mRNA vaccines were not invented for infectious diseases. They were considered, it was in the manufacturing technology, the cold chain, the problem that which is not, that they are very, very unstable, although this is getting better. Those are all problems that people are aware. Also, the other technologies are established and can be, you have the big, manufacturers, they can pump out vaccines at high amounts, but it's still also old vaccines, right? Viral vaccines are difficult to make. So mRNA vaccines originally were made for oncology purposes, for cancer, mostly for cancer indications, and were not a success, neither for Moderna nor for BioNTech. For a long time, these companies, they were created on the promise of what's called neoantigens, right? The cancers have specific cancer and, may have a random mutation that is randomly, possibly random, may stimulate the immune system, and you want to boost the immune system by giving that body, a vaccine that is exactly that mutation, so that even more is made and the immune system can attack the cancer. So it is a personalized approach. So you had to do something where you can easily change the vaccine by changing the sequence of the vaccine. So that's what the mRNA vaccines were made. Cancer therapy, no success so far at all. And then COVID came, right? And they were the fastest among the fastest in approaching that, because it's very easy to change the sequence of an mRNA vaccine. Nothing else changes, right? And becomes a vaccine against something completely different. So great to do something quick. Now, with the rest of the world where vaccines are being used, and this is infectious diseases in general, right? The question is, what are we talking about? There are two big markets. There's the vaccination market where we all get vaccinated, like FSME, or like in Austria at least, right? But smallpox or any of those, measles, right? And the question for me is, why would you? Yes, a very large amount of doses are given, but it's a low-cost game, right? Because it's a preventative therapy. It's a preventative approach. People who take it are healthy. You don't pay much money for healthy people, right? Once they get sick, you pay, right? But so these vaccines that prevent the standard diseases, they are established. I find it hard to believe that the economics, although I can't do the calculations, but I find it hard to believe that somebody would enter with this space with an mRNA vaccine. Why? It's a genericized business where scale matters and the cost change when you have cold chain involved. I find it. My guess would be no, they're not going down that route. The next is the travel vaccine market, right? And travel vaccines are super small. The problem for travel vaccines is the global market of a travel vaccine is in the, if you got 200 million globally, it's a big travel vaccine. And that's not interesting. And pharmaceutical that sells for 200 million, and then it can't be expensive, right? It can't be an expensive product, so the margins are low. So will they enter travel vaccines? Maybe, because it's easy. Could be. But I don't think this is kind of a blue sky opportunity, right? Where they have a place, probably, I hope there's no vaccine specialist listening, but I think where they have a place or may have a place is in a flu vaccine that has to be changed every single year, right? So the rapid change of epitopes, that's something you achieve very well with mRNA. Or in the next pandemic, right, where you very quickly need to develop the next vaccine against the next virus.
New viruses will come anyways, I think, as far as I remember, every 3, 4, 5 years, something is happening in this world. And if Pfizer, Moderna, CureVac, BioNTech, and all other companies that are doing research in that field can really bring something quickly to the market, it's a great help, I guess. Walter, we have 2 minutes left. What is your outlook for 2022? Open question.
Open question.
2 minutes.
For me personally, as for our fund, lots of efficacy data coming out. So I'm very excited to. I'm very, very much looking forward to that. It's going to be hopefully good news, but we will see.
When you have good news to share, we can always do a podcast to tell the world what's going on. Walter, thank you very much for your time. I wish you, your team, and your family all the best for 2022, and a happy and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. You too. Bye.
Have a great day. Let's move to the next speaker. We had already colleagues from Shanghai, colleagues from Europe, United Kingdom, and now we are going to, where do I have it? The East Coast of the United States with Yoni Falkson joining. Yoni, good to see you again.
Likewise, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming online. How is it going for you?
Good. It's exciting times. Busy trying to finish out as many things as we can before the year ends. So, all good. Definitely keeping busy.
How is life on the East Coast in the United States these days?
It's great. I mean, actually, we recently moved down to North Carolina. So I used to be up in New York. Mm-hmm. The weather here is warmer, a little bit sunnier. So we're very happy kind of being a little bit further south. Things are probably a little bit less restricted from that perspective as well, where I am now. So it's a little bit better for the kids and just more relaxed kind of atmosphere than being closer to New York. So, it's nice. It's literally 70 degrees Fahrenheit today. So it's quite warm for the middle of December, I think, even for North Carolina, which is lovely. So I'm in a good mood.
You are blessed. I'm in the middle of Europe and we have winter, so it's deep temperatures and it's very cold. Yoni, tell me a little bit more about your company. What are you doing with your company?
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe should give a little background myself and then the company if that works.
Great.
So I'm currently the COO here at a small preclinical biotech known as Gilgamesh Pharmaceuticals, which I'll happy to talk more about. My background, spent a number of years in kind of global pricing market access, spent many years at Regeneron and Pfizer in early commercial development, new product planning. I was the prior co-founder of SpringWorks Therapeutics, which was a spin out from Pfizer. So we took a number of their shelf programs. And now I'm joined in about June to Gilgamesh. While prior to that, I was more of an advisor, so not too new to the company. Also on the side of that, we can, if you want to talk about podcasts, I'm also the founder of Podcast Notes. And so that's actually how we, Christian, we originally connected.
That's right.
So that's the high level of me. I mean, Gilgamesh is, I'm sure many of you are sort of familiar with the popularity of a number of kind of psychedelics focused companies these days. We're coming at it more as a traditional, biotechnology company going at the space, right? So we are only developing novel compounds. We're looking to make, clear improvements with clear composition of matter IP over, the molecules you've probably all heard of by now, psilocybin that Compass is developing, and ketamine, DMT type compounds, and ibogaine as well, which is potentially very, very valuable for treatment of opioid addiction and other kinds of addiction. So we have a pretty broad and deep portfolio. We're sort of in the late stages of preclinical. We're venture funded. We raised our Series A in April. We're just kicking off our Series B already, basically beginning of January next year, to raise additional capital as we go very quickly into the clinic for the first 2 lead programs for next year. So busy times, exciting times, but in a very, dynamic space, we'll say, in the public and private markets.
So 3 questions to you, but let's start with the first one. Psychedelics, I think you are operating in mental health, finding solutions for mental health diseases, which especially in the pandemic, I think it's a big issue, and getting relief there definitely helps. In Europe, I heard a lot about Atai Life Sciences. I think they're also in a similar space, and one of the investors is a European, it's Christian Angermayer. Are you in a similar space operating like Atai Life Science, or are there differences? It's just out of interest.
Yeah, no, so I think it's certainly all connected, right? So funnily enough, one of our co-founders, actually both our co-founders, their prior companies were acquired by Atai. So Perception Neuroscience, which was acquired by Atai, which is their R-ketamine, it was our CEO's company before this. And so he's still connected to the company and Christian and all of that. And another company for other founder on the chemistry side called Cures was also acquired by Atai. So there's currently close connections. I think, they're certainly early movers. They have a really broad portfolio, but R-ketamine is a really interesting program. It'll hopefully maybe be less associative. It's still an injectable. In general, our thesis and approach is really trying to make improvements and sort of be that next generation of psychedelics. So we're certainly behind them, going public and doing all these sorts of things, but we're growing. And we're also, Atai was built by sort of combining programs in different companies. Our entire portfolio, which is now up to 8 programs, is all internally developed. So it's all novel medicinal chemistry developed within the company. So there's certainly similarities. I think we're looking to be the next generation, right? So our ketamine that we're developing is orally bioavailable, which is in many ways a big improvement for ketamine, which is traditionally used IV. A lot of advantages from. We also believe ours will be non-dissociative at therapeutic levels. So you could see a lot more at-home use, chronic use, experimenting with different treatment paradigms. But, I think they're certainly in the space on the ketamine side. They're going to be a competitor as well. But we have many other programs in different targets within the psychedelic space.
We were talking about, coming to the second question, we were talking about fundraising in this podcast episode today, a lot with investors and entrepreneurs from Europe, and also a little bit about similarities and difference with the United States. I'm curious about your Series B. You said that you're in the process of fundraising. What's the goal for you as a US-based company? What are you aiming at with your Series B? How much do you want to raise, and what are the milestones that you want to tackle?
Sure. So I can go into a little bit. So I guess some context, our Series A was 27 million. And we raised about 7 before, so we've raised about 34 million to date. And in the neurospace, trials are big and expensive, right? This isn't rare diseases. So to do what we're looking to accomplish, which is we have 4 lead programs, 2 which are even nominated and moving to the clinic. We're trying to do a lot. So we're pretty capital intensive for what we're trying to accomplish, just because it's a lot of trials and trials are expensive. So we're looking to raise anywhere from 60 to 75 or higher with the Series B. And we really consider this almost a crossover, right? So we would expect, all things go well, we'll raise this, we'll have very, a very nice long runway. We'll wait for our phase 1b data, which should be in actual patients, which is kind of more clinical validation than just pure safety. And that would likely be a trigger for IPO. And, that could happen in 2 or 3 programs, not, probably by some point in the second half of 2023, right? So crossover Series B around now, but 18 months later, IPO, if the window is looking good. If not, at least we've raised sufficient capital that we're not, needing to do something we don't want to do, and we continue doing what we need to do and keep progressing the programs. So that's the general gist of it.
That's pretty quick, within 18 months. Going public. I believe you are aiming at the Nasdaq, I guess, as a US company.
Sorry?
I guess you're aiming to get listed on the Nasdaq as a US company, so it's quite logical.
Yeah, that would be very, very likely. Yeah, almost definitely Nasdaq would be the goal.
I'm curious again in your valuation, because we had a discussion that the valuations in worldwide due to the pandemic are just skyrocketing because there's so much capital on the market. How do you perceive this valuation discussion in the United States? Do you believe that you saw an impact also in the United States on what's possible to put on the market valuation-wise due to the bailout programs that were brought to the world from all governments globally?
So I'm not a great person to speak to sort of the broader fundraising market, just because prior to I just came from Regeneron, right? So that was sort of not the world I was living into recently. But obviously, I'm pretty proud of the Regeneron antibody treatment. And I think it's also confounded by the fact that psychedelics in general is a very hot space. And so COVID or not, there's been a lot of, excitement within biotech and without biotech for funding in these spaces. So, certainly I think valuations are very strong in the psychedelic space. I can't necessarily draw a line from COVID to that. It might likely be through psychedelics, just because there's a lot of passion around the opportunity here, and the fact that if you look at mental health treatment, nothing's happened in like 50 years. It's pretty terrible, right? We've not accomplished much as an industry, and to some degree, for political reasons, this entire class of treatments is like 50 years behind where it should be, right? And part of our mission is to sort of accelerate that back into becoming a reality. And the risk is so much lower, right? We know these things work even before Compass, and now even more so when you see Compass, you see MAPS with MDMA. The clinical validation is there, even not just anecdotally anymore, and sort of legitimate, large phase 2 and even phase 3 studies. And so there's a lot of opportunity in general. The risk for sort of totally novel treatments preclinically in neuro, the probability of success are awfully low historically. Whereas in our space, they're much, much higher than sort of historical norms, right? So the opportunity of the size of the populations, the attractiveness of the mechanisms that we know they're sort of clinically validated, and the unmet need is just so enormous that there's massive upside. And I think that's kind of creating this groundswell, as well as just a lot of people's personal experiences with, I think, a lot of these compounds. Christian speaks very openly about that at Atai, right? He speaks a lot about that as well. So I think all those are driving that, probably more so than anything COVID related, to be honest. I think COVID probably delayed some programs that were already in the clinic, just from more of the logistic complexities of trial sites being shut down and all of that I think has worked itself out by now, for the most part, you'd hope. But
no, I think your solutions are needed. I mean, I don't know the situation in the States, but here in Europe, what I hear from colleagues is that mental health issues are rising due to lockdowns and isolation. And but as you said, I mean, there is nothing new on the market, and hopefully your solutions will help to solve that. How do you see the development for mental health issues in the United States, generally speaking, with the lockdowns? Do you see also a change on the market?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's data, and it's all terrible, frankly. Like, it was terrible to begin with, and it's only gotten more depressing. If you just want to think about overdose, I think this past year it was over 100,000 overdose deaths in the US, which is unfathomable to think about, right? So especially fentanyl driven, opioid addiction in particular has been a huge problem. Depression rates are up in all ages. In the US, especially on the, at least, personally, and sort of what's been going on relative to what I hear in Europe, I think the closures of schools and like aggressive use of masking down to like ages 2 is happening and continues to happen in many places in the US. I think Europe's been a lot more reasonable about, and that's certainly not helped anyone when it comes to sort of mental health issues in the young. So I think depression, there's great stats, like depression is up way higher, you know, drug abuse, which is a function of a lot of these mental health disorders. So whatever happened in Europe, I'm sure it's the same, if not worse, you know, for many parts of the US, unfortunately. And so, you know, the problem is, you know, this is a long road, right? Where we're not going to be able to be on the market soon, but it's not a problem. It's going to go away or fix itself, unfortunately. Yeah, and I think that, you know, the treatment paradigm, like try an SSRI and then I guess try another SSRI and try another SSRI is like this as great as it gets around here in mental health. And so there's really a big need for different mechanisms so you can really customize therapy to patients. And, you know, in psychedelics, you know, in many ways they're amazingly useful, but they're also not solo agents, right? There's many reasons to believe that they're supplemental to psychotherapy and can make that more effective. You saw the MAPS data in PTSD, which was spectacular, right? They did cognitive behavioral therapy plus MDMA, and you know, the combined response rates were, you know, amazing, right? Because it just seems logical if you're going to go through CBT, which is a pretty traumatic thing for someone with PTSD. If you have MDMA on board and you're sort of frankly a lot happier and sort of open-minded to things, if you're trying to reintegrate that memory, it's going to make that a much more effective process. It's going to improve compliance in the first place, because that's kind of the problem with PTSD and CBT in the first place, is that compliance is very low, because who wants to re-experience this traumatic thing on purpose, which is basically what you have to do. And so, you know, this whole class of medications, I think, will hopefully lead to a change in just the overall way that we treat mental health, which is not like, oh, I'll just take a pill, call me in 4 to 8 weeks, we'll see if the SSRI is doing anything, versus, you know, the rapid onset of like, well, no, in a week or a single dose for most cases, if you're responding well to treatment, right? So there's tons of big upside to all these classic treatments.
I think it's very fascinating, you know, topic mental health, because there are so many unknowns that we still have in sort of diagnosing these. I mean, I recently read somewhere a study where it was that actually 70 or 80% of all mental health can be sort of derived back from imbalances in the microbiome. So again, you wonder, you know, how much the psychotherapy can really help there, or also psychedelics or other approaches, if there are some fundamental things that we still don't understand about mental health that still need to be sort of researched before.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, certainly the second brain concept of the microbiome, I think, is very interesting. I think that seems like a high number. I think it may be connected, but what's causative versus correlative is, I'm not so sure. I don't know that exact study. That seems high, but yeah, like there's no doubt that our current, the way that we even diagnose mental health disorders is kind of, you know, blunt at best, right? Like, what is, you know, treatment-resistant depression or MDD? The sort of heterogeneity within that is enormous, right? It's sort of, you know, if you think about the level of sophistication compared to oncology, right? It's like saying we're treating depression is like saying we're treating cancer. It's like, I have a cancer drug. It's like, good luck. You'll get response, and some people have no idea why, right? So getting better with predictive biomarkers, you know, trackers of response or relapse, so you can sort of make adjustments to treatment over time. The level of sophistication is not there because the brain is really complicated, right? Basically. But you know, the good news is we know these mechanisms really are very powerful. But what they've not been done, and part of the reason why Gilgamesh exists, is they weren't developed to be mental health treatments. Not really, right? You have these, you know, they were either plant-based or sort of, you know, Shulgin came up with them in a lab, but no one optimized these to be sort of like safe, effective treatments, right? To the treatment duration of like a 6-hour psilocybin experience isn't very practical for many people in many healthcare systems, right? Whereas one of our programs is a similar kind of 2-way serotonin releaser type program, but it's optimized PK for an hour, right? So you go in, you have a 1-hour experience. It's much more cost effective. It's much more convenient. Hopefully that's long enough to really sort of have a true experience and get some of the benefits, right? Some of these, so that's sort of an example of our programs. Some of our programs are non-hallucinogenic, some are hallucinogenic, right? There's a lot of debate as to, do you need that experience? We're not going to just make a guess, because I think everyone else would be guessing. We think sometimes it depends on the patient, depends on the level of severity of their disease. Maybe for their initial onset experience, you need that true psychedelic experience. For maintenance treatment, you can deal with something that's more sub-psychedelic that can be used safely at home. right? And so we're trying to develop a portfolio that can kind of check all these boxes and be customized to address the variability within the patient population, right? We're somewhat stuck with known DSM sort of levels for what diagnosis is and regulatory pathways, but it doesn't mean we can't come up with biomarkers and flexible treatment paradigms. You know, in the long run, that's where we kind of need to get to, where it's, okay, you did try an SSRI, that didn't work, you know, try a 2A, try an NMDA, you know, you can mix and match and experiment to see what works with patients much more rapidly and hopefully, you know, massively increase the response rates, because most patients are not really well treated right now, as we know, and there's certainly side effects to the current treatments.
Sounds to me, from what I hear, that we have a lot of unsolved problems in that field, and it's a nice call to action for investors to support companies like yours or at High Life Science to come up with solutions and work on solutions for that. I mean, as you mentioned, the data that we see is depressing sometimes, what's going on in this area. Let's switch to another topic, to the last question I have to you. I mean, you mentioned it at the beginning, how we met. It was via your platform, Podcast Notes. What is your goal with that platform?
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess my passion project is a way of thinking about it. So we started in 2015, and it was just sort of a, you know, something to play with kind of blog that didn't have much traction and things like that. But that's kind of scratching your own itch, that sort of 4-hour work week kind of concept of, you know, experimenting. I was on the train commuting into Pfizer, and I had time to listen to a lot of podcasts and started taking notes and putting them online, and that's sort of, you know, how things began. You know, where we are now, where, you know, almost everything that we do is sort of free and without ads and just sort of open to the community. And so I think we've become, to some degree, hopefully kind of a useful service to the podcast world, for useful evergreen notes on topics that are of interest to people, right? So that's kind of, we built like that fundamental base in our sort of user base. That's how we grow between like our newsletter subscriptions and our Twitter followers and things like that. You know, obviously we have kind of built it into a little bit more of a business these days. And so we have a growing number of premium subscribers that get some additional extra kind of content, and we monetize in a few other ways. But, you know, it's because it's fully bootstrapped. I can be very patient, right? This is not a venture funded thing where I'm trying to I don't think this is a venture funded type business, right? Where there's massive upside. It's the sort of thing that, you know, we've had competitors over time, but it's very, very hard to get to any degree of scale or profitability, and almost everyone gives up like years before that happened. And so that's our moat, I suppose, is just like grit. But, you know, to me, it's like, I want to keep doing what we're doing. You know, part of the value is we kind of curate what we think are the most interesting podcasts. We take notes, we share those out, and we keep doing that. And we'll grow our sort of subscriber set and kind of a few other things. But, you know, I just want to keep on growing it slowly. There's no big master plan besides kind of keep on doing what we're doing and hopefully providing some useful things. And, you know, I personally enjoy having like this massive archive of notes on podcasts that I personally think are interesting. It's a very useful kind of tool, right? To the idea of just sort of, you know, scratching your own itch for the company. They don't all have to be venture level potential to be worthwhile. And so that's kind of what I've been focused on. You're on mute.
Yeah, you have built a nice platform, I think. I mean, the reason why I reached out to you was the success you created with my podcast. When Phagomed did a deal with BioNTech, I didn't expect much impact on the podcast. I had an interview with the founders of Phagomed last year, and they're in phage therapies, and basically it was not very famous until they closed the deal. And since then I had an uptake in downloads, and I was curious where this is coming from. So I did several things, some things myself, like implementing a new content marketing strategy. Then also I thought, okay, when Phagomed is making a deal, of course, a little bit of download improvement should be visible, but I didn't expect huge impact. So now we have, I think, about 10x, so 10 times the download numbers I had 2 months or 3 months ago. And I started using Google. and trying to find out where is this coming from. And I saw a lot of traction from the United States. And one factor I found was your podcast notes, and that you highlighted and featured the Phagomed episode. Can you tell me a little bit more what your reasons is that you are doing that you're just picking up podcasts and highlight them in a way that you present it to a community that you really have an impact?
Yeah, no, it was, a little bit luck, I guess, as it always is. I think I came across a tweet about your podcast. I'm not sure exactly where that came from, but and it struck me as interesting. And so sort of we worked up notes to it. Personally, the reason why I was interested is because, as much as we talk about antivirals and viruses have taken over the whole world, it's all anyone talks about. Personally, in the long run, I think we don't talk enough nearly about, antibiotics, anti-infectives in that space. Was something that, I was, pushing Pfizer get back into back when I was there in the around 2015, because I kind of considered it sort of like base level. Like, we don't have basic level anti-infectives. Like, your oncology portfolio is dead too, guys, because if we can't immunocompromise people and protect them with antibiotics, you can't give them oncology drugs. But so it's sort of been like a pet issue of interest of mine for many years. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh, let's go take notes on it. And one of our writers is, very knowledgeable and has, a master's degree in biology, and she's, best sort of situated for these kinds of podcasts. And so that's kind of why, I saw it and I was like, oh, this sounds interesting. That's, let's take notes on it. I think the upside is, if you look across our, 24,000 newsletter subscriptions and our Twitter followers and our just sort of daily traffic, we also have a playlist. So every time we take notes on a podcast, it gets automatically added to sort of like a master playlist of what we take notes on, right? And so we have subscribers to that, and it's impossible to track, but in many different places between Android and, Apple Podcasts and Overcast and whatever. And so that's going to trigger, listens directly. There are plays on our website. So anyone's who's looking at the page, you can play and listen directly there too. So between people being driven by Google and by Twitter and by the newsletter and the RSS feed for the podcast playlist, all those kind of come together to being pretty significant for most podcasters, unless you're sort of in the upper tiers where, Joe Rogan doesn't care. Like, he's not going to notice, when I take notes on something that we do, but 99% of podcasters aren't there. And so I think that's what most likely drove kind of your spike. And I think it's something we've seen with other podcasts that we've taken notes on. When we take notes on lesser known podcasts, often, people be like, thank you. Where did that come from? That was kind of exciting. What kind of drove the spike? So I think you did some good detective work. And so, humbly, I'm pretty sure most of that was kind of podcast notes driven, I would think.
Can you give us a little bit background to your community? What's in your community? Who are the listeners?
Yeah, so I'd say it's majority male, probably 65-35 male, anywhere from 18 to 35, right? So I don't have great data, to be honest, but I mean, there's certainly relatively higher levels of income involved in or interested in tech. There's a lot of, we do a lot of content on technology, startups, entrepreneurship, increasingly crypto. So there's a lot of, there's a kind of growing part of our community on the crypto side of things. Twitter is definitely our biggest sort of, if you think about Twitter in general, it's a medium and who towards to aggregate there, that's by far sort of our main location, right? So there's people that are lifelong learners, people interested in improving their health, creating side gigs, side hustles, interested in joining startups or about venture capital. Those are kind of the major topics that we focus on. So it sort of attracts people either working in those areas or interested in them at the very least. So that's kind of our community.
No,
but it's not as much as I wish it would be. It's, apologies for the dog. It's not that we don't have an active community where everyone's kind of talking all the time, because as a basic function, what we're doing is we're trying to save people time, so they don't have to listen to 10 podcasts they don't have time for, and they can find what's most useful. And we're sort of an efficiency benefit, right? Which means you're not going to then go spend an hour talking on a Slack channel with other people, because part of the point is to actually save time and spend less time listening to the podcast, but getting a lot of the learning from it. So as much as I wish we did, we don't have an active engaged Discord or something like that on the community side of things.
No, it would be great to stay in touch because I think it's a great opportunity to link Europe with the United States via your tool. And let's see how to evolve that in future. Yoni, I have one final question to you. We have 4 minutes left until the next speakers are coming. What's your outlook for 2022? Your personal outlook, open question.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm probably overly optimistic that things will just go a little bit more back to normal, but it's probably just wishful thinking, unfortunately. That's sort of like the background of everything is like, what about all the COVID stuff, right? So, we try to like keep things as normal as we can for the kids. And I hope that, I think there's a lot of hysteria and a lot of, misinformation and miscommunication coming from our governmental areas actually is more my bigger concern, not the others where they call it misinformation. I think there's a lot of dishonesty going on, and I hope that people sort of start to calm down and try to move back to reality and understanding that like we have an endemic disease and we're going to have to live with it, and it doesn't really matter what vaccine passes insanity that you're trying to do. So maybe that's too political, but like I kind of hope all that stuff goes back a bit more to normal because I don't think it's helpful. On the business side, I still spend the large majority of time is focused on Gilgamesh. I think we'll hopefully have a very successful Series A coming up, and that will give us the runway and the capital we need to be really aggressive in developing our programs and growing the team and all those good things, which is very, very exciting. We're a fully remote kind of company, so we're sort of built for COVID, but it doesn't mean we don't like to meet up in person sometimes. So travel restrictions, things like that, put a hamper on things. But that's kind of my focus. And podcast notes is really just kind of continue to grind it out and grow what we do and keep it running. But that's the 3 parts of my answer.
Thank you very much for joining our recording today, our session today. I wish you, your team, and your family all the best for 2022 and have a happy and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Christian.
Let's move on to the next speakers. We have now the gamers, I guess. Astrid. We have
exactly, yes. No, so the whole podcast started today a little bit, with the blockchain theme and Web3 and all that. And we spoke just very briefly about NFTs. But yes, apart from institutional players really entering this crypto space, 2021 has surely been sort of the year of the NFT. So very briefly, just NFT stands for non-fungible tokens. So these are unique tokens, can be tied to a digital file, such as, photos or videos. And this year we've really seen artists, singers, fashion brands are all entering the NFT space and selling sort of the unique digital objects. We've just recently had the news a few days ago that Nike was buying a digital fashion studio, RTFTK, to also sort of expand on their own metaverse opportunity. And they have actually been one of the first fashion brands to actually file sort of a blockchain-based patent already years ago, before metaverse was already a topic. So it will be quite interesting to see what those guys are also developing. And next to this, blockchain-based games started to come up more frequently in this space, offering new ways to sort of earn income or incentivize players to earn. So I'm really excited to have today Phil and Paul from Meta Nano Games here with us and sort of sharing your view of how you experienced what you've been working on. So tell us a little bit about that.
Sure, yeah, happy to do so. Thanks for having us. Yeah, I think the whole metaverse topic, it's really exciting, and I think even in the last weeks, and especially since Facebook renamed their company, rebranded, I think it's really like a mainstream topic now. But we have anticipated it quite a bit that this will become more mainstream topic. And yeah, it's super exciting times for us, and also what we have, or what our vision is with the new project. Yeah, happy to tell you a bit more about this. So any question right away? So I will just introduce. So this whole NFT hype has started with profile pics. I don't know how most of the listeners here into NFTs and crypto, but this has been the non-fungible token hype, where you just collect basically profile pics and they are like stored in the blockchain. And what people would do then, show their profile pics on Twitter, on Discord, and just where they would like to present themselves, but they present their real ownership. So it's not just a pic, but they have the ownership on the blockchain with that. And we've seen a lot of hype going on with these profile pictures. Just if you think about CryptoPunks or Bored Apes. Yeah, so this was the hype, I would say, early this year. And the next, I think, logical step is that people would not only like to express themselves like on a Twitter account or with a profile pic, but the next logical step for me, and I think a lot of people would agree, is that you put also this ownership into games, because especially the younger generation, and even myself, spent a lot of time in video games and online. And this would be just a natural way to express yourself. But it's like not just having a copy of something, but really you own something and you can use this identity. Basically in the future, I would see it wherever you like. And the vision you can sum up, it's basically like the movie Ready Player One. I mean, this is a bit the direction where we are heading. And yeah, I think our project is part of that. So just in a few sentences, what are we doing? We created the Meta Nanos project. You can collect their avatars, and then you can join play to earn games, which basically means those avatars have stats, so speed, stamina, and so on. So they're not only looking cool, but they have some stats. And according to this, you can participate in races. And if your avatar is good, you can really earn money with that. So there's a buy-in. 10 people would be allowed to take part in the race. And then this would be generated like with also some random facts, a random generator. And then the best 3, for example, will win the whole pot. So actually, if you have a good NFT, a good avatar, you can make money with that. And that's also a very interesting approach, I would say, because it combines like the investing topic also with gamification and gaming. And you do not play this game actively. You don't have to steer. It's basically just it's calculated on the stats of your avatar. That would be the.
What was your motivation actually for creating such a game?
The motivation. I mean, we entered the blockchain space actively already in 2017. Back then, we created the first cryptocurrency in Austria and did the first regulated ICO, probably in the whole European Union. And already back then, we were very much into gaming. We created an esports betting platform based on smart contracts with HeroCoin. The platform was called Herosphere.gg. And basically, a lot of people liked the project because they were saying like gaming is the future of blockchain, and gaming will also be the entry to main adoption for the blockchain, because except financing and investing, there was not so much out there. But back then, for me, how this will happen was very blurry. Everybody had the vision, yeah, gaming will be the mass adoption thing for crypto and blockchain. But now the difference is, now I think the way to that is very clear, how this will play out, how this can function. So it's already 4 years gone. And we want to be just on the forefront of this, because I think this will really change industries, and especially the gaming industry and also a lot of other industries in the end. And we just want to be part of this exciting movement. I think that's the main, it's a thrilling and exciting idea. And yeah, we want to proactively build this landscape and shape it.
And can you tell us a little bit more about your gameplay? So you mentioned you have these races that you can race. So can you tell us a little bit more about how the NFTs are actually integrated, or what challenges you're facing there?
Yeah, sure. I would just let also Philipp speak a bit. I talked already a lot.
Yeah, of course, I can do. I mean, it's all a little bit under disclosure because we just started. We went live a week ago with our website, metananos.com, and with all our social channels. So we are right at the beginning of our awesome journey. But yeah, of course, we have our roadmap defined. First of all, we will create our nanos, which are basically our avatars. They are called nanos. and you can use them to join the games, as Paul said. And the interesting thing here is that each nano can be interpreted by the game itself. So the nano has, you could say, a kind of character, like, as Paul said, different statistics, even some hidden powers and so on. And each game can interpret this differently, which means that a nano can be good in one game, but bad in a different one. But generally said, a nano with really good stats is the foundation for success in any game. So the really good nanos will be really in the front in all the games. And from the gameplay perspective, generally we will mix a little bit the game development. We will do it in Unity with blockchain technology, which means that you buy into this game and buy into a slot directly with a smart contract system. But the game itself is calculated on game servers, and then if the game is finished, all the results are transferred back to the smart contract system, which then handles all the payout and so on. So it's a combined system of gaming servers, smart contracts, and yeah, basically our NFTs, the nanos.
Sounds exciting. So what are your plans for 2022 for the game, or when will it be ready for playing?
Yeah, if you're interested into this in detail, then I would advise to go to the homepage, to the website there. The roadmap makes it very clear. But to give you an overview, in early Q1, we start with so-called alpha passes, which is your ticket to early access to the nanos drop. Why do we do this? Because we see in the space that often it's pretty hard for investors, for enthusiasts to come into such a project, right? Because often there's such a hype, and this ends up in gas wars during the mint, and you mostly have never a chance to get it. We invented kind of very fair and interesting process to get those alpha passes, and it will be a little bit different, but this will be revealed on our social channels in the near future. And after the alpha pass drop, we start our nanos drop in late Q1. And in parallel, we already starting our game development, which means that the first alpha version should be ready in summer somewhere next year, which is already pretty cool, because then you can really play with your nanos and test them there. And there's one missing part maybe which I need to explain, which makes this all a little bit more unique, I would say, because you're not just using your avatar, your nano for the games, you also equip your nanos with different NFTs, which means there could be, for example, a dragon race as game where your nano rides a dragon, and the dragon is also an NFT. So you combine your avatar NFT with your equipment NFT to participate in a game. And the combination of those two NFTs gives you strength, weaknesses, power, whatever in the game. And this is a very nice feature of this whole universe in MetaNanos.
That sounds exciting. I mean, will it also be possible to have sort of tournaments with other nanos that, for example, that you can sort of play for the NFTs of someone else, so that you say like, okay, I win now a race and now I get your dragon maybe, or something like that?
This would be really mean, I would say, if you can steal the avatar of another user. This is not planned actually, but for people who want to do this, maybe we will implement such a feature one day. But normally it should be more like, yeah, you win, you have a buy-in. If you win the race, you get more out. If you're not winning the race, you lose your buy-in. That's probably more likely to be the approach. However, that having said, this is our the first showcase of this system, and the broader view, of course, is to make this avatar, because as far as we can tell now, the community really likes those avatars. We spend a lot of time in the design and how they look in 3D. That you can use this avatar not only in our games, but we try to build them bridges and connections to the biggest metaverses already out there, so that you can represent in the end, maybe in Sandbox, Decentraland, and so on, to use this avatar even in other platforms. And for the game development part, we will also create APIs that also other game developers, whoever likes, even the community, could create mini games where you can use this avatar. So we will create the showcases, but in the end, where this whole thing goes is not decided yet, and will be also a lot impacted by the community.
I have one question. I mean, the reason why I didn't buy Bitcoin in 2011 was that I missed the game. I read I can buy a token, and my first question was, in which game can I use them? And the answer was, in no game. There is no game. And finally, the games are coming to the market 10 to 11 years later, which is a great thing. And I was a passionate gamer myself. I try to be more serious these days, except a little bit of Clash Royale. What I'm interested in is this digital space. Is one question. Do you think it will be possible in future to move items between games, not games designed for blockchain technology, but also traditional games, like, for example, Clash Royale, that I can use your avatars in Clash Royale, or Call of Duty, for example, that I can bring avatars from Call of Duty to your game, and also move items around from one game to the other. Is this a possibility, or are we too far away from these days?
First of all, I really appreciate that you're playing Clash Royale. It's a really good game, and I'm up
absolutely
I'm up for a challenge if you fancy.
Challenge accepted.
Super. Do it right after the call. No, but I think this is really possible. I mean, this is obviously a few years in the future, but I think more and more traditional game developers and companies will enter this space. And when they enter, they will try to connect to the community. So this is really likely that the bigger, let's say, crypto projects, NFT projects, get then crossovers, links. There will be APIs. I've heard today that Adidas, for example, is planning to do something with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. So this is already happening. I mean, small pieces, but I think the overall vision will be that we see a lot of these AAA games and old traditional, let's say old traditional, but traditional game developers, and even outside the gaming world, will try to connect to this community, and there will be some crossovers, as you said. I'm pretty sure that one day you can use your Bored Ape or even our Meta Nanos in really like Clash Royale. Maybe, yeah, why not?
I mean, I just imagine your nanos in a game of Call of Duty running around with guns. This is a part that I always missed. I mean, when I think, for example, golf, local golf club, yeah, the local hero. I think you can even sell the clubs of a hero that won a tournament with that just in a local community. Also, when you look at trading card games, Magic, for example, in real life, I think it's possible also to trade the cards when someone used them in a special tournament, and people assign value to that. Then it's happening. In online gaming, it was not really possible. So, I mean, Call of Duty, from tournaments, nothing happened basically with that. Is NFT the solution for that, so that any weapon, any item in a game becomes an NFT and is tradable?
Yeah, at least. I mean, if you look, where does this all come from a technical perspective? I think I am, as a technician, look at those things like in a technical manner. And we tried in the past decades to always find a solution to this problem, to have ownership in the digital space, right? We tried it in different ways with signatures, with encryption, and so on. But there was not really a good solution with mass adoption to it. So now this NFT space, this brings the new possibility to give a normal guy, really simple, with just a wallet, the ownership of a digital item. And now I come to what you were saying. The logical consequence of this is that look at digital markets like the gaming market, look at digital items like all the game items, all the skins and weapons and you name it, and now bring this technical possibilities, this technology, this ownership into this massive spaces. Because if we talk about gaming, I mean, we talk about one of the biggest markets in the world today. So it makes totally sense. And I'm 100% sure that we will see this interoperability between games, between items and so on pretty soon. This is actually also what metaverse, this term means.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would add that we need blockchain education, that people would get it, how it works, what it is. I think the key word here is more usability. It needs to be super easy. And when I remember when we started actively 2017 and 4 years later, it's amazing what has changed and how easy some products are already, how easy you can use them. Yeah, if the progress goes like that, then we have all the amazing advantages that Philipp mentioned, but it's just as easy as any other product. Then it's then we are set up for something huge.
Let help me to understand a little bit the NFT space better. So let's stay at this educational level, basic educational level. When I think back 20 years ago, when I bought books, for example, for my studies or just for recreational purposes, I think the price was 8, 9, 10 euros. And when I finished the book, I could sell it pretty easy to friends or family and get some money back. When I look at Kindle, for example, I mean, I buy a copy, it's similar in price than the physical copy. I get the digital version delivered on my mobile phone or the Kindle app or a physical Kindle. But as far as I know, I can't sell it. So I have it, I have a license, I can use it, but that's it. There's no secondary market attached to that. I see it similar with, for example, compact discs. When I bought the compact disc back in the 90s, I don't know if it was legal, but I could sell it afterwards if I didn't want to listen to it anymore. Looking at the digital version of songs, I mean, Spotify is a little bit different, but basically when I buy something, purchase something, I can't sell it. The same is with movies. Can you put everything that exists in the digital world into an NFT and make it tradable so that you say, okay, it's unique, or did I miss a key information here?
There are actually a lot of initiatives to do exactly that. I mean, one of our team members, Andreas Pettersson, very famous in the blockchain technology space. He, for example, had a project recently which is called Crypto Wine, and he combines actually real world wine with NFTs, and you can trade and buy them and have ownership of the wine in real world with an NFT which is connected to the wine. So exactly what you're describing is already happening.
That's pretty amazing. You can also use it for real world. How is this working with the wine? Give a little bit more detail.
I'm not so deep into this project because it's Andreas' project. But as I can imagine it, they link the wine with the NFT somehow, I must say. And then you can trade the NFT, and the wine is in a still at a place, not directly at the NFT owner, but he could collect this with the NFT anytime. So this link is the crucial thing, how to link things in real world to the digital world.
So that means in the wine example, for example, I mean, if you want to invest in wine, one of the problems is that you have to store them properly, otherwise they can be destroyed. And this is a science by itself. I learned from people who are proficient in that. So the NFT solves that problem. Basically, it's linked to the wine. It's stored in a facility which guarantees that it's stored properly, and you can trade then the NFT.
Exactly. You have immediately access to a marketplace where you can sell it anytime without sending the wine to the buyer.
Astrid, what's your perspective on that for real world applications?
No, I mean, we have seen some interesting ideas among projects that they want to build sort of digital environments or digital shops where you can basically also enter a space. And on the one hand, it's this classical NFT art that you could sort of display there and buy, but that there are also ideas to actually combine it with the sort of traditional Web2 world where you see digital representations of the real world items, and sort of then you could buy, for example, the NFT of a shirt together with the real item, and that would then also be linked through sort of a web shop integration where you can have them both. Exactly, so you can have the shirt in the digital world, but you actually also get it sent in the real world. And I think that could be some interesting applications there in the future. Especially sort of in this kind of digital fashion space, where you can also see that brands are entering this space more and more. Initially, they were actually doing this just to get some more brand exposure, but these days it's really to get sort of another business model out of it, sort of have the digital fashion. Sometimes it's also connected to the real life world, and this actually makes the NFT actually more valuable. So we have that also, for example, with one NFT artist called Tom Sarx, where he also has these rocket NFTs, but there are also real rockets that he then sort of like sends up into the air or stores in museums that are also associated to that NFT, and that has made the NFTs itself also more valuable. So there's some really interesting application and ideas around this space.
Maybe also to add on that, a funny fact, don't forget about the other way around, right? Because currently, there are different initiatives to bring NFTs to the analog world, right? So there are companies right now which are spinning up. They do like a 3D print of your digital NFT. So it's not just a one direction thing. They really are interconnected already, and all the NFT enthusiasts out there, they also want to have this experience to have something physical in their hands still. So yeah, I think we will see this movement growing in the next year.
And
I think it will. Sorry, no, go ahead.
No worries.
No, I think also one thing to highlight also around the NFT space is though that there's still a lot of legal challenges around it as well. So, for example, there's also been recently this case around Miramax and Tarantino, where he also wants to sort of sell parts of his script as NFTs, and then there's also a discussion around copyright or what does an NFT really represent? Is it because it's new, that we are used to having, as you said, Christian, you had the CD, it was physical, it was used, and you give it away. But now you have the digital sphere, and it's sort of new also to lawyers. How do you assess sort of a used digital good, for example? But I see Matthias also wants to say.
Yes, I have a bit of a different approach and different history in mind when I look at NFTs. So because they are not novel, they're nothing new. So if we look at the history of cryptocurrencies, this was very early introduced already in the age of Bitcoin. When we look at colored coins, the concept of colored coins is from 2012. And essentially, the traces of NFTs can be looked up back then in this idea of colored coins. So there's a lot of interesting aspects, in my opinion, to NFTs because Bitcoin is also called non-fungible, if you remember, because there's the different aspects of Bitcoin that make not a Bitcoin being exchangeable to another Bitcoin because of the whole transaction history of it being linked to it. So I'm particularly interested in NFTs as well, but more from the technical concept of it. So I see a lot of potential in different things, which is beyond gaming and which is beyond the original scope that is gaming now, which is obviously a hype field. And I see that you guys are really super excited also about the project, which is also exciting to see and which is great. I think though that looking at NFTs, we should look at the broad scope. So if you know ENS, for example, Ethereum name system, in my opinion, is a very tangible and very useful context for NFTs, which is domains. So domains are something which shouldn't be fungible. And at the same time, I see a lot of interesting projects which are outside of the gaming space where this becomes relevant. So data, for example, or anything that shouldn't be or can't be really fungible by nature. So while I like the hype about the gaming and this aspect, I also want to emphasize that NFTs can be used for so much more than for, you know, like trading and for game characters and avatars. And although there was the general hype introduced by Bored Apes, CryptoKitties, and so on, I think the nature of it makes it interesting in a broader tokenomic sense, and we can actually see and will see a lot of different applications beyond gaming, in my opinion, especially in 2022. There's already a few interesting projects on the horizon globally, and I think gaming may be, as you rightfully stated, be the driver for this. This is true because it's actually in a way very tangible for a lot of cultures from community sector and from the gaming culture. In a way, what I see is that the gaming sector as such is very, very hard to crack or to somehow include into the crypto sector. You have maybe looked at that and you have seen this in the media, but there was recently a huge uproar in the community of Ghost Recon, where the company tried to utilize and make the whole game available via NFT, like in-game items, you can trade items, you can rent items and so on. And the community revolted. So there was a massive shitstorm actually in the news in the past days. I was following this a little bit and I'm seeing a lot of anti-crypto sentiment. This is interestingly in my research going as far as that it's affecting also like the general landscape of crypto. So you see on the one hand the absolute pro-crypto people, and I can actually substantiate this a little bit with a quote that I got from a newsletter today. Let me just find it. So there has been it's a quote from a newsletter which is called Platformer. And here's a quick quote from it from describing the situation and the sentiment of blockchain in Silicon Valley. So I'm here quoting Casey Newton, who was doing this newsletter. So he says, like, pro and anti-crypto fractions harden into place, setting up a long-term religious war over the potential perils of blockchain. So much money is now invested in what enthusiasts call Web3 that its runway now lasts well into the latter half of the decade. Nevertheless, smart skeptics continuously draw attention to the blockchain's terrible interface, user experience, platform, performance, cost, utility scams, and environmental impact, to say nothing of the risk of speculative token purchases. At the same time, so much time, money, and talent is working on this project that it seems inevitable they will leave behind something useful. This year, we saw video games that pay to play them, attempts of disintermediate big record labels, and a flurry of experiments in governance that led to nearly successful attempt to buy the constitution. In this case, they're referring to Constitution now, obviously. Among other things, next year, I expect to see lots more uses of NFT that go beyond art speculation. Think NFTs that give you access to virtual physical spaces. Think POAPs. Also think about viral DAOs that start off with jokes and then do extremely weird and hopeful, cool things. So I think having said that, Astrid was already referring to that. So there is a lot of movement already in the DAO area. Are you guys planning to also extend your business structure? To
Matthias, sorry, I have to intervene here. We have the next speaker waiting, okay. waiting outside. We have a lot more to talk in the NFT space, and I would recommend that we aim for podcast episodes around the space to dig a little bit deeper. Sure. We have 1 minute. One final remark from you both, Paul and Philipp. What's your outlook for 2022? 1 point, 1 sentence.
I think it will be a very interesting way also when you think about COVID, but for our topic, I think for NFT, this will be very, very interesting and also positive year. So I'm looking forward to next year.
Yeah, from my side, I totally agree. I think we will hear the buzzword metaverse nearly everywhere. And yeah, besides the big metaverses we have already, we hopefully hear now and then the name Meta Nanos besides them.
Philipp, Paul, and Astrid. Astrid, thank you very much for inviting Philipp and Paul to this interesting talk. We should definitely catch up and follow up. I wish you, Paul and Philipp, and your teams and your families all the best for 2022, and a happy and Merry Christmas.
Thanks, likewise.
Thanks, you too.
Let's move to the next speaker. It's one of the superstars of the Austrian startup scene. From Austrian startup, now we have Markus Raunig, and he's also a very successful podcast host here in Austria. And he should hopefully be online now as a panelist. Markus, good to see you.
Hi, Christian, and thanks for the very, very kind words. Way too kind.
How are you doing?
Fine. Busy as always in the pre-Christmas period, but generally all good here. How are you guys?
I'm fine. I'm curious, how was your 2021?
Quite intense, but also quite rewarding. So a lot of the projects we've been pushing for years now, and with very little success, somehow came to some fruitions this year. And mainly, I mean, the probably most well-known one is this entrepreneurship week that we have in around 70 schools now, and that's been something that's took a very long time, but is now very cool that it's actually happening.
Can you tell a little bit more about this entrepreneurship week? What are you doing with that?
Mm-hmm. So at Austrian Startups, we always say our vision is that entrepreneurship becomes as common as skiing in Austria. And if you look at the history of skiing, then most of our success in this space is in some way connected also to the fact that, especially in the 70s and 80s in Austria, every child went through a school skiing course. It doesn't mean that everyone got a professional skier, but everybody had the chance to try it. And that's what we want to replicate for entrepreneurship. We want to organize 1 week project weeks where pupils can try out realizing their own ideas, recognizing problems as opportunities, building prototypes, learning to build business models and to pitch them. That's pretty much the concept. We're doing that together with the Initiative for Teaching Entrepreneurship. And the funding comes from 2 ministries, the digital ministry and the education ministry, and the WKO, the Wirtschaftskammer. So it's a pretty broad initiative that was necessary if you really want to have an impact here. It's super helpful to have that institutional buy-in also, and to have the access to the schools here.
Congratulations. It's a great project, I think, to plant the seed of entrepreneurship very early in the kids and make them aware of this possibility. It was different back in the 80s when I was in school. I mean, my access point were computer games, since we were talking about NFT games before. But in school, outside commercial schools, there was nothing about entrepreneurship. In which schools do you, let's say, host or organize your week?
Mm-hmm. In all schools that are in the age group 15 to 19 at the moment. So AHS, HTL, HAC, pretty much those at the moment. We're also thinking about going towards Lehrberufe also, so to get Lehrlinge in there. And we're also thinking about going to younger people, so to the Unterstufe, so the 10 to 14-year-olds, where we also believe there's already a lot of potential.
And you have a second project where I got to know you. It's your podcast. So I think it wasn't the original name Moonshots, I guess, if I remember it right.
Yes.
And then you changed the name, but I always forget it. What is the name of your podcast?
The podcast now is called Future Weekly. And yes, we started as Morning Moonshots, but we got actually a copyright copyright sue because of it. So we had to change it.
Can titles be copyrighted of podcasts?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we really would have pushed it through to a legal case, we probably would have come out on top, because I'm pretty skeptical that you can protect the word moonshot because it's too generic to be protected. But yes, that was pretty much the gist. And for us at the beginning, it was very much like, okay, let's not go there with all the hassle. I'm sure we find another good name, and that's how we came up with Future Weekly, which pretty much describes what we're doing. We're discussing on a weekly basis about the future, or looking at current affairs, current happenings from an angle of the future, and that pretty much is it. Yeah.
I'm curious to learn from your experience with podcasts. I think you have episode number 127 or something online currently. So it must be more than 2 years of podcasting. What is your experience with podcasts? What did you learn with that tool?
Yeah, it was indeed a real learning experience for us, because we started it really as a try, because Daniel and me, we are both in the board of Austrian Startups, and we had these weekly calls where we would just talk about things that are happening, and we would update ourselves and talk about the gossip, but also the interesting developments. And at some point, Daniel actually said, okay, why don't we just put that online somewhere? I'm sure there's value in for other people. And I was, to be honest, a bit skeptical that anybody would be interested in it. But it turned out that actually right from the beginning we had a lot of interest in it, and very early also managed to rise in the Apple podcast charts, which indeed also helped us. So with Apple, it's very much the growth rates are the interesting part, how they manage their rankings. So being at the top of the rankings then helps you again find more listeners. And for me, it was really interesting how much of a close relationship you build with your listeners. So it's a very intense medium. That means that it really feels like you are having a constant dialogue with the hundreds of thousands of people that are listening to your podcast. And that's different to, I don't know, writing maybe a blog post somewhere, or having a short piece of content somewhere, which is much less in-depth. And with that, you really have the feeling that you can have an impact, because people take an hour of their time to listen to you. So that means there's a lot of possibilities to convince them to also shape what they are thinking. And for us, that really was visible in some elements also, I would say, in the political landscapes, where we discussed things in the podcast, and 2 weeks or a month afterwards, suddenly they appeared in the political discussion. And it became more and more apparent that just people were listening to us, and that's a way for us to influence proceedings also there.
I agree with that. I think it's amazing how we can add value today, how we can, how simple it became to just record conversations and put it online, and somehow the information finds the right listener and adds value, as you say. I mean, when you hear them, your quotes or what you point out in political discussions, I think it's a huge success. Talking about success, what were the 3 successes with your podcast that stand out in your mind?
That's a good question. I think one thing that I'm proud of is the continuity that we have in it. I think you really need that regularity in there, and that you keep doing it. And we have by now a really stable and very reliable base of listeners that I think is super valuable, and in that sense is a small community that has been a big success for us. We are also now building more and more this connection between this community and Austrian startups. So we set up a Discord channel a few weeks ago where we set it up for the Future Weekly community, but more and more also people from the broader Austrian startups community are getting in there and now discussing about finding co-founders or having certain marketing or tech questions. So I think it was also a good angle, a good wedge into this format of starting discussions where we, in the podcast, we give maybe the initial like an initial primer, but then actually the community takes this discussion further. And I think that is also a big success. And probably to be fair, we were very happy when we had this. And now and then we managed that we are number one in the Apple podcast charts. And that's obviously something we're proud of and happy when it happens.
Congratulations, huge success. I'm curious into the point that you mentioned around Apple podcast charts. You said that it helps to attract more listeners. How does that work with the Apple charts?
Mm-hmm. So what my learning was pretty much, we were really early. Like I think after 3 weeks or so of having the podcast, we were already number 3 in technology in Austria. Mm-hmm. And then 5 weeks later, we were the first time on the first place. And what I'm pretty convinced by now is that Apple is not ranking you by absolute numbers, but more by new listeners, by ratings, by reviews. They have a special algorithm so that it makes it completely possible. Also, if you have a new podcast and only have not too many listeners yet, if you manage to have a steep growth rate, then you will be high on these rankings. In the Spotify charts, that's completely different. I think Spotify seems to me very much linear. And also, I think they are not ranking by episode, but on an like if you have a daily podcast, I think that's a huge advantage in the rankings for Spotify. So they just add up probably all the downloads of the week.
But it means that those charts, so Spotify and Apple, then push the content further. So when they see a new podcast appearing on the scene, they also then help the podcasters, if they continue working on that, to reach more listeners. Did they get the right picture from that?
Exactly. I mean, that's also in some way a virtuous cycle, because obviously if you have an episode that attracts new listeners, then it will push up in the rankings. In the rankings themselves, people will see it and say, okay, what's that? I didn't know that. So they will click on it and then hopefully stay with you as a listener also afterwards. And then there's a second virtuous cycle, I think, that appears from that, because for sure, if you're number 1 in the rankings, then you can promote with that. So you can share your enthusiasm about it. And again, that then shows your contacts that might have not listened to it yet. Mm-hmm. They will maybe come to the conclusion, okay, it seems to be really good. It's not just bullshit what they're talking about. Maybe there's some real quality in there. And that will attract some others and again, push you in the ranking. So in some way, if you manage to get this virtuous cycle going, I think it can be very valuable.
And eventually we all end up like Joe Rogan. So in the end of the day,
there's still a long way.
Yeah, that's
especially
true.
As the Austrian market is just not so big.
I think he's doing that now for 14 years or something like that. Yeah. So it's really, I think, 2 or 3 episodes per week. So it's a hardworking guy. Markus, many thanks for your explanation. I have one final question. What is your outlook for 2022? Open question.
I mean, from a podcasting perspective, I'm super curious to see how this Discord community will evolve and how much this can also be something that again creates another virtuous cycle. So we will definitely invest some time into that. From an Austrian startups perspective, I think that we are super excited now. Next to the Entrepreneurship Week in schools, we also have this Entrepreneur Leadership Program, which is a high potential program for people who are a bit further along already. So usually students or young professionals who want to start a career in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So either start their own business or work in the startup ecosystem. And we actually mentor them for a year with some workshops, with a personal mentor, with some discussion evenings, with projects that they do together. And it's also a way to find co-founders. And this has been running now for 4 semesters. And now we start seeing all the different alumni that actually start their startups, or that actually not just start the startups, but are already successful with the startups. So just in the last week, we had 3 startups that came from the ERP that got investments, one actually from the N26 founders, Beatwest. So that's really something I'm looking forward to next year, that we see many more of such success cases. And it will be also an interesting environment, I think, now with the Corona crisis at an inflection point, and in some way also the Feds who are thinking about pushing a bit the environment and making that a bit tighter. I think will be interesting how that also has an effect on the startup scene. So I have a feeling that we might also see a change in the macro environment, maybe starting in America and in Great Britain, but this will sooner or later also arrive in Europe, I believe.
Yeah, I agree with that. Reversal to the mean would be great for normal life. So going a little bit back to normal would be helpful. Mm-hmm. Markus, thank you very much for being part of today's show. I wish you and Daniel all the best with your podcast and also with your other activities. And I hope we can catch up soon. All the best for 2022 and happy and Merry Christmas.
Thanks for having me. Merry Christmas to you too.
Bye. We are coming to our next speaker. It's Matthias, over to you. It's Martin Popilka.
Yes, very happy to have Martin Popilka in the show tonight. I'm not sure if he already joined us here if you can promote him that he's Martin, very good. So I introduced and invited Martin to this show because I think he has an interesting story also to tell, and especially I know him since a year, and I was actually very interested in what he his story is super interesting because he's on the one hand CEO of a company that produces synthetic biofuels, so he has a background in a very interesting field, and also he has an interesting story to tell in regards to a story for COVID. So what brought them to a pivot and a new venture that he wants to present. So hello and welcome, Martin, and I'll let you do it.
Hi, Matthias. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you guys for having me here. So our company manufactures synthetic racing fuels that are completely fossil-free. And as the name suggests, the fuels are intended for world racing championships. And during the COVID pandemic, obviously, majority of the mass events were canceled or postponed. So we were facing quite a difficult time where basically all our revenues disappeared from one day to another. And one day I basically went to buy some hand sanitizer in a local store in Berlin, where our company is based, and I couldn't buy any, which was quite shocking, quite interesting. But basically, because we use second generation bioethanol as a feedstock for the production of our synthetic fuels, I decided to pivot one of our production lines for racing fuel to manufacturing hand sanitizer. And that's how we embarked on the journey to start Sani. And basically, it's been a quite fun year, to say the least, with all the COVID disruptions in the supply chain and basically everywhere you look. But the initial idea of manufacturing hand sanitizer brought us to the new project, which we call Sani. And we basically identified that the whole hand sanitization space is broken. So when companies wanted to purchase hand sanitizer for their employees, they either struggled to buy it, or they had dispensers that were continuously empty, or basically the employees weren't using it as they should, which obviously is quite painful for employers during a global pandemic. where employee health is one of the fundamental aspects that the companies are trying to tackle and navigate this quite complex space. So we decided to build our own smart dispenser, our own sanitizer, our own cartridge, and embarked on building a hardware company. I guess it looked much easier, in the beginning in the beginning of the plan. And I guess everyone says that hardware is hard, which inherently it is, and we learned the hard way. But it was quite more challenging during this time when none of the components are basically available, and you build your dispenser with some electronics that you cannot buy later, and you redesign it, and then you cannot buy the new ones again, and then you build the case, and some parts are missing. So it was a very challenging year, but fun nonetheless.
Martin, can you give a bit of details about the product, because I guess the listeners don't know exactly about what's the innovative part of it. So is it a standard sanitizer, or what kind of extra features does it have?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, we're not building specifically a hardware dispenser. We're building a hand sanitization as a service subscription for companies, where basically companies sign up, subscribe, and pay per employee, and we take care of the entire hand sanitization topic for those companies. That means we deliver the dispensers, which are connected to the internet and to our cloud infrastructure, where we monitor the usage of the sanitizer based on individual buildings, floors, or on employee level. And these dispensers basically automatically reorder cartridges as they need them, which means the innovative thing here is twofold. One, unlike standard sanitizer dispensers as you find everywhere nowadays, they don't run out of sanitizer. So we know when the sanitizer is running low, and we dispatch the cartridge in time to make sure that they're always online and always ready to serve their users. And second of all, we collect a lot of data about the sanitization trends of the companies, which is very important to actually know if the employees within the workforce are sanitizing the way they are. And on top of these two features, we basically built a gamification layer where we promote healthy hand hygiene within the company. So we target the individual employees who are perhaps not sanitizing, as they should, and we try to motivate them so they do a better job. One more interesting thing about the product is that you might have noticed some of the news about Amazon during this year, where employees in the warehouses don't have time to wash their hands or to use the toilets and so on. So we built in a feature within our dispensers that allows employees to refill bottles. So bottles, like personalized smart bottles that they can keep on their person and have access to sanitizer wherever they are, whether in a warehouse or commuting to work. And yeah.
So can you explain a little bit how that quantification creates like new opportunities? I understood that there's a lot of data collected. Has there been any concerns also from people that this data might be used in a complex way, or used differently than intended? Experienced some resistance in this regard?
Yeah. Well, of course. So as I mentioned, we're based in Germany, and Germans in particular are very keen on data security and privacy. So we spent considerable amounts of resources in developing the product in a way that this data cannot be misused. And obviously, employees have the option of not participating. They don't have to share their name, and there are various features built into the product to maintain a very high level of privacy.
Thanks. Very interesting. So, in a way, I wanted to also understand, how can one envision how this looks? Is it like a large device, or is it rather small, or how does it work? Can you briefly walk us through devices?
Yeah, sure. Well, unfortunately, a lot of people think it's a water fountain. So, as you see in the office, it's a very large product, actually. And it's large because, it refills bottles. And in order to refill these small bottles for the employees to use, the machine has to have a fairly large cartridge. So it's a fairly large dispenser. It looks great. It's white. It's shiny. And the most important thing is it's functional. And I can't stress this enough. Like I travel quite a lot, and I was flying over to San Francisco a couple of days ago, and on my journey from Berlin to San Francisco, I encountered, I would say, 50 hand sanitizer dispensers, and out of those 50, maybe 10% of them actually work. And that's the thing. I think we're building a product that actually works. So when you place it somewhere in a high foot traffic area, it will dispense sanitizer when it should, and it won't be broken or empty.
And do you already have clients where you're testing this?
Yeah, we do. We were very lucky to onboard some very, very, I would say, prestigious clients. So we are working with one very large digital bank based in Berlin that has been very fundamental to our product development. So they've been testing our prototype unit from the very beginning with their employees in the Berlin office. So apart from that, we also work with the FIA, which is the International Federation of Automobile Sport, where we, for example, yesterday were providing sanitizer for the Formula One prize-giving ceremony in Paris. Also, our sanitizers and our dispensers are used at multiple World Racing Championships, where there's a lot of foot traffic, whether those are race drivers, mechanics, or visitors, and a few other quite interesting companies that have embarked on the journey to properly sanitize and keep their employees and partners safe.
Very interesting. So what's actually on the plan for you for the next year with this project? Where do you want to see the project, or what's the next thing in your timeline?
Well, the next thing in our timeline is really to scale the company. So I think we've quite we've validated the product market fit fairly quickly. It's kind of a no-brainer. It's something that everyone needs and everyone uses. So we're currently planning a fundraising round early next year, which would be geared at really growing our sales, marketing, and tech teams.
I'm curious with one question. Sorry to interrupt, Matthias. Martin, I just checked your LinkedIn profile to get some information. And do I interpret it right? You are running 3 companies at the same time?
Well, running is a bit of an overstatement, but yeah, I do try to do so. So Sani was part of P1 up until this point. We've just formally started the spin-off process to facilitate a seed fundraising round. And in the initial company in Zero Labs that I co-founded, my very good friend years ago, I'm now stepping down actually from an active role into advisory board member role.
How, just out of curiosity, how does it work? I mean, being on the board of 3 companies, it must be pretty intense, isn't it?
It is, but I think it's one of those things that keeps you switched on. And I must honestly say that I have really benefited from these different industries in many ways. Especially, for example, for the Sani project, a lot of the learnings that we've learned at Zero Labs with our AI platform, we've implemented very early on into the Sani product, whether those are various predictions and data hygiene and whatever. So I think, in a way, it's this kind of contextual switching is quite beneficial. But yeah, it is tiring at times, but it's definitely manageable.
What are your plans for 2022 with your companies?
Well, we have a lot of plans, but considering what the world has gone through in the past 2 years, and literally everything we have planned this year has been replanned multiple times. Whether it was in the racing fuel company where we planned the entire calendar, I don't know, maybe 10 times. These races keep on moving from country to country, from month to month. On the SANI project, we've redesigned the whole electronics of the dispenser maybe 5 times. So I don't really dare to commit to a to a plan for next year, because if you look at what's going on now in New York and the spike in COVID cases globally with this new variant, I think we need to remain agile and ready to change and to pivot as need to be. So I would not really, apart from the fundamental belief of being able to react quickly, I wouldn't dare to comment on any specific plan at this point.
Can you a little bit explain us also about the P1 fuels, because I guess you were just explaining it briefly, but the listeners might not know so much about it, because I was also excited what you guys are doing there. Can you a bit explain how that came into being and contextualize it a little?
Sure. So with P1, we are a company that is promoting the use of fully fossil-free and internal combustion engines. So the whole world is on a race to decarbonize mobility, and there's a lot of talk about electrification, but not much talk about the fact that electric vehicles produce emissions as well, right? So the CO2 doesn't come out of the tailpipe of the car, but it comes out of the power plant. And if you look at the European Union's average percentage of renewable electricity, you will see that's very low, and especially even some countries. You recharge a Tesla from a fossil fuel power grid, you're not really decarbonizing anything, right? You're just moving the source of emissions from one point to another. So the whole idea behind P1 is let's really decarbonize the cars that are on the roads today. And there's about 1.5 billion passenger cars with internal combustion engines that will not disappear in the next 20 years. If you look at the average age of vehicle fleets around the world, it's very safe to assume that they will be here long after all of these predictions by when we should electrify. It's just not going to happen. So what we do is we make fuels that we're currently using stress testing in global championships. So we work very closely with the FIA. I'm proud to say that we supply for the first time in the history of automobile sport, we supply a FIA World Championship, the FIA World Rally Championship to be more specific, with a completely fossil-free fuel. That means that this internal combustion engine is running a fuel that has not extracted any, does not have any oil in it or any carbon that's been extracted from the ground, which I think is the way that we have to look to, and not overly focus on only electrification, because the future mobility mix will be a combination of various propulsion technologies. It won't just be battery-powered vehicles. So that's what we're doing at P1.
I'm just wondering, do you also have then retail customers, or it's for motorsport only? Because I was wondering, I'm not a driver myself. I don't even have the driver's license, but I'm wondering, because I'm not sure how that would work. So are you supplying to gas stations as well?
Good question. Well, so first of all, to manufacture this fuel, it's rather expensive at this point of time, and it's also due to the political climate that we live in, right? Where electrification is promoted. So on one side, you get a tax subsidy if you buy an electric vehicle, which is recharged from a fossil power plant, by the way, as I already said. And on the other side of fossil-free fuel is burdened by excise tax in Europe. So the playing field is not level. It's not technology agnostic, which is very unfortunate, because I believe policies should be made in a way that enable all technologies to thrive, and then the markets should select one that works. So that being said, the cost of this fuel and inherently the price is rather high in comparison to your standard fossil fuel that you can buy at a fuel station. So we currently really work with mainly automotive OEMs, their R&D engineering teams, large championships where automotive OEMs compete, whether that is Toyota, Hyundai, or Ford, that actually believe in the technology and need to test it. And since these products are drop-in, so they can be run in any internal combustion engine with any hardware modifications. The plan is to really get these fuels into your car after you get a driver's license, if you get a driver's license, and if you buy an internal combustion engine, that is.
Very nice. But that means it's a plan, or it's already possible today, for example?
It's possible. Technically, it's possible. Well, we need to pull the right levers and enable economies of scale to decrease the cost. But in theory, if we pull all the right levers and if we really get the support from the politicians and from the car manufacturers, we will achieve a price that is very reasonable. And a few weeks ago, the president of Toyota, which is the largest car manufacturer in the world, actually, Mr. Toyoda, actually had a press conference in Japan, stating that the future really will require us to develop alternatives to electrification, especially for countries like Japan that have a very complex energy grid and are basically an island. So the time will come, and it's, I think, going to be sooner than all of us anticipate.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I guess this is very interesting to understand also that the scope in this regard from creating the sanitizer is to the fact, as far as I understand, because it's also in the same way somehow like fuel. So does the sanitizer also smell like fuel, or how can we think of that?
Thankfully not, Matthias. Thankfully not. So and you're referring to normal fuel. You should actually experience how a racing fuel smells. It really it smells way worse. I mean, for some people, I kind of enjoy the smell. But with the sanitizer, we try to, as I said, we're gamifying the experience. We want these employees to sanitize more because they want to, and because they want to remain healthy and keep their colleagues at work healthy. So we've actually gone through a process of developing various scents for the sanitizer, and had various groups of consumers test scents. We had a unit based in a co-working space in Berlin, where we switched the scents week to week to see which ones are the most liked ones. So I believe that our sanitizer smells pretty good. And it's also one of these things that really enables these people to use it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, I think sanitizing is definitely something that's important also in the future. How do you see the development of the habit of sanitizing in the coming years? I mean, now with the pandemic, there is a lot of media coverage, and people are picking up and do this. But I always wonder if this is a lasting effect. I mean, it's positive to wash the hands and sanitize the hands, but I fear once the media coverage is going down, people will forget about it. How do you see it, Martin?
Well, do you think that the remote work hype will also disappear? I mean, do you think that the investments into digitalization of the supply chain to prevent supply chain disruptions will disappear? I don't think so. I think, the pandemic has shed light on many industries, whatever they are, and uncovered, things that we might have known before but not paid attention to. And I really believe that this increased sanitization trend is here to stay, and it will become a daily part of our lives. We see even throughout the pandemic, with the dispensers we're operating in these various customer sites, we see the usage going up and up. And I don't think it's necessarily tied to the COVID number cases. I think it's more tied to the understanding of these individuals that, you know, it's part of our lives now. If we want to prevent everything from, you know, a basic common cold outbreak in the workforce up to the next pandemic, sanitization is here to prevent that from happening and help us to remain healthy.
Thanks for this wrap up, Martin. This is really interesting. I think this is definitely a project also to look out for. Can you again tell us details about the race, and or is this still confidential?
It's not confidential. So Sani was incubated at P1. We've formally started the spin-off process, which is more or less concluded, and we're raising a seed round for the newly established company. So yeah, if anyone's interested who's listening, feel free to contact me. I'll send you our deck.
Nice, Martin. Thank you very much for joining here. I'm very excited about this project. So wishing you all the best, and I hope that the year will turn out to be fruitful for you, the next one.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Thank you for having me again, and Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas. Goodbye. Thank you.
Ciao. Bye-bye.
Yes, I guess we have one more speaker, Christian, but I guess like we have to also cover for a bit of time because I'm not sure it's already late, and not sure if the waiting room, the digital waiting room is filled at the moment.
We had an amazing day, I think. It's 7 hours recording now. How is it going for you, Astrid and Matthias?
Yes, it's great. It's a bit of a marathon. It's an end of the year marathon rather than actually an event. It doesn't even count as event anymore. It's like so long, but it's super exciting. I had my ups and downs also in like, you know, like a focus during the whole time until now. It shows though also how eventful the year was, because I guess in all this time of crisis and COVID situations, the interesting part is also to realize what has happened in the past. So my complete perception of time has changed in this constant crisis, and then you know, like a time when you can move around a lot. We have heard this also from another participant that of course these limits in traveling is also very, very challenging. Of course it is. So I guess also from a, not only psychological perspective, but from various aspects, this changes also your way of interacting with the people around you. We heard also from Martin that this even just recently that this affects also, like, of course, the workspace situation, how people work together, how offices exist, how this kind of new work gets into being. So I guess like there's a lot of changes that will also stay after the pandemic. And also I'm feeling like we are writing this topic again. So it feels like even I got like some flashbacks into the past events of the year, like 1 year ago, and we're already experiencing the beginning of something, and then it was like, okay, there's an end in sight, and now we see that the whole COVID pandemic is longer than we expected it to be. So at the same time, I think some things are really there to stay, as we just discussed. Changes in digitization, they wouldn't so easily go back. I guess like also looking at the positive sides of the development, a lot more telecommunications are used, and a lot of more opportunities are there also for people to learn about new things, to discuss technology more broader. At the same time, we also have been talking a lot about risks and about anxieties that the whole year has brought, such as all the different aspects in security, raising malware issues, and so on. So I guess looking at the topics, let's again check what kind of topics we've touched already, and maybe just interrupt me, Astrid, if you have some other insights.
No, I thought it was, you know, very interesting. The whole day now is at 7 hours of recording to really see, you know, how on the one hand we had sort of like, you can say, two blocks, like life sciences and crypto, but there were a lot of topics that actually ran through different sectors. And I'm sure that if we had other sectors online as well, that we would have seen how all the I don't know, the pandemic, the digitalization, and all these kinds of themes and topics actually come through for all these verticals. So it's been really an interesting day so far, and I think we still have sort of just scratched the surface on many things around 2021, because we didn't even sort of touch any kind of political events or anything. So it was really, really interesting. And but I'm looking forward to another great year coming around the corner now, and see, you know, what we'll get from it. Yeah.
Me too. Me too. Astrid, what was the most memorable part of today's recording for you?
I said there were so many, but I think what was also a burning theme around it was, again, sort of the educational elements that we have around, you know, that we really need to think about, you know, how we educate people more on health literacy, financial literacy, mental health, how can we improve that entrepreneurship, you know, giving also young people, or not even young people, also anyone out there, actually new opportunities, because we can also see through COVID, you know, a lot of people have become unemployed, and interestingly, they have actually then gone on to start new businesses. So even in the place where I live here, we have several new places having that popped up during this time, because people feel like they want to own more of their own life and sort of stay in control. So that was actually, so this theme was also something that really resonated with me, and it's also something that you can see with kids, for example, and the whole pandemic, and how you actually inform them about very basic levels of health and immunity and what it means, and sort of to sort of calm them down also what is going out there, to also take away, you know, anxiety from, I don't know, getting vaccinated or whatever, and see it more as an opportunity not to become sick, hopefully. And so, yeah.
Matthias, what was the most memorable part of today's recording for you?
I think what I liked a lot was that it was like evident that a lot of the topics we have been discussing in the preparations for this are really affecting people, are really affecting researchers, and there's a lot of different insights that I got from people and how they are mastering the pandemic from their end. So interestingly, people have been talking about other topics than expected, but still they resonated very well with the topics that we looked at. So again, to recap a little bit, so I'm always like bringing in a little bit the security aspect and these elements, of course. So I try to already contextualize it with that. We have been also talking about a lot, or seeing a lot of different Web 2 aspects or results of Web 2 technologies, and we have been discussing a lot of like alternatives to all this kind of surveillance dystopia, but also different other parts that are partially tackled by blockchain technologies and decentralized systems, which are subsumed under the term Web 3. We've been talking a lot about the future of research, because we have been also speaking with a lot of different researchers and people that work in research for a living, or that at least in research administration and so on. So that was super interesting and super relevant for me. Also to understand like how research is changing. And so what was interesting in this regard is to understand, and I like that you asked this question, Christian, about the biotech bubble, because I was reading this a lot in my preparations, and I was wondering, because there's often a lot of these developments are not seen natural, but they are also rather seen as bubbles. And then it's like a question, okay, is this just because it's successful, it's a bubble now instantly? So we have seen that, of course, also in blockchain, where this is often thematized. But I think what was evident now with the project we talked to, and with the opportunities that have been presented, that this might not be only a bubble, but this might be a serious trend. And this is, of course, also, in my opinion, due to the fact that there's a lot of attention now on the healthcare sector and on the biotech sector. So I guess this is therefore relevant to understand also that the 2021 Horizon Europe program has a focus on that. It was also interesting to learn today. So we have been talking also a lot about resource scarcity in times of crisis, about supply chain shortage, talent shortage, and great resignation, and so on, all these terms. I think we haven't really spoken about the Great Resignation.
Maybe you have a time now, Matthias. Maybe you have a time now to talk about this topic with your friend Denis.
Yes, sure.
Hi everyone. Sorry, I was a bit late. Back-to-back meetings nowadays. I think.
Hello.
No problem.
So it's great to have you. You're our last guest for today, but nevertheless, I think like you're a very a good example and very interesting character. And I guess like not everyone knows you yet. So I would love to hear how your year was, but also to introduce a little bit the many things you started in your life and in your career. So I know you since quite some while. I think we met first in 1999 or something like that, or 2000. I remember meeting you at Ars Electronica back then. And so many things happened. So maybe not only in this past 20 years, but also in the past year for you. Maybe some people know you because you were very active in the field of Bitcoin, but maybe other people know you also because you are a very active open source advocate, also with Dyn.org. Maybe tell us your highlights, but also tell us a little bit about you and your activities.
Thanks, Matthias. Thanks for all the interest. Yeah, if we go back 20 years ago, I have to start really from the beginning. Well, we share quite some stories from Austria, where I think you come from also. So I ended up migrating when I was 23 or 24, very early, from south of Italy, then Tuscany, and then I migrated to Austria, where I lived for 4 years and worked at the Ars Electronica, correct. It was a very interesting bunch of very brilliant people. I think at that time it was pretty much the equivalent of a small MIT in Europe, the Future Lab. And yeah, it was a bit smaller than it is now. It's the time in which I started seeing that technology can be used to make art, to make to address social issues, to make politics. What later becomes the technopolitics track in Vienna, can be used to make money. Later we saw very clearly. And I like to bring into the picture always the fact that open source, free and open source software can be a methodology of community development that leads to great success also in terms of business. And on the other side, it can grow a community beyond the very company, the very organization that maintains the software, of passionate people, of people that can be past or future co-workers, and of people that value the research and development that is done around the software. So this is about a methodology that I applied all my life for projects that span from the public and private sector. Now I work since 6 or more years, it's about 8, probably since 2012. So 9, oh my God, for the European Commission, for research and also like innovation actions. So with cities around Europe. And well, the first thing that I would like to say, besides, you know, like advertising or shopping around projects here and there, is that open source as a way of developing business, it works. And we knew it before Bitcoin came to life. And we see it now with the whole blockchain ecosystem, for instance, that a blockchain is not as such if it's not open source. I mean, it's obvious for us in the space. It's not that obvious for every new partner, industrial partner, and business venture that comes in. I would say don't fight it and look into the big opportunity that it holds. I'm not making it up. The milestone in the last 3 years, the milestone acquisition of Red Hat by IBM for up to, I don't know how many $1 billion, I think 32. Yeah, and same amount, it's a milestone acquisition, was an acquisition of a company based on free and open source software. So this is, we are not anymore playing as the kids in the game. I think those that will not realize it will play as a little bit like a passé old generation in the future game of what means also to make venture and capital flourish. So yeah, the projects I've focused on in the last years are components, software components. So you know me since I worked also as an artist and with artists to do projections, video projections, channel synchronization and stuff like that. I moved back in 15 years ago. I moved in Amsterdam, where I live now, and I ended up working with people like Marina Abramovic or Erwin Olaf for their installation. It was very, very inspiring. But you know that the cultural sector doesn't pay really much. So I switched from DSP to crypto, and I work as an applied cryptographer now since more than 10 years. And well, one thing that struck me is how powerful is this whole environment and technology, and how hard is for new people to enter it. Even like the scripting languages like Solidity for Ethereum, which tried to democratize the access to this technology, is too hard for people. So in the past 5 or more years, I worked in the framework of a research project for the European Commission, which became a flagship project, Decode. I work on a virtual machine capable of crypto operations that can be programmed in human-like language. We called it Zenroom. You will find it on zenroom.org. And this is a component, it's not a product. So we help people build their own component in a way that involves non-programmers, people with domain knowledge about particular business logic, making them capable of programming the business logic in the code without being programmers. Because in the process of developing products, we realize a huge overhead is there in the communication between technicians and people that really know what the technicians should be doing. It's like, there's a hell of a lot of communication. And if something goes wrong, then the product really is wrong and doesn't respond to what it was intended. So this is an interdisciplinarity exercise. People with domain knowledge, even if they are not technical, they are vital to the project. And we want to leverage their knowledge, and we want them to be able to interact in parallel with the programmers. It's a little bit like CSS, style sheets, became for the web. You know, a designer can work on a style sheet without interfering with the work of an HTML or PHP or Python or whatever programmer of the logics of the website. So we wanted to do this for crypto, and we realized it. And now we are applying it to a whole lot of projects and contexts. Decode was applied to 2 cities in Barcelona and Amsterdam, the cities of the future in Europe, in various pilots. And today we are working with 6 cities around Europe with the Reflow project, an even bigger project coordinated by the Copenhagen Business School, to realize what is popularly known as circular economies. So we're developing knowledge systems that can handle high complexity of logistics in a free and open source way, interfacing them with the main frameworks of European Commission software for smart cities. And we try to make sense of them with a vocabulary, ordering notions of, used textiles. Where should they go? We have a pilot about medical gowns being washed. We're talking about millions of them produced by hospitals, and where they go, what is their usage, what is their lifetime of components into industrial products. And we're trying to make sense of this complexity with a new approach, a resource event agent approach, which is a new generation for logistical software. So this is one of the fields in which we apply this crypto stuff to sign material passports, digital product passports, and sign digital twins, for instance, in a way that they can be also authenticated and we can trust this sort of information. And yeah, it's being quite on the spot. So you can bet we are very busy. As a foundation, we work for the European Commission, but now we are opening also a company, aptly named, you may know why, Fork Bomb Company. So you'll find it on forkbomb.eu. And yeah, we are forking a lot of efforts and products and components right now. So the last thing we did also was we are also active in the field of politics. So the currently in Italy, there is a platform that the Democratic Party, which is at the government, is using for involving activists and taking democratic decisions. The new secretary, Ricoletta, made it a big fuss because it's their way to involve people. So it's on TV every time talking like, go there and put your stuff in there. Well, we are running that platform at DIDORG. It's called Agora Democratica. And you can imagine it has been a huge challenge because running a service that is named on national TV prime time by politicians, it means like seeing those monitors going like whoop whoop whoop, like 10,000 taxes in 2 minutes, in 1 second, 2 seconds. It's like yeah, we have to hold quite some infrastructure. So we are learning around that, learning about availability and scaling. And it's this is just like this year that started, and it's been an engaging adventures. This we did also with the Decidim collective in Barcelona that started a world party that still rules some cities in Spain, applying this approach of participatory or direct democracy using digital tools. So there is a lot to do, Matthias. It's like very interesting. And as you hear, we are trying to stay away from the financial sector or the cybersecurity sector because that's very crowded, sometimes too boring, too full of muscles, and we like to see how to apply new technologies to a social, innovative space day by day.
Very nice. Can you explain a little bit to the listeners also about DINE organization? Because I guess like it's maybe not so common to the listeners, and I think you guys are doing an amazing job. I don't know if it's like something you want to push at the moment, but I guess it's like relevant, and therefore like people should.
Yeah, DINE is more of a hacker community, I would say. I mean, it started from many of us used BBS back in the early 90s. The older members of our community are from ham radio amateurs. It existed as a community until 2005, purely amatorial, like you can call it like somewhere where people go after their work to talk to like-minded people if they have some question about how to do something, if they like to share some knowledge, if they like to know each other. All online, of course. We are completely natively digital IRC-based internet relay chat way before Slack existed. So it's very natural for us to work remotely. And 2005 was the year that the Netherlands Media Art Institute I worked for at that time helped me to ground it as a new foundation in Amsterdam. And 2012 was the year in which we started working for projects that paid. So it always existed as a community. And now it exists as a valuable network of highly skilled people. Most people are in important positions also in companies, multinational corporations, the very people that run our search engines or social networks. And we stay in touch for friendship and the good vibes. And sometimes people like to leave their job and get involved into a new venture, and we have plenty of projects to get in. We are not so aggressive in attracting people into our projects, and we try to make it a very pleasant environment for people to hang around and talk about digital stuff, software, hardware. We have some restoration projects. So some members of our network are in charge of running 2 musea of ancient computers and archaeology in Italy. These are in Palazzola Crede, between Siracusa and Cosenza in Sicily, and one, Siracusa and Catania, and one is in Cosenza. And by the way, you can buy the calendar, which we do every year. There is a calendar of the musea. I like to share you so if you want to support them, it's a great way to buy the calendar of the museum. And members of the museum are running, for instance, the restoration of the Zuse, which is the most ancient computer in Europe. It's stored at the ZKM in Karlsruhe. And it's a valve-operated computer, was born in the late 20s and used in the 30s for agricultural planning in Germany. And the engineers that developed it are about to get over 90. So we have been running interviews, trying to collect documents, help to translate them from Germany to Italy, to experts, activated a network of experts involving people, passionate people from Poland, all over Germany and Italy, and we are running this restoration project since 3 years. So you can imagine like how involving is such an activity, even like for a programmer coming from any background. When you start seeing these things, like that's how we, let's say, we are heartbreakers for the nerds. And sometimes I describe DynOrg as the revenge of the nerds digital chapter.
It sounds so fantastic, because I think like you're also describing so many different projects. But has there been some highlights for you in the past year that you wanna highlight, something super exciting or something that is driving you towards the next year, towards 2022, that you're super excited for?
Yeah. Here is the link of the calendar. I sent you a direct message, but I can send to hosts and panelists. Let's see. I think this is a calendar that every nerd wants to have in the lab. It has photos of ancient computers, so it's real porn for us. And it's. I think for the next year, I mean, we had two big news. One of them is that, and this is very recent. One of them is that, so Europe has the EPSI initiative for blockchain services, and it has been started as an initiative to serve 24 member states so far adhering in notarization activities digitally using a blockchain. And they did a pre-commercial procurement. So this is not like a simple procurement. It's like a 3-year process procurement in which companies are selected to run such a vital and important infrastructure with, you can imagine how much liabilities clauses are attached. And we form a consortium together with DynOrg as a coordinator, and Riddle & Code as a company from Vienna that you know well, Thomas Furstener, a technologist that I have very old in very high esteem and knows our work, and InfoCert, a company in Italy that has full ADAS competency on the crypto validation that Europe requires for identity and authorizations. We formed this consortium, we raced for the pre-commercial procurement, and we won the first phase. And 2 days ago, they told us we won the second phase. So now we are in the small 4
Congratulations.
people. Yeah.
Congratulations. Wow.
Yeah, it is a big deal. And it's not only about money and responsibility and growth for all of us, but it's really like the dream that an European-made blockchain, fully European-made technology can run on the infrastructure. And it's completely open source, is open to a global community worldwide to be forked, to be used, reused, and adapted. We're using BigchainDB at the core of the infrastructure, which is technology has been used around, and we want to merge it with Zenroom. We want a blockchain that is programmed in human-like language. So for non-techies, we are techies against technocracy. It's like, so that's my activist stance here, besides revenge of the nerd. And that is one big news. The second big news, which we got today, because today was signed the contract with the Forderum Bank in Hamburg, is that we are going to work with Fab City Hamburg in Germany for leveraging their logistical system of tracking materials all across Fab Cities in Hamburg, which is a city that hosts an incredibly dynamic scenario for Fab Cities, Fab Labs, fabrication labs, grassroots open source stuff that is starting to produce designed objects and design objects. And we want to create a circular and virtual and virtuous economy that can actually leverage the designers that are doing these things locally and selling them also on big platforms all across Germany and Europe. And to do that, we need to trace the forks of designs. Like you design a chair based on the 3D design of someone else, and you want to fork how this design has been reused. And we want to split the wealth all across the designers involved. So to create a really open playing field for the sort of community that is behind the Fab Labs. It may sound utopian, but it's very concrete, and there is already a publication describing this in German. I will post it on the chat here. And yeah, we have started already the work. Actually, we are so excited that besides the formalities, we started to work on this in August already last year, this ending year, and we are getting out with a couple of new free software products that we are announcing next year, and you'll see.
This is so fantastic, Dennis. Unfortunately, we are at the end of the show, so my co-hosts are already pressing me to actually wrap up. So I guess
that was enough, I guess, to take for the audience.
Really fantastic news. I have to still a little bit process it, but also I think you are a perfect last guest for this, because there has been some great announcements also that are for sure something that people will see in the following years also, so that they are super relevant, I guess. So very interesting end of the year info here. We had a very, very long day where we have been speaking with different researchers, different people of all sorts of places, and mostly researchers actually, but people I guess that are all very positive towards the future. So we have been speaking with a lot of entrepreneurs, with different people from different backgrounds. This was really an exciting, but also very long and marathon-like event for me. Christian, thank you so much for hosting us and for having us here. Astrid, thanks also for hosting this. Do you have some final words, Christian and Astrid, that you want to say?
Thank you very much, Matthias and Astrid, for being part of this recording marathon. It was a great experience, and I'm looking forward to our next year in review in 2022.
Thanks a lot for having us, Christian. It was really a great pleasure. We made it up to 8 hours now. So it was quite a marathon, as Matthias described, but really exciting guests. And also, also last but not least, guests, was really exciting to hear, what's happening on that front. So thanks very much, everyone.
Astrid, Matthias, I wish you both, your teams and your families, a very happy and Merry Christmas and a great start into 2022 and huge successes in the future.
Likewise, Christian. I hope also that, that the podcast continues to develop well and as you expected. So thanks again and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all our listeners here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, and all the best wishes to you as well. I guess we have wished Merry Christmas a lot today. It's not so common for me because I'm usually not celebrating that so much, but it's I'm feeling very festive. So thanks again, Christian and Astrid.
Have a great weekend, you too, and we see each other soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye.